What if the greatest hero the world ever knew wasn't a man, but a god, and his rise foretold a cataclysm? What if Zeus, the thunderer, was not simply a figure of law but a chaotic force, balancing power on the edge of a lightning bolt, his very existence a whisper away from annihilation? The tales you've heard? Just the surface. Scratch deeper, and you'll find a tempest brewing beneath the polished marble of Mount Olympus, where betrayal, vengeance, and ambition spiral like a maelstrom. Picture this: a young boy, abandoned, growing up with the stench of fear swirling around him, driven by the primal urge to reclaim not just a throne, but a destiny. The air crackles with tension as ancient prophecies flutter like caged birds, desperate to escape the confines of time. Zeus isn't merely a name, he's the embodiment of human desire and divine wrath, a living paradox twisting through the fabric of fate. Hold your breath. Every titan has an Achilles heel, and Zeus's lie in the shadows of his own family, a tangled web of jealousy and ambition. His siblings? Potential allies or ruthless rivals? The stakes? Olympus itself hangs in the balance, precariously dangling above a chasm of chaos. Can you feel it? The pulse quickening, adrenaline rushing like a flood, as ancient grudges surface like roiling waves crashing against a crumbling shore? The Titans are restless. Their whispers echo through the ages, a sinister lullaby that beckons Zeus into a storm of betrayal. The destiny that awaits him? A throne drenched in blood, where the price of power is nothing less than the life of those he loves. It's comedy and tragedy stitched tightly together, a Shakespearean drama played out on a cosmic stage, where laughter turns to screams in the blink of an eye. And what of the mortals? Those hapless souls, caught in the crossfire of divine machinations. They dance on the strings of gods, unaware that their fates are mere pawns in the celestial chess game. But Zeus? He's not just a player, he's the game itself, bending the rules with a flick of his wrist, his thunderous laughter echoing through the ages. Each bolt of lightning a punctuation mark in the story of his rise, every storm a reminder of the chaos that follows. The shadows thicken with each passing moment. Who will rise? Who will fall? Every decision could ignite a war that spills blood across the heavens and earth. Zeus, the boy with a lightning bolt, or the titans of old, clawing their way back to glory? This is no fairy tale. This tale will seize you, enslave you, and refuse to let go until you've tasted every drop of intrigue, every morsel of dark comedy woven into the fabric of existence. Welcome to a world where the gods are as flawed, as human, and as desperate as you are. Can you hear the thunder? It heralds more than a rain, it spells the end of innocence. The darkness was suffocating, a thick veil that pressed down upon the earth like a colossal weight. The silence crackled with tension, a million unspoken fears humming in the air. In the void, chaos swirled like a tempest, a hungry beast clawing at the edges of existence itself. Somewhere, in the heart of this abyss, a single thought ignited, a flicker of defiance against the weight of nothingness. I remember the way the stars screamed. Myra stood on the precipice, a ragged cliff where earth met the abyss. Her heart raced, pounding like a war drum. Each beat reverberated through her bones, each breath sharp and urgent. She could feel the chaos clawing at her insides, an insistent whisper urging her to leap, to succumb to the darkness below. But she held firm, a lighthouse amidst the storm, her eyes locked into the abyss, searching, aching for clarity. I won't let them take me, she breathed, the words escaping like fragile butterflies. Yet the fear clawed at her insides, a feral thing, gnashing its teeth. Not again. Above her head, the sky roiled, a canvas of swirling black and crimson, like a painter gone mad. Raindrops fell, each one a prelude to a storm, cold, sharp, stinging against her skin. She thought of her brother, Lysander, his laughter echoing through her memories, a haunting melody that lingered long after the notes had faded. You have to stand your ground, Myra. Fear is just a shadow, he had said, but shadows had a way of consuming the light, didn't they? Lysander, the name slipped from her lips like a prayer, a fragile thread connecting her to the past. She remembered the warmth of his hand in hers, the way he would pull her through the darkest nights, his strength a shield against the horrors that danced just beyond the flame. But where was he now? Lost in the chaos, perhaps? A ghost among the Titans, the ancient beings that had torn the cosmos asunder in their selfish rage. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath her feet. A deep, visceral growl echoed from the depths of the earth, a harbinger of the Titans stirring in their slumber. Myra's heart clenched, a vice around her chest, claustrophobic, suffocating. She could feel it, the pulse of something massive and terrible awakening, each thrum a reminder of her own insignificance. "It isn't just chaos," she whispered, her voice trembling. "It's them. It's always been them." In the distance, a figure emerged, silhouetted against the fiery horizon. A titan of flesh and shadow, its form shifting like smoke, breathing life into the chaos. As it approached, its eyes glowed like molten gold, a stark reminder of the burning rage that churned within. Myra could see it now, the flicker of memories, lost civilizations crushed underfoot, lives extinguished in a single, unforgiving breath. And yet, in the depths of her despair, another voice echoed through her mind. I remember, it was Lysander again, a distant echo wrapping around her heart like a lifeline. "If we face them together, we can carve a new path." But could they? The thought sent a chill racing down her spine. How could she possibly face a titan? Her hands clenched into fists, nails digging into her palms. The pain grounded her, anchoring her to the precarious moment. She would not be a pawn in this cosmic game of chaos any longer. The titan drew closer, a beast of nightmares with scales that glimmered like shards of broken glass, reflecting the fiery sky. Its voice rolled over her like distant thunder, deep and resonant, shaking the very ground beneath her. "You think you can resist?" it mocked, laughter echoing like a symphony of despair. "You are nothing but a fleeting thought in the expanse of time." Myra felt the weight of those words pressing down on her, a leaden cloak wrapping around her spirit. "I am more than a fleeting thought," she screamed, her voice rising above the storm, defiant and raw. "I am the echo of hope in the heart of despair." But as the titan laughed, a sound that rattled her bones, she felt a flicker of doubt. She remembered the tales, the stories that spoke of the titan's wrath, of cities reduced to ashes, of dreams drowned in shadows. But yet, a fire ignited within her, a fierce desire to defy the darkness. "I'll not cower. I'll not fall." At that moment, the chaos erupted around her, a cacophony of sound and fury. The sky cracked open, and with it, the titans tore through the fabric of reality, their forms monstrous and beautiful in their devastation. Each one a tempest, a god forged in the fires of their own making, reaching for the stars they had long forgotten. In the midst of this turmoil, Myra felt a presence beside her, an unexpected ally, woven from memory and loss. It was Lysander, his spirit shining like a beacon in the storm. Together, Myra. Always together. Her heart soared as she felt his strength flowing through her, igniting the spark of rebellion. She understood then, amidst the chaos, amidst the titans, they were not alone. They were a constellation of dreams, flickering defiantly against the darkness, a tapestry woven with threads of hope and fear. Together, she roared, and as the sound resonated with the universe, the chaos shifted. The titans paused, their attention caught by the pulse of her fiery spirit, a brief flicker of vulnerability in their ancient eyes. And in that heartbeat, amidst the chaos, the cosmos trembled, teetering on the brink of creation and destruction, waiting to see what would rise from the ashes. The calm before the storm wrapped around them like a shroud, and the dance of fate began anew, spiraling into the unknown. Each flash of lightning, each crash of thunder, a reminder that even in the heart of chaos, hope could ignite the darkness. Hope was a fragile thing, yet it burned with an intensity that could not be extinguished. And as the titans readied themselves for the impending confrontation, Myra stood firm, her spirit ignited by the warmth of memories, ready to etch her name into the very fabric of the cosmos. The battle for existence was about to begin, and from it, a new era would rise. The dawn broke cold and sharp over the horizon, a blade of light slicing through the darkness that clung to the earth like a shroud. The air hung thick with tension, a palpable electricity that crackled and twisted, mirroring the unrest deep within the heart of Gaia. She stood on the precipice of her world, eyes wide, breath hitching in her throat. This was a moment hanging by a thread, the kind where everything could change in an instant. The ground beneath her felt restless, yearning, as if it too sensed the storm brewing above. I remember the whispers of the soil, she murmured, her voice barely breaking through the silence, a haunting melody that spoke of loss and longing. The tree swayed, their branches twisted like gnarled fingers reaching out for comfort, for a connection to the primordial beings that had once danced among them. But she was alone now, the weight of existence pressing down like a tombstone upon her weary heart. Uranos, the sky, had always been both her lover and her tormentor. He was expansive and infinite, yet so removed, so distant. Each time she reached for him, he seemed to slip through her fingers like grains of sand. Their connection, once vibrant and teeming with life, had become a frayed thread, unraveling with every heartbeat. The memories flooded back, those warm, sun-drenched days when they would meld together, earth and sky, creating a tapestry of hope and beauty. But now, those days felt like a cruel joke, a distant echo of something that could never return. I remember when you embraced me, she said, the words a fragile plea hanging in the chilled air. But now, all I feel is your indifference. The wind howled, a mournful symphony, its icy fingers brushing across her skin, a reminder that their love had grown cold, frostbitten by neglect. And then the storm struck. Clouds rolled in, dark and swollen, bringing with them a cacophony of thunder. It rumbled through the air like the growl of a wounded beast, shaking Gaia to her core. You cannot hide forever, Uranos, she shouted, her voice rising above the tempest. The heavens crackled in response, a furious retort that sent shivers down her spine. Lightning split the sky, a jagged wound that illuminated her figure, a goddess caught in an endless cycle of yearning and despair. Somewhere in the chaos, she felt a flicker of movement. Out of the shadows emerged the Titans, her children, the embodiment of her hopes and fears. They were monstrous and magnificent, crafted from the very essence of their parents' strained union. Each one bore the weight of expectation, of their mother's love twisted with the burden of loss. She saw them now, a parade of fractured souls, their faces grim, their eyes reflecting the turmoil that raged within her. Cronus, the eldest, stood at the front, shoulders broad and imposing, yet his eyes betrayed a deep-seated fear of inadequacy. "Mother, what must we do?" he cried, voice trembling with the urgency of a storm-tossed ship. "You must confront him. This separation is tearing us apart." The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken truths. They were the whispers of the earth, the cries of her children who had witnessed their parents' love decay into bitterness. Gaia's heart twisted painfully in her chest. But what if he refuses, she breathed, feeling the pressure of 1,000 lifetimes resting on her shoulders. What if the skies have forgotten how to love the soil? The reality gripped her, squeezing until she could hardly breathe. A dread so profound it reached into her very essence. "Then we shall remind him," said Rhea, the gentle sister, stepping forward, her presence a soothing balm in the chaos. "We are not just remnants of your past, we are the legacy of your love." Her voice glimmered with an unyielding resolve, an ember of hope dancing in the dark. But hope felt like a cruel illusion, a flicker in the face of despair. Gaia turned her eyes skyward, the storm raging above them a mirror of her own tumultuous heart. "What if he doesn't see us?" she whispered, almost to herself, as the winds howled louder, drowning her in their fury. "What if he's forgotten who we are?" The Titan stood, a wall of strength and sorrow behind her, tethered by the unbreakable bond that coursed through their veins. They were her reasons for fighting, yet Gaia felt as if she was standing at the edge of an abyss, peering into an unknown darkness. She could feel their heartbeats in the air, a rhythm that echoed her own pulse, a reminder that they, too, were woven into the fabric of this cosmic struggle. Suddenly, a blinding flash split the sky again, and in that moment, she saw him. Uranos loomed above, a titan of his own, his countenance still as awe-inspiring as it was terrifying. Clouds shrouded him, an ever-present barrier between them, and yet, she could feel the tension crackling, the unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. The rage and sadness coiled tightly inside her, aching to break free. "Do you see me?" she cried, voice rising to match the tempest. "Do you feel me?" The sky responded with a furious clap of thunder that resonated through her bones, shaking her to her core. Gaia's heart raced, every beat echoing the gravity of the moment, the desperate need for connection that pulsed between them, stretching thin like a taut wire. And in that heartbeat, time warped. Memories of warmth and laughter surged through her, a visceral reminder of the love that once bridged the chasm between earth and sky. "We were once one," she whispered, vulnerability leaking into every syllable. "Don't let us become shadows of what we could be. Don't let the winds carry away our love." But the clouds rumbled, a low growl of uncertainty, and Gaia felt the weight of despair settling in again. "What have we become?" she asked, a ghost of a question that hung in the air, filled with the weight of an eternity lost. The Titans shifted, their strength a reminder of everything at stake. She turned to them, seeing their worry etched on their faces, their fear of becoming mere echoes of their parents' mistakes. "We will not fade into the darkness," she declared, her voice firm despite the fear clawing at her throat. "We will fight, not just for ourselves, but for the very essence of our existence." The storm above them crackled, the balance of power shifting, and Gaia felt the pulse of the world beneath her feet, a heartbeat that mirrored her own. The storm bore witness, the earth rallied, and as she stood on that precipice, heart pounding, she realized that the confrontation was inevitable. The separation had lasted long enough. The crumbling edges of their love screamed for resolution. And as the wind howled around her, a symphony of chaos and creation, Gaia lifted her face to the sky, a goddess, a mother, a force of nature determined to reclaim what was lost. The tension hung thick in the air, a taut string waiting to snap, and she felt the thrill of possibility, the spark of change igniting within her soul. "Come to me, Uranos," she cried into the tempest, voice fierce and unyielding. "Remember our love. Remember us." That call echoed through the chaos, a beacon piercing the storm, her heart racing, hope igniting like a wildfire, uncontained and unapologetic. Time seemed to freeze, the world hanging in that breathless moment. And as the clouds swirled and the winds howled, Gaia knew that she would not back down. The fight was far from over. The storm was only beginning. Lightning split the sky, a jagged line of brilliance that illuminated the battlefield, casting long shadows over the chaos below. I stood there, breathless, the scent of charred earth and burnt flesh heavy in the air. The sky, once a tranquil blue, was now a roiling mass of grey, thick with the promise of thunder. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat a drum of war, a herald of doom and glory. I couldn't decide which was worse, the fire that licked the horizon or the deafening silence that followed each clash of titans. From the corner of my eye, I saw them, the Olympians, gods who carried the weight of their lineage on their shoulders, each one a tempest of emotion. Zeus, his eyes flashing like the spark of his own thunderbolt, stood at the forefront, a storm incarnate, rage pouring off him in waves. He was the son who had survived a childhood riddled with fear, the boy who had sworn to bring down his father. But with each step he took, I could see the burden of expectation, the spectre of betrayal looming behind him like an angry ghost. And there was Hera, fierce and unyielding, her gaze locked onto the Titans with a ferocity that made my skin crawl. I could feel her heart break, her struggle, an eternal battle between love and duty. She was the queen caught in a web of loyalty, her heart feeling the sting of every step her husband took toward vengeance. "You can't lose him," I whispered to the wind, but the words fell flat, swallowed by the roar of clashing giants. She was the embodiment of sacrifice, but sacrifice came at a price, and the toll was climbing. Then, from the depths of the battlefield, a figure emerged, Cronus, the titan who had once ruled the cosmos with an iron fist, but now wore despair like a shroud. His loyalty was a double-edged sword, cutting him from both sides. I watched as he raised his hand, not in aggression, but in a fleeting moment of doubt. "What have I wrought?" His voice, once thunderous, now trembled with the weight of regret. Each word he spoke was like a stone dropped into still water, rippling outward, distorting the very fabric of fate. The ghosts of his children, swallowed by his own ambition, haunted him. He had slain his own offspring, and now they returned to haunt his waking dreams. I remember the moment their eyes met, Zeus and Cronus, two titans of ambition and fear, caught in a struggle more profound than mere power. In that heartbeat, there was a flicker of understanding, a shared agony that went beyond the battlefield. The sky darkened, alive with the energy of 1,000 unspoken words. It was the moment before the storm, before the collision of dreams and nightmares, and I felt it in my marrow, a prophecy of destruction and rebirth. As the titans charged forward, I could almost taste the despair mingling with rage, a bitter cocktail that ignited the air. Rhea, the mother of gods, stood weeping in the shadows, her tears like rain on parched earth. She had watched her children fall into an abyss of violence, and now she bore the weight of their choices. "What have you done to us?" she cried out, her voice raw, each syllable a dagger. The answer hung heavy in the air, unspoken yet understood. Her love had turned to ash, a fierce loyalty shattered by bloodshed and betrayal. The clash erupted with the ferocity of 1,000 storms, each blow sending shockwaves through the earth. I felt it resonate in my bones, a reminder of my own frailties, my own fears. Were we not all but pawns in this cosmic chess game? Each Titan, each Olympian, carried the scars of their past, their hopes and dreams laid bare on this gruesome altar. I was swept up in the tide of it, heart racing, pulse quickening. The air buzzed with electricity as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the moment when everything would change. "Fight, my brothers! Fight!" Zeus roared, his voice echoing like thunder across the battlefield. But in that roar was a plea, a desperate wish to be seen, to be recognized, not just as a god, but as a son seeking his place in a legacy stained with blood. The Titans, formidable and relentless, surged forward, their bodies crafted from the very earth that bore them, but with each step, I could see their foundations crumbling. They were ancient, yes, but they were also weary, burdened by the weight of eons, and I felt the echoes of their pain rippling through the very fabric of existence. The sky darkened further, an ominous cloak wrapping the conflict in a shroud of foreboding. Shadows danced like specters, whispering secrets of betrayal and sacrifice, each flicker of movement a memory lost to time. How many had come before? How many had fought for dominion over the heavens and the earth, only to find themselves ensnared in a web of their own making? The air thickened with a sense of inevitability, as if the gods themselves had forgotten the very reason they fought. I remember the moment I felt it, the shift in the air, a palpable tension that crackled like the final breath before a storm. Rhea, trembling, stepped forward, her voice soft yet unwavering. "Enough," she cried, and for a heartbeat, the world seemed to pause. But her plea was drowned in the cacophony of chaos, swallowed by the very monsters she had birthed. And then, with a flash of light that stole my breath away, the ground shuddered, a prelude to a cataclysm that would reshape the heavens and the earth. I could see it in the eyes of the combatants, the familiar spark of despair, the haunting recognition of what was to come. The Titans and Olympians, locked in a dance of death and rebirth, their fates intertwined in ways even the gods did not comprehend. The echoes of their struggles reverberated through time, a haunting reminder that every battle leaves scars, every victory a chain of loss. I stood as a witness, heart racing, soul aching, caught in the maelstrom of emotion that surrounded me. Each clash of sword against shield, each anguished cry, resonated deep within me, drawing me closer to the heart of this eternal conflict. As the dust settled and shadows lengthened, a silence fell, heavy and suffocating. The battlefield, once alive with the fury of Titans, now lay still, a canvas painted in shades of desperation and hope. I could feel the heartbeat of the world slowing, a moment suspended in time, as the very air seemed to thrum with unanswered questions. What would emerge from this chaos? What new reality awaited on the other side? It is the silence of impending doom that grips you the hardest. A silence thick enough to choke on, yet vibrant with the promise of rebirth, a promise draped in shadows and whispers of dreams yet unfulfilled. And I stood there, destined to watch, heart heavy with the weight of their choices, a fleeting moment caught in the cosmic tapestry of fate, knowing that the battle was just beginning. In the dim light of an ancient cave, shadows flicker like ghosts, whispering secrets of despair and hope. I remember the chill in the air, a tremor of fear woven into the very fabric of existence. Cronus stands there, a titan cloaked in darkness, his face marred by uncertainty, hands trembling as he clutches a jagged stone, a weapon forged from his own twisted thoughts. "Not again," he mutters, each syllable heavy with dread, echoing against the stone walls. The blood of his father, Uranus, stains his hands, and the weight of his unending ambition threatens to crush him. I remember Rhea, her breath shaky, her eyes pools of sorrow, piercing through the gloom like a sliver of light in an eternal night. She watches Cronus, this man who was supposed to protect and cherish her, now poised on the brink of becoming a monster. You can't kill them, she pleads, her voice breaking like glass, raw and jagged. Not our children. Her heart beats loud and frantic, a war drum echoing the impending doom, while the world outside seems oblivious, unaware of the storm brewing within. But Cronus, his mind clouded with fear and betrayal, sees only shadows of prophecy looming over him. I am destined to be consumed by my own blood. The words tumble from his lips like poisoned wine. He remembers the whispers of the fates, their warnings curling around him like smoke, that he would be overthrown by one of his own. This gnawing dread morphs into a monstrous rage, a tempest brewing at the core of his being. I will not be another fallen king, he vows, his heart pounding with a fury that blinds him to reason. Rhea's heart clutches at the promise of new life, but each flutter becomes a reminder of the impending sacrifice. But they are innocent, she says, a fragile plea against the growing tide of darkness. She longs to cradle the hope swelling within her, to nurture it until it blossoms into power. Yet, she knows the cruel truth, love often walks hand in hand with sacrifice. I remember, she whispers, the words tumbling from her like fragile autumn leaves, the light in their eyes, the warmth of their laughter. But laughter is a distant memory, fading beneath the weight of Cronus's cursed resolve. He sees visions of his future, foreboding and bleak, where he stands alone, a king surrounded by echoes of his own despair. The thought lingers, like a ghost, taunting him in the silence. He grips the stone tighter, knuckles white, a man caught between the monstrous love for his wife and the vile ambition that gnaws at his core. Night after night, Rhea dreams of a world where their children rise to the heavens, where laughter reigns over the shadows. She cradles her swelling belly, feeling the life inside her as if it were a fragile flame flickering against a tempest. I will not let you take them, she vows silently, a mantra against the darkness closing in. Each heartbeat reverberates in the stillness, a testament to her fierce determination, her raw, unyielding love. Yet, the nights stretch long, like a canvas painted in despair. Cronus's paranoia twists into madness, each day a step closer to the unthinkable. He stalks the cave's depths, the shadows creeping closer, whispering vile intentions, feeding the horror that blooms in his chest. What if it's true, he breathes, the question hanging in the air like a death sentence. The weight of his choices bears down on him, and the knowledge that he might become his father's monster sends shivers down his spine. Rhea watches him unravel, the man she loves slipping further into the abyss. I remember the first time we laughed together, she murmurs, a soft recollection of warmth amidst the encroaching darkness. The sun on your face, the way you looked at me. But the memories are mere flickers now, threatened by the circumstances that bind them. I remember, Cronus counters, his voice a growl, filled with regret and rage. I remember my father's wrath, the blood that stained the throne. Each breath becomes a battle, a war between love and fear. I will not be that man. And the shadows deepen, a vengeful mist wrapping around him, suffocating the light. Rhea feels the weight of impending doom, the heavy mantle of fate pressing down on her. What if the future holds something better, she whispers, hope tainted by desperation. What if we break the cycle? But Cronus's laughter rings hollow, a sound that slices through her heart. And what if we do not? What if they rise against me? The moment shatters, and the air thickens with the unspoken truth. She moves closer, her touch gentle against his arm, a lifeline amidst the storm. We can fight this together, she implores, her voice a soft thread of light sewing together their frayed reality. But not like this, Cronus. Not with blood. But the shadows weave tighter around them, whispering promises of power, of control. Cronus falters, trapped between love and the insatiable hunger for dominance. He feels the tugging dread, the weight of the blade he must wield against his own flesh and blood. I cannot allow history to repeat itself, he growls, the internal conflict raging like a wildfire. I refuse to be the monster, he chokes out, yet the truth claws at his throat. What if he is already becoming one? Rhea's heart shatters at the thought of the man she loved spiraling into darkness, of the children yet to be born cursed by their father's fears. Then we must change it, she says fiercely, determination igniting in her chest. We will protect them. A storm brews outside, thunder rumbling like the very gods turning in their sleep, and the cave shakes under the weight of their unspoken truths. Cronus's hands tremble, the jagged stone poised like a dark omen. The shadows at the edges of his vision grow thicker, darker, whispering of fate's inevitable call. But at what cost? He breathes, lost in the chaos of choice and consequence. The echo of Rhea's resolve fills the void between them, a tether to hope. They will find their own way, she whispers, the words a balm against his turmoil. We will not be defined by our fears, Cronus. And just like that, time freezes, each heartbeat an eternity, suspended in the unbearable tension of what could come next. The weight of their choices looms, heavy like the air before a storm. They stand together, lovers entwined in fate's cruel embrace, staring into the abyss that threatens to swallow them whole. Rhea's gaze pierces the darkness, her spirit a flicker of defiance against the encroaching night. We will fight for them, she promises, the conviction in her voice a lighthouse in the tempest. But as the thunder crashes outside, a chilling reminder of the storm within, Cronus's heart races with the inevitable truth. For every choice they make, shadows loom larger, darker, waiting to consume them. And so, they remain, suspended in that moment, the breath before the plunge, the heartbeat before the storm. The air crackles with unspoken words, and the shadows whisper like ghosts, reminding them that the battle for their children has only just begun. The ground shook beneath my feet, a low growl rumbling from deep within the earth, as if Cronus himself was awakening from a deep slumber. I could feel the weight of the world pressing down, a canvas heavy with shadows, painted with the hues of fear and desperation. I stood there, heart pounding like a war drum, watching as the sky darkened, clouds swirling like angry spirits, and the air crackled with an electricity that promised chaos. Run, a voice shrieked, shattering the silence. It was Talia, her eyes wide and wild, the flicker of hope in them dimming like a dying flame. I'd known Talia all my life, her laughter and sarcasm were the glue that held us together, but today, in this moment, she was a tempest, raw energy wrapped in a fragile shell, her bravado crumbling beneath the weight of inevitability. I remember the day we made our pact, a promise etched in blood and sweat, standing beneath the stars as we dared to dream of a world where Cronus would be nothing but a myth. Time was supposed to be our ally, a river we could navigate, but now it felt like quicksand, pulling us deeper into darkness with each tick of the clock. Where's Aeon? I shouted over the cacophony, fear gnawing at my insides. He was our anchor, our strategist, the one who could turn our scattered dreams into a battle plan. But in the chaos, I lost sight of him, and the shadows grew longer, swallowing hope whole. He's gone! Talia cried, her voice cracking. He's trying to hold them back. I felt a chill run down my spine, a whisper of dread wrapping around my heart. Aeon, brave and flawed, often too stubborn for his own good. He had always believed in the good of the world, even when the world had given him every reason to doubt. I remembered the night spent under the stars, his voice weaving tales of heroism, of standing tall against the tide of despair. But now, those tales felt like distant echoes, fading into the abyss. The ground trembled again, and I stumbled, grasping at the air, desperate for something solid to hold onto. The shadows danced around me, flickering in and out of existence, each one a ghost of a memory, of laughter shared, of dreams forged in the fire of youth. Don't you dare give up on him. Talia's voice cut through my fog, fierce and unwavering. We're not letting him fight alone. I remembered how we met, two lost souls in a world that seemed hell-bent on tearing us apart. Now, as the darkness threatened to crush us, I could feel that bond tightening, a lifeline in the storm. But I was scared. Scared that our defiance would be our undoing, that no amount of courage could shield us from Cronus's wrath. Together? I asked, voice trembling. Together, she confirmed, her eyes fierce with resolve. The world around us seemed to pause, a breath held in anticipation, as if the universe itself was leaning in, waiting for our next move. Then the earth split, a chasm opening up, pulling at my feet. I felt the dread clawing at me, begging me to retreat, but I couldn't. I wouldn't. I remembered the promises we made, the oath to fight back against the darkness that threatened to consume us. It was raw, it was real, and most importantly, it was ours. Aeon! I screamed, my voice raw with desperation, echoing into the void. The ground erupted in a cacophony of chaos, beasts of Cronus emerging from the depths, their eyes glowing with malice. Talia's hand clasped mine, squeezing tightly as if she could transfer her strength to me. I could see the fear in her eyes, the unspoken words hanging between us, heavy with the weight of what was to come. And then I saw him, Aeon, standing defiant against the tide of darkness, a solitary figure amidst the chaos, the flickering flame of hope in a maelstrom of despair. He was fighting back, swinging his sword with all the strength he could muster, but the shadows were relentless, clawing at him, whispering threats that could shatter even the strongest of spirits. Aeon! I cried again, my voice breaking. He turned, just for a moment, and our eyes locked. In that fleeting second, I saw everything, the struggle, the pain, the determination to protect the ones he loved. It was a moment suspended in time, raw and electric, a memory etched into my soul. Get to safety, he shouted, his voice a beacon cutting through the darkness, but I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes. The shadows were closing in, swirling around him like an insatiable storm, and I felt the ground beneath me shift, a grave whisper urging me to flee. Never! I shouted back, my heart pounding with resolve. We fight together! The air thickened, the prophecy hanging over us like a noose, tightening with every heartbeat. I felt the weight of history pressing down on me, those who had come before, those who had fallen in battles long forgotten. And yet, in that moment, I also felt the pulse of something ancient and powerful, a surge of defiance rising within me. The shadows lunged, a rush of darkness, a wave threatening to drown us in despair. But I wouldn't let them take Aeon. Not now, not ever. I ran, adrenaline igniting every nerve in my body, pulling Talia along with me, the unbreakable bond of friendship fueling my every step. Together, we plunged into the chaos, the three of us against the world. Time blurred around us, past and future collapsing into one heartbeat, one moment stretched across eternity. There was fear, yes, but also a fierce determination, a rallying cry against the dark. Together, we screamed, a mantra against the rising tide. And in that moment, as shadows twisted and turned, I felt something shift within me, a flicker of light in the abyss, the promise of dawn against the encroaching night. It was a battle for our souls, for our very lives, and we would not go quietly into that darkness. The prophecy loomed, but we were not mere pawns in its game. We were warriors, defiant against the chains of fate, ready to carve our own stories into the fabric of time. Every heartbeat, every breath echoed our resolve as we charged forward, the darkness swirling around us, but we were not afraid. Not anymore. In the distance, the sky lit up with the fire of battle, and I knew, deep in my bones, that this was only the beginning. The night sky cracked open, a cacophony of thunderclaps echoing through the mountains, piercing the stillness like a knife. The air was thick with tension, pregnant with something monumental. I stood there, breathless, my heart a war drum pounding in my chest. It was the kind of night where shadows breathed, and fear coiled tightly in the pit of your stomach, a night when destiny hung in the balance like a pendulum wavering between chaos and creation. Rhea crouched in the dim light of the cave, her silhouette flickering like a candle flame. The earth felt alive beneath her, pulsing with the weight of ancient curses and unforgiving prophecies. She pressed her palms against the cold stone, grounding herself, though the tremor in her fingers betrayed her. "They'll come for us," she whispered, her voice trembling like a fragile thread. "They'll come for him." The air felt electric, charged with a primal fear that seeped into her bones. I remember the way she looked at me then, eyes wide, reflecting the flickering shadows. Her face was a mask of determination and despair, the lines of motherhood etched deeply into her skin. She was a queen stripped of her crown, a warrior without her sword, and in that moment, I saw not just her fear but the fierce love that radiated from her, a light in the encroaching darkness. Every heartbeat was a countdown, each second a reminder that their time was dwindling, and the world was on the cusp of unimaginable change. Across the cave, Cronus loomed like a storm cloud, rage crackling in his eyes, leaving behind an unbearable weight of tension. I could almost taste the bitterness on my tongue, the bitterness of betrayal, of a legacy marred by blood. His hands were clenched fists, knuckles white, as he paced, a feral animal caught in a trap of his own making. "I will not let it happen again," he growled, voice rumbling like distant thunder. The very air quivered with his wrath. I felt the air shift, a shiver racing down my spine. Fate was a cruel mistress, and in this game, Cronus was losing. I could see the ghost of his brother, Uranus, hovering in the edges of the cave, a whisper of a past that clawed at Cronus's sanity. "You think killing them will save you?" I thought, each word unspoken heavy with the gravity of their impending doom. But he could not hear the echoes of the future, could not grasp the irony of his own self-destruction. Rhea inhaled sharply, and my gaze snapped back to her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I remember his laughter," she said, her voice a fragile thread woven through the chaos. A light that broke through the dark. "I remember how he brought warmth into this cold world, how his very existence was a beacon." She paused, the weight of her memories pressing heavy on her chest. What if history repeats itself? There was a rawness in her voice, a fear so palpable it hung in the air like fog, suffocating yet familiar. In that moment, I could feel the weight of time pressing upon us. The cosmos spun, stars flickering like candles in a vast, uncaring void. Destiny had drawn the lines in the sand, and we were but pawns in a game far larger than ourselves. The earth trembled, as if it too sensed the storm brewing above, the battle lines being drawn between the old gods and the new. Then, the cave erupted with the thunderous noise of footsteps, echoed in the darkness. Eyes wide, I turned, fear gripping my throat. Shadows danced, morphing into figures cloaked in malice, their intentions clear as they advanced. Cronus's eyes were wild, a tempest of desperation and fury. "No," he roared, the sound ricocheting off the walls. "I will not lose him." The promise of vengeance hung in the air, thick and rancid. Rhea's breath hitched, and I could see the vulnerability etched across her face, a stark contrast to the fierce protector that she was. "We must hide him," she urged, urgency tainting her tone. "We must keep him safe." The desperation in her voice stripped away the last vestiges of hope in the cave. It was a plea, a prayer to the very gods that had forsaken them. Time slowed, each heartbeat drumming against the silence, echoing the impending doom. The darkness loomed, shadows stretching out to clutch at us, seeking to swallow our very essence. Cronus's fury ignited, and I could sense the swirling chaos of his emotions, the fear, the anger, the desperation. It was a maelstrom, threatening to consume him whole. "I'll kill them," he roared, and I could see the flicker of madness in his eyes, a spark of a man pushed beyond his limits. But Rhea stepped forward, defiant, her voice steady in the face of his frenzy. "No," she said, strength flowing through her like a river cutting through stone. "You cannot fight fate this way. We protect him not by violence, but by love." The power of her words resonated, a fragile thread weaving through the chaos, binding us together in an unbreakable bond. But I could see the cracks forming in Cronus's resolve, fear and rage battling in his chest, and I feared for the child who awaited his birth, a beacon of hope amidst this storm of despair. Rhea's heartbeat echoed in the silence, a rhythm that urged us forward, a reminder that love could conquer even the darkest shadows. As the figures encroached, I felt the walls of the cave pulse with the weight of history, a history stained with blood, loss, and the indomitable spirit of survival. The battle was not just against the shadows that sought to steal their son, but against the very essence of what it meant to be a parent, to protect, to fight against the tides of fate. "Let them come," Cronus spat, voice low and dangerous, determination etched into every line of his face. "I will rise for him. I will rise for us." The promise hung in the air, heavy with the burden of expectations and the unmistakable scent of fire and ash. And in that moment, as Rhea clasped her hands over her growing belly, I felt the pulse of the universe shift. The birth of Zeus was not merely the dawn of a new god, but a rebirth of hope in a world turned dark. The night stretched before us, a canvas on which the colors of fate and survival would paint a story that would echo through the ages, an eternal struggle against the shadows. In the depths of our despair, a spark ignited, a flicker of resilience that would light the path forward, no matter the cost. I remember the moment when fear turned to resolve, when the shadows danced with fury, and amidst the chaos, a new dawn awaited. And as the storm raged outside, we stood firm, ready to confront the unknown, united in our fight against fate. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, heavy and oppressive, as the shadows danced against the stone walls like restless spirits. A cry pierced the darkness, a wail that clawed at the soul and echoed through the labyrinthine caves of Crete. It was the kind of sound that sent shivers down the spine, a raw, primal scream of desperation and terror. I stood, heart pounding, in the dim light, feeling the cold stone beneath my fingertips, as if it would offer some comfort against the chaos swirling around me. They had come for him, those who feared the prophecy, those who whispered his name in shadowed corners, eyes glinting with dark intent. Zeus, the child who would rise to shake the heavens, was hidden deep within these caves, where light dared not linger. I remember the way his small hands trembled as he clutched the fabric of my tunic, his wide eyes reflecting the flickering torches that illuminated the path before us. "Will they find me?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper, yet it echoed within me, demanding an answer. "Not if we keep moving," I replied, though my own heart was heavy with doubt. I was not just a guardian to him, I was his anchor in this storm of fate. I had always felt the weight of my own failures, a past littered with unfulfilled promises and regrets, but here, with Zeus, I felt the flicker of hope. I remember the warmth of his presence, the way he radiated innocence amidst the impending darkness. And yet, I feared that innocence would be snuffed out like a candle in a gale. As we navigated the winding passages, the shadows loomed larger, whispering secrets that gnawed at my resolve. I could hear the distant sound of boots thudding against the earth, the harsh breaths of men who did not hesitate to spill blood to silence a prophecy. My memories flashed like the torches, illuminating moments of a simpler time when laughter filled the air instead of dread. But those days were ghosts now, lost to the weight of destiny. "We have to hurry," I urged, but terror gripped me as I felt the tremors of the ground beneath our feet, a reminder that the very earth conspired against us. Then there was Rhea, the mother who had given birth to this child of thunder, the woman torn between love and duty. I could feel her presence, a ghost behind every decision I made, a haunting silhouette that whispered both comfort and despair. "You must save him," she had said, her voice laden with the gravity of her sacrifice. "He carries our fate." But what of her fate? What of the sacrifices she had made? I remember the way her eyes shone with tears, a fierce love tempered by the knowledge of what was to come. Every heartbeat echoed her pain, a reminder that she, too, was lost in this labyrinth of fear and hope. I stumbled upon a narrow opening, a glimpse of the outside world, a thin beam of light cutting through the darkness, promising safety, or perhaps a cruel twist of fate. I hesitated, gripped by the weight of my choices, the ghost of my past hovering just beyond the threshold, taunting me. "Go," Zeus urged, his small hand tightening around mine. "Don't leave me." And in that moment, I saw him, not just the child but the embodiment of all that was sacred in this world. The laughter of the other children, the warmth of the sun on his back, the weight of a future that should have been bright, yet loomed like a storm cloud overhead. I gathered him closer, breathing in the scent of innocence that clung to him. "I won't leave you," I promised, though the tremor in my voice betrayed my own fear. But the shadows were closing in, and with each second, the darkness thickened. A figure loomed at the mouth of the cave, silhouetted against the light. It was a man, tall and imposing, with a presence that sent chills through my veins. His eyes were cold and calculating, a predator stalking its prey. He spoke, and his voice was a rumbled echo of doom. "You cannot hide him forever." I could feel the weight of 1,000 moments crashing down upon me, the laughter, the dreams, the hopes forged in the fires of adversity. But here, in this moment, with the specter of violence looming so close, all those memories felt like a cruel joke. "Run!" I shouted, and the word was both a command and a prayer. Zeus looked at me, his eyes wide with fear and understanding, and in that brief exchange, I saw the man he would become, a titan against the world. He darted past me, small and quick, a flicker of light escaping into the abyss of uncertainty. My heart raced as I felt the pull of destiny, the cosmic threads weaving tighter around us. I turned to face the man, heart pounding, a storm swirling within. "You will not take him," I declared, though my own voice trembled with unsteady resolve. He laughed, a sound like gravel crunching underfoot, and for a fleeting moment, I felt the weight of despair settle upon my shoulders. Yet, in that despair, I also felt the flicker of rebellion, the fire of hope igniting against the odds. I had failed before, but today was different. Today, I would fight for him, for the child who would shake the heavens. The shadows danced, and the darkness threatened to swallow us whole, but within that maelstrom, there was light, there was a future waiting to be claimed. I remember everything, the fear, the resolve, the unyielding love that surged through me like an electric current. This was not just a fight against fate, this was a battle for every child who had ever been silenced, every dream that had been suffocated by the weight of expectation. I could feel Rhea's spirit surrounding me, her fierce love propelling me forward. And as I stood there, heart racing, breath shallow, I knew this was not the end but merely a beginning. The confrontation loomed before us, a collision of destinies, and I was ready to embrace it, to plunge into the storm, because within that chaos lay the heartbeat of hope, the heartbeat that would never cease. The air crackled with an electric tension, a silence so thick it could suffocate, as Zeus stood at the edge of Olympus. The once mighty mount was now shrouded in shadows, ghostly memories of laughter and light eclipsed by a heavy gloom. Each breath he took echoed with the weight of destiny, the air sharp and bitter, tasting like ashes. Somewhere, deep within him, a tempest raged, a storm brewed not just in the skies above, but in the very marrow of his being. I remember the stories whispered at twilight, tales of a father who devoured his children, a tyrant cloaked in the guise of a god. Cronus. Just uttering his name sent shivers down the spine of the heavens. I remember the day I chose to defy him, the day I woke up from the nightmare of my childhood, fueled by the need for revenge and the hope of liberation. But hope is a fickle companion, and revenge, a hungry beast, gnawing at my insides, demanding reckoning. With each step toward the throne, the weight of my purpose pressed down like a mountain, an anchor in the tempest of my heart. I could feel my brother Poseidon at my side, muscles coiled tight, energy thrumming beneath his skin. "This isn't just about us, brother," he murmured, his voice a low growl, primal and fierce. "It's about the tides of fate, the chains binding our kin." I glanced at him, a flicker of gratitude sparking between us, yet I felt the fracture, the ache of doubt lurking beneath his bravado. Would he, too, falter beneath the gaze of our father? The entrance to the hall was an ominous archway, each stone a silent witness to our lineage's blood-soaked history. I hesitated, a moment's pause that stretched into eternity, the air thick with foreboding. The echoes of my childhood danced mockingly in my mind, laughter, joy, and the clinking of goblets, now twisted into memories of fear and sorrow, a theater of betrayal. I remembered the warmth of my mother's embrace, her whispered promises of safety, now a distant dream lost in the shadows. And then, the echo of footsteps, heavy, certain, trod upon the threshold of my memory. Cronus. The Titan of time, his very presence a paradox. In the span of a heartbeat, I transformed into a child again, trembling in the shadows of his towering form, a boy who had known only the cold embrace of fear. His voice slithered through the air, dark and melodic, "Zeus, my dear son." The chill that washed over me was a haunting reminder that no matter how far I had come, I was still his. "Why do you return to this place of power? Have you come to kneel before your king?" King. The word dripped with sarcasm, the very essence of it a bitter poison that burned in my throat. "No, father," I replied, my voice steadier than I felt. "I've come to break your chains." A laugh erupted from him, low and mocking, reverberating against the marble walls like thunder. "Chains? You think you can break the very fabric of time?" He stepped closer, his form a shadow against the light, and I felt the crushing weight of my childhood fears clawing at my sanity. "You are but a boy playing in the realm of gods." The very word boy struck like a blade, sharp and unyielding. I had fought too hard, bled too much, to be dismissed. I remember the screams, the cries of my siblings swallowed by your greed. My heart raced, there was a fire igniting within, swelling with each pulse, demanding to be unleashed. I remember each moment, each breath, and I will not let you steal another life. His eyes glimmered with a feral light, the darkness swirling around him like smoke. "You think you can challenge me? You think you stand a chance?" Cronus leaned in, his breath a cauldron of sulfur and ash. "You are just like the others, a fleeting flicker destined to be extinguished." Poseidon shifted beside me, ready, his oceanic fury roaring beneath his skin. "We are not alone, Cronus," he growled, the rumble like thunder, and for a moment, I felt the promise of unity, a bond forged in the fires of our shared pain. Our siblings are waiting, they will rise against you. The tides of time are turning. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, a primal drumbeat echoing the battle that lay ahead. The hall felt alive, the walls whispering secrets, weaving the threads of our fates tighter, drawing us toward the inevitable. You can't silence them, Cronus, I continued, my voice stronger now, the flames of defiance licking at my spirit. You can't drown out the cries of those you've wronged. His laughter shattered the moment, a cacophony of madness, echoing through the hallowed halls, mingling with the shadows that gathered at our feet. You think yourself a hero, but you are nothing but a whisper against the storm. And as he spoke, I felt the weight of the cosmos pressing against my shoulders, the memories of lost time clawing at my heart. I remembered the dreams of a world free from fear, of laughter echoing in the halls of Olympus once more. My resolve hardened, a steel forged in the fires of my anger and sorrow. Then let the storm come, I declared, my voice ringing with a fierce clarity. Let the heavens shake and the earth rupture. I will not bow again. Time itself seemed to hold its breath, suspended in a moment that felt both eternal and fleeting. I felt Poseidon's energy merge with mine, a tidal wave of power that surged through our veins, fierce and wild. The air shimmered, charged with the weight of our shared pain and the promise of vengeance. In that moment, I was no longer a boy afraid in the shadows, I was a force, a culmination of every tear, every scream, every moment stolen by a tyrant. And as I stood there, face to face with the monster of my past, I felt the universe shift, the delicate balance of fate ready to break, ready to explode. The confrontation loomed like a storm on the horizon, and I could feel the crackle of the impending clash in my bones. The darkness gathered, thick and oppressive, the ghosts of my past swirling around me, waiting for their reckoning. And in that breath, I knew, this was not just a battle for Olympus, it was a battle for my soul. Time would bend, and in the end, the echoes of our cries would be heard. The sky seethed with smoke, a thick blanket of ash obscuring the sun as if the world itself were holding its breath. Gaia stood at the edge of the battlefield, heart pounding in rhythm with the distant thud of Titan footsteps. The ground trembled beneath him, a warning of the horrors to come. He could taste the metallic tang of fear, and it clung to his throat like a noose. The air was charged with something primal, anticipation, dread, the promise of bloodshed. His gaze darted to the right, where Lyra fumbled with her spear, her hands trembling. She had always been strong, fierce even, but today? Today, she was a ghost of herself, haunted by the memories of battles past. Gaius, she whispered, her voice barely breaking through the chaos, what if this is it? What if we don't make it back? He wanted to tell her it would be all right, that they would fight and win and laugh about this later, but the truth lay heavy in the pit of his stomach. We fight so others can live, Lyra. We have to keep moving. Each word felt like a false promise, echoing like a lie into the hollow spaces of his mind. Behind him, Caden gritted his teeth, eyes aflame with a reckless fervor. He was a whirlwind of energy, yet in this moment, he seemed to crack under the weight of his own bravado. The memory of the last skirmish flickered in his mind, the sound of bones breaking, screams echoing like the tolling of a bell. We'll take down their leader. One blow, one chance, he growled, fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. But he knew, deep down, that a Titan's heart was armored in despair, its skin a fortress of scars. Caden, no! Lyra cried, the fear in her voice palpable. It's not just about glory. It's about surviving. Her plea hung in the air, a fragile thing amidst the rumble of impending doom. And yet, the fire in Caden's eyes only burned brighter. Surviving isn't enough anymore, Lyra. We need to fight back. The tension thickened around them, a shroud closing in, squeezing the breath from their lungs. Gaius could feel the shadows closing in, not just from the encroaching Titans but from their own doubts, their own fears. Memories of lost friends, echoes of laughter silenced by war, haunted him like specters drifting through the smoke. Do you remember the festival? He asked, his voice a low murmur. The way the stars looked, twinkling like pinpricks of hope in the night? When we danced until dawn, forgetting the world. The thought of that joyful night felt like an anchor, a desperate grasp at normalcy amidst the chaos. But reality clawed at him, a beast that wouldn't let go. "I remember," Lyra replied, her voice a mere tremor. "But the stars don't shine for us anymore. They've turned their backs." Her eyes glistened, shadows pooling at the corners. "What if we never see them again?" With that, the battlefield erupted as the Titans advanced, their monstrous forms looming like nightmares given flesh. Gaius felt the ground shake beneath their weight, the air growing thick with rancid smells and the cries of the fallen. The first clash rang out, a cacophony of metal against flesh, a death knell for the brave and the foolish alike. Caden surged forward, his spear a blur, a panic-fueled dance of desperation. For honor, he roared, a battle cry that split the air wide open like a wound. But Gaius saw the truth in his eyes, a flicker of fear, a question that screamed, would honor be enough to save them? "Caden!" Gaius shouted, but the words were swallowed up by the roar of the Titan, a behemoth that towered over them, an embodiment of their darkest fears. Its breath was the wind of despair, and as it swung a massive arm, the world seemed to slow, each heartbeat a drum roll announcing their doom. Time stopped. Gaius felt the weight of his choices pressing in on him, the weight of 1,000 lives strung together by the thinnest thread. He remembered the laughter, the warmth of a hand held tightly, the taste of bread fresh from the oven. He remembered wishing for a future, for peace, for more than this endless cycle of violence. And then he remembered the promise he had made, to protect them, to be their shield, even at the cost of his own life. With a wild cry, he plunged forward, pushing past the horror, the fear gripping his heart. He was not just fighting for survival, he was fighting for every unfulfilled dream, every flickering hope that still dared to breathe. Lyra followed close behind him, eyes filled with determination that masked her terror. Together, she yelled, and the word echoed like a spell, binding them in this moment, a fragile bond against the looming beast. They surged forward, side by side, a reckless unity against the chaos spiraling around them. The Titan fell, a monstrous shadow slumping to the earth like a dying star, and Gaius felt the ground shift beneath his feet, a moment of triumph amid the carnage. But victory tasted bitter, and as he looked into the eyes of his comrades, he saw the toll of their choices etched in their expressions, hope tangled with despair, glory wrapped in grief. But as the dust settled, a new roar filled the air, a chilling reminder that the war was far from over. The horizon brimmed with more titanic forms, an endless tide of darkness. Gaius's heart sank, a stone dropped into the vast abyss of uncertainty. They were trapped in a cycle, caught in a storm of never-ending battles, each one more vicious than the last. "Keep fighting!" Caden shouted, but doubt shadowed his voice. "We can't let them break us." The words rang hollow, a desperate mantra against the gathering darkness. But in that moment, as the sky churned with dread, Gaius realized that they weren't just battling titans. They were battling their own fears, their own ghosts, and the very essence of what it meant to hope. Would they win this war? Or would they become just another whisper lost in the shadows of time? As they prepared for the next onslaught, the weight of their choices loomed larger than the titans themselves. And in that eerie silence, before the clash of steel against flesh, Gaius felt the universe shift, a cosmic heartbeat echoing the impending chaos, pulling them deeper into the void. The war was just beginning, and they were all but pawns in a game orchestrated by the fates. Would they rise as heroes or fall as nameless echoes? The sky roared again as the titans advanced, and the world around them blurred into the ether of battle, the pulse of their hearts sinking with the tumult of war. The night was a black void, an endless expanse of silence shattered by the distant echoes of despair. The air crackled with tension, charged with the knowledge that something monumental was about to unfold. I stood at the precipice, the looming shadows of titans dancing on the walls of my mind, their whispers clawing at my sanity. Cronus, his name hung heavy, a malevolent spectre breathing down the neck of every living soul. He was the embodiment of time, a cruel puppeteer, snipping the strings of existence with the precision of a surgeon wielding a scalpel. And then there was Prometheus, a flicker of defiance against the encroaching darkness. I could see him, fierce and resolute, his eyes aflame with a fire that promised liberation. He was not merely a titan, he was the spark, an unquenchable blaze against the icy grip of tyranny. The weight of his choice hung thick in the air, every heartbeat a countdown to the inevitable clash between light and shadow. I remember the night he stole the flames from Olympus, the flames that would ignite hope in the hearts of mortals. I remember the prison of his thoughts. Shadows coiled around his mind like tendrils of smoke, each thought a wisp of rebellion. Would the mortals understand the gift? Would they embrace the fire, or would they let it consume them? But deep in the recesses of his heart, anxiety gnawed at him, snarling, relentless. He was not just the bringer of fire, he was a brother, a guardian. The cries of his siblings echoed in his ears, their faces flickering like candle flames in the dark of night. They'll rise against Cronus, he whispered to himself, though doubt crept like frost in his veins. If they don't, what have I done? And then there was Atlas, his brother, forever burdened by the weight of the heavens. I saw him, shoulders slumped, eyes glazed over with the torment of eternity. His spirit was shackled, a prisoner of his own strength, forced to hold up the weight of the world while the tyrant reigned unhindered. The earth trembled beneath their feet, a reminder that even the strongest titan could be crushed under such despair. "Why do you fight, Prometheus?" Atlas asked, his voice a low rumble, heavy with the anguish of ages. "What do you hope to gain from this?" "You risk everything." "I hope for tomorrow," Prometheus replied, the fire in his eyes unwavering. "I hope they will remember. I hope they will learn." A chill swept through the air, a ghost of the unknown lingering just beyond the edges of their determination. The ground shook, violent tremors that reverberated through their bones, and the shadows of Cronus loomed closer, as if drawn to their defiance. The darkness was alive, an entity of its own, whispering promises of despair, feeding on their doubts. But Prometheus stood tall. He was the embodiment of hope, he was the flame that refused to be extinguished. I could see the tension in his muscles, the way he clenched his fists, the way his heart thundered like a war drum echoing into the abyss. He had made his choice, a defiant act that turned the tide of fate itself. In a world where silence felt like a scream, he moved. With every step, he felt the weight of existence pressing down on him. What would it mean to ignite that fire in humanity? Would they forge chains of their own, or would they rise like phoenixes from the ashes of their ignorance? The clash approached, the inevitable confrontation tightening its grip around their throats. Cronus, a darkened silhouette, drew closer, and Prometheus felt the suffocating pull of despair. It gripped his heart, icy fingers wrapping around his resolve, whispering of failure. "You are but a flicker against the storm," it hissed, a single ember against the gale. Yet, as the shadows loomed, he found strength in his brothers, their shared memories of laughter, of dreams. He remembered the warmth of their childhood, the way they had danced in fields of starlight, the way they had embraced the night as if it were a lover. The echoes of joy clashed against the reality of their plight, fueling the fire within him. "Atlas, remember our dreams." Prometheus's voice rang out, fierce and unyielding. "Remember who we are." Atlas's gaze shifted, his shoulders tense with the burden of hope. "And what if we falter? What if Cronus snuffs us out before we ignite the world?" The question hung in the air, a specter of doubt that threatened to unravel them. But in that moment of uncertainty, I felt a spark ignite between them, an unbreakable bond forged in the crucible of their shared struggle. Together, they were more than titans, they were brothers, steadfast against the tide. And just like that, the ground beneath them opened up, fissures revealing a deeper darkness, as if the very earth itself trembled at the thought of their rebellion. Shadows danced like specters, taunting and teasing, whispering promises of despair. Yet, Prometheus stood firm, a lighthouse in the storm. "Let them come," he roared into the void, his voice a clarion call that reverberated through the darkness. "Let them come and face the flames." The very air hummed with energy, electric and alive, as if the cosmos itself held its breath. And then, without warning, a surge of energy rippled through the atmosphere, and I could almost taste the tension, thick and heavy like smoke in the air. It was the moment of reckoning, the clash of titans about to unfold. In that split second, everything hung in the balance, hope and despair, love and fear, life and oblivion. But the story does not end here, it spirals forward, twisting and turning like a wildfire racing across the hills. The confrontation looms, the stakes higher than ever, as Prometheus stands on the edge of eternity, preparing to face the very embodiment of time itself. The shadows whisper, the flames flicker, and the heart of a titan beats louder with every breath, echoing into the abyss. The air crackled with tension as the ground trembled beneath their feet, a heartbeat syncing with the thunderous clash of wills. I stood amidst the ruins of what had once been a radiant temple, now reduced to jagged stone soaked in the blood of fallen warriors. The scent of charred earth and despair hung in the air like a shroud, an unholy reminder of what was at stake. Above, the sky roiled with storm clouds, an angry swirl of darkness, as if the cosmos itself writhed in anticipation of the battle to come. I remember the cold steel of my sword, the way it felt almost like a living thing, a partner in this dance of chaos. I could hear the frightened whispers of ancient trees, their leaves trembling under the weight of fate. But it was not nature's voice I listened to most intently, it was hers. Athena stood before me, her gaze fierce and unwavering, a beacon of resolve amid the encroaching shadows. Yet beneath that armor of confidence lay a flicker of doubt, a haunting echo of her past failures. "We cannot falter," she said, her voice steady but laced with the weight of 1,000 battles, every decision, every sacrifice, a heavy stone in her heart. But doubt was a luxury I could not afford. I felt the cool grip of my own insecurities, an oddly familiar specter clinging to me. I had always been the underdog, the one dragged along on the fringes of greatness. I remember my childhood, days spent in the shadows of gods, dreaming of heroism while shivering in fear. Here I was now, standing shoulder to shoulder with deities, yet I feared that my humanity would be my undoing. As the first roar of conflict echoed through the air, I caught sight of Ars, his face a mask of fury and bloodlust. He thrived in this chaos, reveling in the clash of steel and the cries of anguish. But even he bore scars of his own, a restless anger that clung to his every movement, a desperate need to prove he was more than just a harbinger of war. "This is our moment," he bellowed, rallying his fellow gods, yet I could see the flicker of uncertainty beneath his bravado. "We will crush them." But who were we to crush? The enemy was not mere mortals, they were the remnants of our own mistakes, the shadows of our past. I felt the weight of their anguish, a reminder that every battle leaves behind echoes of pain that never truly fades. The memories surged, each one like a ghost whispering in the back of my mind, reminding me of those I had lost, the friendships frayed by conflict, the love that had slipped through my fingers like grains of sand. "Focus!" Athena shouted, slicing through my reverie, her voice a clarion call that snapped my heart back to the present. "We cannot let the shadows consume us." I looked into her eyes, and in that moment, our fears intertwined, a bond forged in the crucible of impending doom. My heart raced, pounding now with purpose. The battle began with a ferocity that made the very ground tremble. I charged in, the clash of metal against metal resonating through my body. Each strike felt like a pulse, a rhythm of defiance against despair. The air was thick with shouts, with blood, with the agony of a world on the brink of destruction. I felt every wound as if it were my own, resonating deep within me, each cry pulling at the very fabric of my soul. But even in the chaos, I could sense the signs, the flickering embers of something darker lurking just beyond our sight. Shadows whispered secrets as they twisted and danced among the ruins, teasing us with the specter of defeat. Each enemy we vanquished seemed to dissolve into the mist, a reminder that the battle was not just against flesh and bone but against the fleeting nature of hope itself. It made me question everything I believed. What was the point of this fight if all we did was give in to despair? Amidst this turmoil, I saw Ars falter, just for a heartbeat. For all his bravado, the weight of his own legacy crashed down upon him, and I felt it, a silent acknowledgement of the lives lost in battles he could never win. "Ars!" I shouted, my voice cutting through the cacophony. "Fight for them! Fight for us!" And there it was, the turning point. The flicker in his eyes ignited, flames of defiance roaring back to life. For the fallen, he roared, and in that moment, he became something more than a god of war. He became the embodiment of every soldier, every mother, every child who had ever feared the cold embrace of darkness. Together, we surged forward, united by our flaws, our fears, and our desperate hopes. The gods, a ragtag family of the flawed and the fierce, fought side by side, pushing against the tide of despair. I could feel Athena beside me, her presence an anchor, grounding me as we carved our path through the throngs of darkness. Yet, even as we clashed with the enemy, I could hear echoes of laughter, laughter that rang wild and hollow, a reminder that there were those who thrived in this chaos, who sought to bring about the end for their own twisted pleasure. It was a laughter that sent chills racing down my spine, a promise of betrayal lurking just beyond the horizon of our victory. The sky roared and split as we clashed, fury and chaos swirling in a tempest of inevitability. I could feel time slipping away, the cosmic clock ticking louder, each second a heartbeat that resonated within our bones. And yet, through the storm, there was a glimmer of hope, a fragile thread, almost imperceptible, binding us together in this dire hour. We were more than gods, we were allies, forged in the fires of our shared pain. In that moment, as the battle raged around us, I understood what it meant to fight, not just for glory, but for each other. The weight of our combined burdens became our strength, each flaw a brushstroke in the grand tapestry of our existence. And then, amidst the chaos, I remembered the faces of those who had come before us, their hopes and dreams echoing in the silence between breaths. The battle was only the beginning, our unity was the spark that would light the way forward. And as the shadows closed in, we stood together, ready to confront the darkness, not as solitary warriors, but as allies bound by love, fear, and an undying will to endure. The storm above roiled with anticipation, the world holding its breath, and I felt the tide shift as we plunged into the heart of the chaos, knowing we faced not just a battle, but the very essence of our existence. The air crackles with an energy that feels almost alive, an unsettling hum that thrums beneath the surface of reality. Ashen clouds ripple overhead, dark and pregnant with rain, while the ground trembles like a restless beast, anticipating the inevitable chaos. I stand at the edge of the battlefield, heart hammering in my chest, a cacophony of fear and exhilaration coiling in my gut. I can smell the sharp tang of iron and hear the distant roars of titanic figures that loom in the shadows, bastions of the old world, terrifying and magnificent, a parent watching over a child who's about to stumble into the abyss. Elena stands beside me, her fingers white-knuckled around the hilt of her sword. Fire flickers in her eyes, a tempest of anger and despair. "They'll ruin everything," she breathes, the weight of her words hanging like fog. I remember when she laughed, when the world felt brighter, and now it's consumed by darkness. The ground beneath us is soaked with memories, the blood of the fallen soaking into the earth, merging with the soil that once nurtured life. I remember the day we faced the Titans for the first time, how they towered like mountains, their shadows swallowing the sun. Each step they took sent ripples through our hearts, our dreams shattering like glass. We were warriors then, naive and hopeful, believing we could turn the tide, believing our strength could challenge their might. But now? Now, we are merely remnants of what was, haunted by the ghosts of our past victories, chasing the echoes of laughter that seem like distant memories. The skies darken further, swirling with violent energy, and I can feel the weight of time pressing down on us, a relentless clock ticking away the moments of our lives. The Titans have been patient, their dark patience like a storm brewing just out of sight, and as they surge toward us, a primal fear grips my throat, squeezing tight. How many times have we danced this dance? How many times have we drawn our swords against the inevitable? A roar shatters the silence, thick and guttural, shaking the very ground we stand upon. I turn to see the Titan known as Croth, his eyes like molten gold, gleaming with a menace that sent ice through my veins. The enormity of him is staggering, a black silhouette against the tumultuous sky. "Face me," he bellows, his voice echoing across the barren landscape, drowning out the memories of our laughter, our hopes. But it's Elena's face that I can't shake. Her defiance is a flame in darkness, a flickering light that reminds me of everything we fought for. "We must fight," she says, her voice trembling with conviction. "We can't let them take our future." There's a rawness in her tone, a vulnerability that cuts through the chaos, and for a moment, I glimpse the girl who once believed in fairy tales, who thought she could change the world. I reach for her hand, the warmth of her skin grounding me, a tether in the storm. What if we fail? The question hangs heavy between us, a shackle that binds our hearts. What if everything we are is lost in this battle? The fear seeps through my words, and I can see the flicker of doubt in her eyes, a shadow dancing where bravery once stood firm. There's no room for doubt, she whispers, her resolve hardening. We either stand and fight, or we let them walk over us, let them erase everything we hold dear. The truth of her words pierces through the fog of despair, igniting a fire in my chest. I remember the faces of those we've lost, how they've become mere whispers in the wind, and with every heartbeat, that pain becomes a call to arms. As the Titans draw closer, the battle cries of our comrades erupt around me, a symphony of desperation and defiance. The air thickens with determination, and I'm swept into the tide of warriors charging forward, hearts beating in unison like the drums of war. I can hear the laughter of friends echoing in my ears, ghosts of the past pushing us forward. I remember the taverns filled with cheer, the nights where we believed we could conquer all. But the Titans, they are more than mere monsters. They are the embodiment of our fears, our failures, the dark corners of our souls we dared not confront. Every swing of our swords is a plea for redemption, a desperate cry for something greater than ourselves. As I clash with Croth, the impact reverberates through my bones, each blow a reminder that we are not just fighting for survival, we are fighting for our very essence. And in that chaos, I see Elena, her spirit unyielding. She dances through the fray, a whirlwind of fury, striking with the precision of a heartbeat. She is every promise we made to each other, every dream we dared to dream. Together, she shouts, and it resonates deep within me like an ancient mantra, something primal and raw. Time stretches and warps, moments blend into one another, a whirlwind of chaos and clarity. I remember the nights of starlit stories, the warmth of her laughter, the way she would hold my gaze and make me believe I could touch the sky. And now, here we are, two souls intertwined in this cosmic dance of destruction and hope. We are not alone. The echoes of our ancestors fuel our fight, their whispers urge us to press on. The Titans may be colossal, but we are relentless. The ground beneath us may quake, but our spirits surge like a river breaking through the dam. With every swing of our blades, we forge a path through despair, and with each heartbeat, we refuse to let the shadows consume us. And then, the moment arrives, not a climactic explosion, but a whisper, a fleeting recognition that we are alive in this moment, fierce and flawed. The Titans begin to falter, their shadows shrinking under the weight of our resolve. With one final roar, Croth crashes to the ground. The silence that follows is deafening, like the calm after a storm, a breath held between worlds. But the battle is far from over. The air is thick with tension, and as I look into Elena's eyes, I see not just fear but the flicker of hope. It's here, in the aftermath of chaos, that we find ourselves. This is where the true fight begins, not just against the Titans looming over us, but within ourselves. The end of an era is not a conclusion, it is a rebirth. And as the shadows lengthen, we step into the unknown, ready to carve our futures from the remnants of the past, together. Lightning crackled through the sky, a jagged wound in the fabric of the world, as if the heavens themselves were being torn apart. It was a moment frozen in chaos, a heartbeat suspended in time, when Zeus, the king of the gods, stood at the brink of a decision that could fracture existence. I remember the scent of rain mingling with the dust of the earth, a heady mix of fear and anticipation, as he raised his thunderbolt, a weapon of divine fury, and the air hummed with an electric tension. Beside him, Poseidon, the tempestuous god of the sea, clenched his jaw, the ocean's rage echoing in his blue-green eyes. He was a titan of storms, but today, amidst the brewing tempest, there was something softer, deeper, a longing for recognition, for power, for the love of a brother who seemed forever out of reach. How could Zeus not see? How could he not understand the ache that lay beneath the surface, the delicate threads of fragility woven into Poseidon's mighty frame? I will not bow. Poseidon roared, the fury of 1,000 tidal waves crashing beneath his voice. This world isn't yours to divide. And in that declaration, I could sense the pulse of the earth, the raw, primal energy of creation itself, as if the very ground beneath their feet trembled with the weight of their conflict. Hades, the third of their trinity, lingered in the shadows, his presence a chilling whisper against the storm. He watched, a dark spectre cloaked in the grim inevitability of fate. I remember the loneliness in his gaze as he surveyed the chaos, a mere footstep away from the realm of the living yet eternally exiled from their light. The underworld was his dominion, a realm of lost souls, but even in that darkness, he yearned for connection, for brotherhood. The gnarled roots of jealousy twisted within him, feeding on the love that Zeus and Poseidon shared, a bond that had grown thick and twisted over the years. Enough! Zeus's voice boomed, shaking the clouds themselves. He brandished his thunderbolt, a blazing harbinger of doom. But behind that power lay a flicker of doubt. The burden of leadership felt heavy on his shoulders, a weight that threatened to crush him. Every heartbeat echoed the fear of failure, of becoming the tyrant he had sworn to oppose. We must decide the fate of our creation, or chaos will reign. I remember the silence that followed, a profound stillness that clung to the air, thick and suffocating. It was the kind of silence that lingers after a storm, where even the birds instinctively hold their breath. This was the moment before the fall, where every soul felt the gravity of existence hanging in the balance. Poseidon stepped closer, the waves crashing in his heart, a cacophony of emotions battling within his chest. "You think yourself above us, brother," he spat, the bitterness thick on his tongue. "But this world is not yours alone. I rule the oceans, and without them, there is no life. I will not be cast aside." Hade shifted, a shadow amongst shadows, the pull of the underworld beckoning him. "And what of the dead? Do they not deserve a say? You create life, but I am the end. Our realms are intertwined, and yet you choose to ignore me." His voice was a haunting melody, laced with the echoes of countless souls who lingered at the edges of their reality, waiting for the moment when the gates of the underworld would swallow them whole. In that charged space, where words hung like swords above their heads, each brother wrestled with the ghosts of their past. Zeus, the golden child, the favored one, struggled against the fear of not being enough, of letting down those who had looked to him for guidance. Poseidon, brimming with rage and sorrow, fought against the tides of resentment that threatened to drown him, while Hades, cloaked in the darkness of rejection, yearned for a light that never reached him. I remember the swirling storm clouds, heavy with unshed rain, as they thickened and darkened, mirroring the turmoil in their souls. Each crack of thunder was a cry of anguish, a plea for understanding, for connection. The earth beneath their feet began to tremble, as if it too felt the weight of their unresolved conflict, drawn into the riptide of their emotions. Then the moment shattered, like glass underfoot, when Zeus, spurred by desperation, unleashed his thunderbolt. Time slowed, and I could feel the air grow thick with warmth, the scent of ozone wrapping around me like a suffocating cloak. The bolt split the heavens, illuminating the three gods, each a reflection of the other's storm. "Then let it be so!" Zeus shouted, his voice a thunderous echo that reverberated through the very fabric of the cosmos. "Let us divide this world, each to our own dominion. But know this, what you choose to rule will shape our legacy forever." And in that moment, the decision was made, the lines drawn in the sand of existence, but the consequences would be steep, the pain would linger like a haunting melody that could never quite fade. There was heartbreak in the air, a churning mix of sorrow and hope that knotted in the throat, as the very foundations of life trembled at the thought of what was lost and what was yet to come. As they faced each other, with storms brewing deep within, I could see a glimpse of the inevitable. The world they would create would be steeped in conflict, their legacies intertwined in blood and thunder. And as they took their first steps toward their respective realms, I felt the pulse of fate quicken, a rhythm that promised neither peace nor resolution. In that moment, amidst the raging storm, the earth held its breath, teetering on the precipice of creation and destruction, and I felt the world shift beneath me, a harbinger of the chaos that was yet to unfold. The skies darkened, shadows lengthened, and I knew this was only the beginning. An eerie stillness hung over Mount Olympus, like the ghost of a forgotten dream, heavy with the promise of chaos. The air crackled, thick with tension, as if the very fabric of reality was about to tear apart. I stood at the edge of a precipice, heart pounding in my chest, sweat mingling with the chill of the wind that gusted over the summit. Below, the world unfolded in a tapestry of greens and blues, but above, the clouds churned like a brewing storm. Each breath felt borrowed, every heartbeat echoed a warning, and I wasn't alone. "Are you ready for this?" whispered Cassia, her breath a soft ghost against the howling wind. Her eyes, once vibrant pools of mischief, were darkened by shadows of doubt. She had always been the spark, the one who dared to dance in the flames, but tonight that fire flickered uncertainly. I caught a glimpse of her fingers twitching, nervous and restless, as if she were trying to conjure strength from the very earth beneath us. "I don't think I ever was," I replied, my voice steadier than my heart felt. The truth clawed at my throat. I remembered the stories, the gods, their fury, their fickleness, each tale a thread woven into the fabric of our lives, binding us to a fate we could not escape. The weight of that legacy settled on my shoulders, almost suffocating. I cast a glance at Adonis, his chiseled features taut with concentration as he trained his eyes on the horizon, a warrior ready to face an army of shadows. "Focus," he said, his voice a low rumble, both a command and a plea. I admired him, even in this moment of dread. How could he remain so resolute when doubt gnawed at my insides like a ravenous beast? His flawless facade held a depth I often felt unworthy to gaze into. "We have to confront them before they consume us." Consume us. Cassia's laugh was brittle, breaking under the weight of fear. "You make it sound so easy. We're not warriors, we're just us." But I couldn't shake the feeling that we were more than mere mortals, that our very existence danced on the precipice of divine calamity. I remembered the first time we spoke of Olympus, the night the stars spun tales of power and betrayal, of dreams woven into the very fabric of the cosmos. Cassia had laughed then, a sound like glass shattering, wild and free. "Imagine it," she said, eyes sparkling with mischief, "a place where gods bicker over which mortal to favor, while we toil and bleed below. What a farce! A farce!" Yet here we stood, on the brink of that divine stage, and all the absurdity had turned into a nightmare. I could feel the ghosts of ancient conflicts swirling around us, caught in the wind, whispering secrets of madness and ambition. "What if they don't want to talk?" I asked, the words slipping from my lips like shadows, dark and foreboding. The thought clenched my throat, a tightening noose. The legend spoke of their wrath, of Zeus hurling thunderbolts with the flick of his wrist, of Hera's jealousy manifesting as storms that ravaged the earth. I swallowed hard, glancing at Cassia and Adonis, their faces illuminated by the flickering glow of our makeshift fire, shadows dancing like specters around us. "They will talk," Adonis said, a stubbornness woven into his tone. "If we're bold enough to speak." "Bold or foolish?" Cassie retorted, and for a fleeting moment, I saw the old spark ignite in her eyes. But it flickered, dimmed by the weight of reality. The ground quaked, a deep rumble that reverberated under our feet, and the air grew thick, electric. It was like the heartbeat of some ancient beast awakening, and fear clawed at my insides. In that moment, I wished for the comfort of ignorance, for the bliss of not knowing what awaited us. I remembered the tales of the Titans, of how they were cast from Olympus, their cries echoing through the ages. What if we were to join them? Before I could voice my fears, a flash of light cut through the clouds, bright and blinding, illuminating the mountain with an ethereal glow. Shapes began to form within the radiance, figures draped in robes that shimmered like the surface of a restless sea. They emerged, one by one, their faces both familiar and terrifying, a gallery of gods and goddesses, each a reflection of our deepest anxieties and wildest dreams. And then, there they were, Zeus, his presence commanding, Hera, regal and unforgiving, Poseidon, waves crashing in his wake. Each god's gaze pierced through the veil of time, holding centuries of expectation and judgment. "What brings mortals to my domain?" thundered Zeus, his voice a tempest that made the ground shake beneath us. "We came to reason," Adonis declared, though every ounce of his bravado felt like a fragile facade. "To understand why?" Hera interrupted, her voice lilting and sharp as a blade. "Why should we care for the whims of mortals? You exist to serve our needs, not the other way around." Cassia stepped forward, emboldened by something deep within, the whisper of defiance, perhaps. "But we are not mere puppets. We are not bound to your whims. We have dreams, too, love, loss, hope. You think you can wield our lives like a game of dice? We refuse to be your playthings." The silence that fell was deafening, the gods' gazes like knives, cutting through the air. I held my breath, caught in the tides of fate. I wanted to scream, to run, to hide, but there was nowhere left to go. "Then you must face the consequences," Zeus said, his voice thunderous, reverberating through the very marrow of the mountain. I could feel time constricting, a serpent tightening its grip. The weight of choice hung heavy, suffocating as we stood before the titans of our own making, the embodiment of our fears and desires. And in that moment, I understood. We were not just mortals, we were the architects of our own destinies, caught in the web of gods and monsters, shadows and light, dreams and nightmares. As the confrontation loomed, the air thick with unspoken words and unyielding truths, I sensed the cosmic dance of fate spinning around us, an inescapable rhythm that pulled me deeper into the abyss. The night glimmered with stars that held ancient stories, and I realized that perhaps, just perhaps, we were meant to rewrite the tales that had tethered us. And though the outcome was unknown, one truth remained: we were alive, and in that very heartbeat, we were powerful. The gods could hear our voices rise against the tempest, shattered echoes of humanity, defiant and unyielding, ready to claim our place in the symphony of existence. As the confrontation began, I felt the pulse of time quicken, and the air shimmered with possibility, an unending cycle of struggle and triumph, echoing across the heavens. Thunder rumbled through the cavernous skies above Olympus, a low growl of discontent. I stood there, breathless, heart pounding like a war drum, watching as the storm swirled with an intensity that mirrored the turmoil among the gods. Lightning flickered, illuminating the sweat-drenched faces of my brethren, their eyes reflecting the chaos that brewed not only in the heavens but within their very souls. Betrayal. Ambition. Fear. The air tasted of ozone and desperation, a cocktail of emotions ready to ignite. "Why have you returned, Hermes?" Alecto's voice sliced through the tension like a blade, her dark eyes glinting with malice. She stood at the edge of the storm, a tempest of her own making, casting a shadow that stretched like a spider's web across the assembly. I felt the weight of her gaze, 1,000 questions hanging unasked in the electric air, yet one loomed larger than the rest: loyalty. Hermes, the messenger, shifted uneasily, the very embodiment of uncertainty. Because I have to." His voice cracked, trembling like the fragile strings of fate. Once a beacon of light and laughter, now he bore the heavy burden of secrets, the weight crumpling his shoulders. I could see it in him, the struggle between duty and the desire to flee, the internal war that raged with each heartbeat. Alecto laughed, a sound as hollow as the void between stars. "To whom do you owe your allegiance? Us? Or him?" She nodded toward the throne, where Zeus sat, an imposing figure wrapped in shadows and thunder, the very image of authority yet cloaked in the doubts of his own making. His eyes, once warm and inviting, now felt like the icy grip of winter, piercing and unyielding. I remembered the tales, the stories of his ascendants. How he had overthrown Cronus, the Titan father who swallowed his own children in fear of being overthrown. I remembered the blood, the screams, the power coursing through Zeus like a drug, intoxicating and corrupting. But now, as he sat there, I saw a flicker of doubt, a crack in the armor of a once invincible god. "Are you with me?" Zeus's voice boomed, resonating in the air, but there was a quiver beneath it, a thread of uncertainty that gnawed at the edges of his authority. It echoed, a question he seemed to ask not just of Hermes but of every god present. The weight of it hung thickly between us, a palpable thing that tightened my chest. I felt the tension swell like a tide, rising higher with each passing second. What if Alecto's tone shifted, laced with a chilling sweetness? What if there's a better way? Her words dripped with poison, a siren's call that beckoned to those who longed for power and revenge, who felt the sting of being overlooked, underestimated. I caught Hermes's eye, saw the flicker of fear and defiance. He was a reflection of us all, those yearning for acceptance, for validation in a world ruled by a god whose very essence was authority. "You can't trust her," he burst, his voice raw, desperation clawing at his throat. "This isn't just about us. It's about the balance, the fate of all." I watched the clash unfold, emotions flaring like wildfire. Alecto's smile twisted, her piercing gaze fixed on Hermes, eyes dark and depthless, as if she could swallow him whole. "Do you really think Zeus cares for balance? For anything beyond his throne?" The words dripped like acid, corroding the fragile threads of unity we had fought so hard to build. "Stop!" I shouted, the word echoing against the mountains, a plea wrapped in fear. "We can't let this consume us." We can't be pawns in this Game of Thrones. My heart raced as I looked at them, two souls intertwined in a dance of power and consequence, their fates woven tighter with every heartbeat. Zeus's brow furrowed, the weight of a titan pressing down on his brow. "I am your king," he said, but I felt the tremor in his voice, the uncertainty lurking beneath the surface. How long could he hold this facade? We were not merely subjects to his reign, we were his family, his kin. And yet, the shadows of his past loomed large, threatening to engulf us all. I felt the rush of memories crashing against me like waves against the rocks, epic battles fought, friendships forged, and the inevitable betrayals that followed. The gods we once were, bright and untouchable, had become tarnished by ambition and pride. "We must unite," I urged, desperation clawing at my throat. "We cannot let the darkness divide us. We are stronger together." Yet the storm raged on, a reflection of our fractured hearts. Each clash of thunder echoed the discord that simmered just below the surface. I could feel the cracks forming in our fragile alliance, a fracture threatening to spiral into chaos. "I remember," I whispered, more to myself than to them. "I remember when we fought side by side, when our laughter filled the halls of Olympus. When did we become shadows of our former selves?" The air thickened, silence wrapping around us like a funeral shroud, the weight of memories too heavy to bear. "Join me, Hermes," Alecto's voice was a silken whisper, seductive and dangerous. "Together, we can rewrite the story. We can be more than cogs in his machine." The temptation hung in the air, swaying like a pendulum, a choice dangling before him like the fabled apple of discord. The world around us seemed to tremble, the energy shifting, swirling, coiling tighter with each passing moment. I could feel it in my bones, the inevitability of the confrontation to come. The atmosphere crackled with tension, the ground beneath us quaking with the weight of our choices. Zeus's grip on his thunderbolt tightened, a flash of anger igniting within him. "You think I won't defend what is mine?" His voice boomed, a clash of thunder that reverberated through the very fabric of Olympus. Yet, I saw the flicker of fear behind his fierce gaze. The fear of losing it all. I knew then we were on the brink, teetering between the past we once cherished and the uncertain future that loomed ahead. The storm raged on, a metaphor for our very souls, and I realized there was more at stake than mere power. There were bonds to be forged or shattered, destinies to be claimed or lost forever. "Choose wisely," I breathed, the weight of my own uncertainty crashing down upon me. "For what lies ahead could change us all." The words hung in the air, charged and electric, as we stood on the precipice of destiny, our hearts pounding as one, each beat a reminder that the fight for authority among the gods was only just beginning. The flames flickered widely in the hearth, casting shadows that danced like lost souls across the walls of the dimly lit temple. Hestia stood there, her heart an unyielding drum, her gaze locked on the flickering embers, each spark a reminder of warmth long extinguished. It was in this moment, the air thick with the scent of smoke and something unnameable, that her solitude was shattered. "Hestia!" The voice of Hera, sharp and commanding, sliced through the stillness like a knife, demanding attention, demanding acknowledgement. Hestia turned slowly, her brow furrowed in confusion. Hera stood at the doorway, framed by the darkness that hung like a shroud behind her. The regal goddess radiated tension, her eyes sparking with a fury that felt almost palpable. "They're coming for us, Hestia. They want us to bow, to yield." There was an urgency in her tone, a raw edge that echoed with the weight of responsibility. Blood coursed through Hestia's veins like ice, her heartbeat a frantic reminder of what was at stake. I remember when Olympus was a sanctuary, a place of warmth and laughter, not a battleground. The memories clung to her like ghosts, haunting and bittersweet. But now? Now, all she felt was the chill of impending chaos. Hera stepped closer, her voice softening just enough to reveal the cracks beneath her fierce exterior. "And yet, we are pulled into this tempest, dragged into the shadows by forces beyond us. Demeter, she is losing herself." The name hung in the air like a curse, heavy with unspoken grief. In the depths of the earth, Demeter was a spectre of despair, her spirit entwined with the roots of the world she nourished. I remember the day she laughed, Hestia whispered, a tremor in her voice. Her laughter was the sound of sunlight breaking through the clouds. But that laughter had long since faded, replaced by a silence that echoed through the fields, barren and desolate. Now, she sits in darkness, mourning the loss of her daughter, her heart a barren landscape. Hera's voice cracked, revealing the vulnerable goddess beneath the armor of power. I fear she may never rise again. The thought of Demeter, once vibrant and full of life, reduced to a shadow, twisted in Hestia's gut like a dagger. The flames in the hearth roared, an anxious reflection of the turmoil within them. Hestia stepped forward, her fists clenched, her resolve solidifying. We must reach her. We must remind her of the light before it's too late. Her mind raced, recalling the whispers of the earth, the faint murmurs of life that still thrummed beneath the surface. But Hera shook her head, a tempest brewing in her eyes. What if she doesn't want to be found? Each word was a shard of glass, cutting through Hestia's heart. What if our love is not enough to pull her from the abyss? The fear was a living thing, wrapping around them, choking them. I remember, Hestia began, her voice a soft plea, I remember the way we used to gather, the way we held each other through storms. We were fierce together. But with Demeter trapped in the depths of her sorrow and Hera struggling to hold the reins of Olympus, that fierce unity felt like a distant memory, a dream slipping through her fingers. The temple felt alive, the walls trembling with the weight of their emotions. Shadows flickered and twisted, revealing glimpses of their shared past, the laughter, the warm oath, the sisterhood that once bound them. I need you both, Hestia breathed, and the words echoed like a prayer, heavy with desperation. We can't let the darkness swallow us whole. The storm inside Hera raged, the tension crackling in the air like static. And if we fail? Her voice was soft but fierce, laced with the bitterness of doubt. Hestia stepped closer, closing the distance between them. Then we go down fighting. But we cannot lose hope. Not now. The firelight danced in her eyes, igniting a flicker of determination in Hera's heart. Suddenly, a blast of cold wind rushed through the temple, snuffing out the flames. Darkness engulfed them, a palpable void that pressed against their skin. Demeter! Hestia called into the blackness, her voice trembling but defiant. We are here. The echoes of her words faded into silence, swallowed by the shadows that pressed closer. They stood together, shrouded in darkness, each heartbeat a whisper of courage. But the shadows were alive, pulsing with despair, each flicker of doubt threatening to snuff out their resolve. We must go to her, Hestia repeated, her voice resolute, igniting a spark of rebellion against the encroaching gloom. With a single nod, Hera joined her, the fire slowly returning to their spirits, illuminating the path ahead. Together, they summoned their strength, hearts beating as one, ready to face whatever lay beyond. But the shadows had eyes, and they watched, waiting for a moment of weakness, a crack in their armor. And somewhere, deep in the earth, Demeter lingered, a ghost of her former self. The weight of the world pressed on her shoulders, her heart a desolate garden of pain. Mother, where are you? She called into the void, her voice breaking under the strain of longing. The darkness answered her with silence, a cruel reminder of everything lost. Yet above her, Hestia and Hera pressed on, their bond a flickering flame against the encroaching night. They would reach her, they had to, before the shadows consumed them all. The clock ticked, every second a heartbeat a promise of hope. And in that moment, the world held its breath, waiting for the clash of light and darkness, for the rekindling of love and the fight against despair. Their journey had begun, the path winding through darkness, but the light of sisterhood shimmered just ahead, promising salvation, hope, and the possibility of a new dawn. The air crackled with tension, a storm brewing in the hearts of those assembled in the great hall. Shadows danced frantically against the stone walls, and the scent of damp earth mingled with the heavy perfume of roses, a twisted homage to the wedding that had turned into a battlefield. The murmurs of the crowd swelled, a cacophony of hushed voices, each word a sharp blade that cut through the silence. I stood there, a silent witness, my heart pounding like a war drum, each beat echoing the weight of what was to come. Hera, the bride, stood at the altar, a radiant figure draped in white silk, yet her eyes, those eyes, were stormy seas of defiance and despair. She shifted slightly, her fingers trembling as they gripped the fabric of her gown, a stark contrast to the fiery resolve that crackled just beneath the surface. She was no mere bride, she was a queen in the making, and her marriage was a calculated move in a game far more dangerous than love. Across from her, Zeus, the god of thunder, stared with an intensity that burned. His presence loomed like a storm cloud, overwhelming yet captivating. The room felt small beneath his gaze, and I could almost taste the electricity in the air. But underneath his bravado lay a trembling vulnerability, a fear of losing what he had yet to truly possess. He wanted Hera, yes, but more than that, he wanted power, an empire built on the fragile foundation of her love. I could almost hear the whispers of the gods, mocking him, warning him of the storm brewing within her heart. I remember the moment when Hera's breath hitched, and the world around us faded. With a voice that could command the heavens, she spoke, "Do you think love is enough to bind us together, Zeus? Do you believe I am simply an ornament in your grand design?" Each word was a carefully crafted arrow, aimed directly at the heart of their fragile alliance. Zeus, momentarily taken aback, clenched his fists, knuckles white against the gilded edges of the altar. His voice, when it came, was low and rumbling, like distant thunder. "Hera, you know what this union means. Together, we can rule, we can reshape the cosmos." His desperation seeped through, a crack in the armor of bravado. The crowd shifted nervously, as if anticipating an explosion. The air was electric, thick with the tension of unspoken fears and dreams unfulfilled. Hera's laughter rang out, sharp and bitter, cutting through the heavy air like a dagger. "And what will become of me in your grand vision? A queen without a kingdom? A goddess draped in silks, suffocated by your shadow?" The word slipped from her lips, venomous yet cloaked in a haunting beauty. I could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes, the realization that their destinies were interwoven, yet ever so fragile. In that moment, I could feel the weight of history pressing down on us, centuries of power, betrayal, and heartache swirling like ghosts in the corners of the hall. The whispers of the past echoed in my ears, tales of love twisted into chains, passion turned to ashes in the wake of ambition. I caught glimpses of ancestors long forgotten, their faces etched with sorrow, their dreams crushed under the weight of power dynamics that had persisted through the ages. But beneath their conflict lay an undeniable spark, a dangerous chemistry that crackled like wildfire. Even as Hera fought against the chains of expectation, I felt the pull of her heart toward Zeus, an attraction as complex and chaotic as the tempest that surrounded them. I could see it in the way her breath quickened when he drew closer, in the flicker of longing that ignited in her eyes, even as she fought to break free. With a suddenness that took my breath away, Hera stepped forward, her voice steady but laced with an undercurrent of fury. "I refuse to be your pawn, Zeus. I am not a vessel for your ambitions. I will not be silenced, not now, not ever." Her words echoed against the cold stone, reverberating through the hearts of all who dared to listen. But as her declaration hung in the air, something shifted. A hush fell over the crowd, the kind of silence that fills you with dread, as if the universe itself was holding its breath. It was then that I saw it, the flicker of fear in Zeus's eyes, a crack in the facade of his power. He was not just a god, he was a man, terrified of the unraveling threads of his carefully woven tapestry. In that charged moment, I could feel the universe pulling them closer, a magnetic force that defied reason. A collision was imminent, a storm of emotions brewing between them. The ground beneath us trembled, and for a heartbeat, the air was thick with the promise of despair and raw passion. Yet, even as hope ignited, so too did the threat of betrayal linger like a shadow. "Will you fight me, then?" Zeus's voice was a low growl, deep and resonant, but I sensed the tremor beneath. "Will you challenge the very fabric of fate?" "Fight you?" Hera's laugh was wild now, unrestrained. "No, my dear Zeus. I will not fight. I will rise." Her eyes glinted with a fierce determination, a fire that threatened to consume all in its path. The moment held its breath, and I knew with gut-wrenching certainty that this was only the beginning. Love tangled with power, ambition clashed with desire, and destiny loomed large, waiting to ensnare them both in its relentless grip. Unseen forces were at play, threads of fate weaving an intricate dance that neither could escape. As the hall trembled with the weight of their words, I was rooted in place, unable to tear my gaze away from the storm that was about to unleash itself. The air crackled with anticipation, an imminent clash of titans fueled by passion and pride, a reckoning that would reverberate through time. And so, as the shadows deepened and the clock ticked on, I braced myself, knowing that the rise of Hera would not merely alter the course of their lives, it would shatter the fragile balance of power that had long held sway over gods and mortals alike. The stage was set, and the world would never be the same again. The storm raged like a wounded beast, thrashing against the cliffs, waves crashing with the fury of 1,000 heartbeats. I stood there, breathless, as the salt of the ocean mingled with the desperation in the air, each gust of wind a chilling whisper of Poseidon himself, the god who ruled the depths. There, in that unforgiving moment, I felt the weight of 1,000 souls lost to the sea, sailors, lovers, children, all swallowed by the relentless tide. I remember the night my brother, Marcus, vanished beneath the waves, his fate sealed by the merciless grip of Poseidon. I remember the cries of my mother, a wail that shattered the very fabric of my being, echoing like a haunting refrain. He was my anchor, she would say, her voice trembling, her eyes hollow. Now, the sea has claimed him. The ocean was not just water, it was a graveyard, a sanctuary, a tempest of emotion swirling beneath its surface. I could taste the salty tears of the ocean, feel its heartbeat pulsating through the ground, thrumming in my veins. As I stood on that edge, I could almost hear Marcus's laughter, a ghostly echo dancing in the wind. He would have loved this storm, loved the thrill of defying Poseidon, pushing boundaries, testing limits. But I was not like him, my spirit trembled with fear where his soared with passion. And then there was Helena, my childhood friend, her face a canvas of resolve and despair. She stood beside me, her hair whipping around her like a storm itself, wild and untamed. "We have to go in," she said, her voice steady yet fragile, a strange mix of courage and recklessness that struck a chord deep within me. "We can't let him take any more." I wanted to shake her, to pull her back from the edge of madness. "He's dead, Helena. He's gone." But the fire in her eyes spoke of something I could not understand, something that pulled her deeper into the abyss, where Poseidon whispered promises of vengeance and justice. The ocean roared, and I felt my heart race in time with the crashing waves. "You don't know what you're asking," I shouted, desperation lacing my words. "The sea is unforgiving. It will consume you, too." "Better to be consumed than to let him take more from us," she replied, her voice a fierce melody, a battle cry against fate itself. The storm swirled around us, the wind shrieking like a banshee, and for a fleeting moment, I admired her bravery. Or was it madness? I wasn't sure anymore. The sea was Poseidon's realm, but it was also ours, witness to our joys, our grief, our hopes, and our heartbreaks. I remembered lying on the beach, the sun warm against our skin, Marcus teaching us how to fish. "You have to let the line go loose," he told us, his laughter like music, a symphony of innocence. "Trust the ocean, and it will give you what you need." I can still see his eyes sparkling with mischief, the way he cast the line into the blue, casting our dreams into the vast unknown. But that trust was gone now, replaced with a gnawing fear of Poseidon's wrath, a fear that clung to me like a shroud. With a deep breath, I turned to Helena, searching her face for reason. "You don't have to do this. We can find another way." But deep down, I knew that was a lie. The sea had taken too much from us. It had robbed us of Marcus, and now it threatened to consume Helena, too. "You'll find nothing but death," I said, my voice trembling. "The sea only gives back what it chooses. You can stay here, paralyzed by fear, or you can fight," she shot back, tears mingling with the rain that fell like daggers. "I choose to fight." The confrontation hung thick in the air, a tension so raw it felt like a tangible force pushing us towards the edge. I could almost see Marcus's face in the rolling waves, his laughter transformed into a haunting echo that begged for resolution. The ocean was alive, and it watched us. It savored our pain, our sorrow, our longing for closure. With a surge of adrenaline, Helena took a step towards the cliff's edge, the waves crashing below, beckoning her like a siren's call. "I can't let him take more from us," she screamed into the tempest, her voice a fragile thread against the might of Poseidon. In that moment, I saw her, my brave, reckless Elena, a reflection of my fears, my regrets. She was every bit the warrior I wished to be, every bit the friend I wished I could save. The ocean was a heartless judge, and I was caught in the crossfire, torn between saving her and facing the very depths of my own despair. The storm intensified, wind howling like a beast unleashed. It felt as if Poseidon himself was rising, fury crackling through the air. "Elena!" I cried, desperation clawing at my throat. "Don't do this." But she was already lost, her spirit entwined with the raging sea, a dance of chaos and courage. The waves crashed higher, as if reaching for her, eager to claim another life, another victim. I stood frozen, my heart pounding, each beat a drum echoing the battle between fear and love, between loss and hope. The ocean roared, the wind shrieked, and for a moment, it felt like time had stopped. All that remained was the unyielding force of Poseidon, looming over us like a malevolent god, waiting for a sacrifice to satiate his hunger. And just then, a shadow flickered beneath the surface, something glimmering, a hint of what lay beneath the waves. A warning. A promise. I felt the tide shifting, the world around me warping into something unrecognizable, something filled with danger and desire. "Whatever comes next, we face it together," Elena shouted, her voice rising above the storm. And I knew, in that moment, that the battle had only just begun. The sea was watching, waiting, and we were drawn closer to the edge, closer to the heart of Poseidon himself, a heart that pulsed with the fury of the ocean, a heart that held our fate in its grasp. And so, the dance with the god of the sea began, a relentless tide of emotions, swirling and crashing, dragging us ever further into its depths. A dim, flickering light cast shadows that danced across the damp stone walls, each flicker a heartbeat, a reminder that nothing in this forsaken place was ever truly still. I stood at the threshold, breath caught in my throat, as the air grew thick with the scent of decay and despair. The silence was a living thing, pressing against my skin, wrapping around me like a shroud. Was it the weight of the underworld or my own regret that made my heart race? Distant wails echoed through the darkness, a haunting symphony of souls longing for the warmth of the sun, for the kiss of the wind. I remembered, each cry was a reminder of their chains, of the relentless grip of Hade's dominion. I clutched my arms, feeling the chill seep into my bones, and whispered, "Why are you here?" But the question was directed at myself, not the shadows that thrummed with their own kind of pain. I had come for answers, but here, in this brooding abyss, all I found was breath-stealing fear and the acrid taste of loss. Phantoms swirled around me, their eyes like coal embers, flickering with unspent anger, regret, longing. They were trapped in a limbo of their own making, just as I was. I was not alone. Beside me stood Orpheus, his face a mask of anguish. His fingers trembled, poised above the lyre that had once summoned melodies sweeter than honey. Now, the strings held only echoes, ghosts of the past reverberating in the air. "I remember her laugh," he murmured, the shadow swallowing his words. "I remember the way her smile could light up the darkest corners of my soul." The memory crushed him, a boulder of grief lodged in his chest. I could see it, the way his shoulders hunched, burdened by the weight of loss. Eurydice, the name hung between us like a noose, taut and threatening. He had ventured into these depths to reclaim her, to defy the finality of death, a foolish dream, perhaps, but how could one measure love against despair? Yet, standing next to him, I felt the weight of my own heartbreak. I had lost too, the kind of loss that twists your insides, that keeps you awake at night, drowning in an ocean of what I ess. There was a time when I believed I could outrun my mistakes, but here, in this netherworld, every choice loomed large, a spectre of my own making. "Why do we torment ourselves?" I asked, my voice a whisper lost in the shadows. "Why do we come back to these memories, knowing the pain they'll cause?" Hate rose from his throne, an unsettling figure cloaked in darkness, his voice a cold caress. "Because, dear souls, pain is the only proof of life." His eyes, two black holes of despair, bored into us. "You think you can escape your ghosts? You bring them with you, always." I shuddered, for he spoke the truth wrapped in bitterness. The ghosts of my past danced tauntingly, every mistake, every regret a reminder that I was never free. Orpheus clenched his jaw, defiance blooming in his chest. "I will not bow to this despair," he declared, though his voice trembled like the strings of his lyre. But Hades only chuckled, a sound that echoed like the tolling of a bell, both foreboding and sardonic. "You wish to reclaim what you cannot hold. A fool's errand, Orpheus. Love cannot conquer all." In that moment, I felt the tremor of his words rattle my very essence. I remembered the nights spent longing, hoping for a love that had slipped through my fingers like sand. What if love is our only weapon? I countered, the fire igniting in my chest. What if it is the only thing that makes us human? Human! Hades spat the word like a curse. You think humanity is defined by love? No, it is chaos and destruction, the darkest corners of the heart set free. With every word, I felt the oppressive weight of the underworld closing in, shadows weaving tighter around me. Orpheus made a choice then, not for himself but for Eurydice. He lifted his lyre, the strings vibrating with an intensity that cracked the silence, a desperate plea that echoed through the void. The music poured out, a cascade of sorrow and longing that twisted through the air like a serpent. It wrapped around the spirits, lifting them, touching their hearts with the bittersweet memories of love. I could see it in their eyes, the flicker of hope igniting like a spark in the dark. Eurydice, he sang, his voice raw and trembling. I will find you. But as the last note faded into the suffocating silence, a sense of dread pooled in my stomach. The shadows pulsed, thrumming with a life of their own. Hades' gaze narrowed, and I could feel the tremors of impending doom. Foolish child, Hades hissed, and the walls of the underworld seemed to quake in response. You play with fire, and the flames will consume you. I knew then that we stood on the precipice of something terrible, the tension thick and electric. It was a fragile thread we danced upon, love versus despair, hope against the darkness. Orpheus' determination radiated like a beacon, but the shadows crept closer, hungry for extinguished dreams. Remember, Hades whispered, the deeper you delve into the light, the darker the shadows. I was swept into the turmoil, feeling both the oppressive weight of history and the aching desire for redemption. I remembered, the memories came crashing in, unyielding and relentless. I remembered my own battles with love, with loss, with the very essence of what it meant to be alive, here and now, in this cursed underworld. And just as the storm within me reached its crescendo, the ground beneath us trembled, threatening to swallow us whole. Orpheus' song lingered in the air, a bittersweet reminder that sometimes, the fight was all there was. The tension coiled tighter, each breath a countdown to a moment that could change everything. The shadows loomed, the music echoed, and I stood at the crossroads of despair and hope, caught in the luminous dance of love and loss, waiting for that final note to fall. The air crackled, thick with tension, as a shadow cast itself across the very heart of Olympus. It was not a gentle dusk but a turbulent eclipse, a dark omen swirling above. Thunder rolled, a pulse of divine power resonating, setting hearts ablaze with awe and dread. In a hidden chamber, beneath the weight of celestial light, a soul teetered on the brink of creation. I remember that silence, the breath held tight, the stillness so profound it felt alive, mocking the chaos outside. It whispered secrets, echoing my deepest fears. I stood there, trembling, knowing something monumental was about to unfold, yet unable to grasp the enormity of it all. In that moment, Zeus, king of gods, held his breath, his eyes a tempest of turmoil and anticipation. He was not a god-philosopher, perched carefully atop ethereal musings. No, he was a father, wrestling with the jagged edges of his own mortality, feeling the weight of what it meant to create. The echoes of his past rushed in like a flood, each memory a wave crashing against the rocky shore of his heart. The women he'd wronged, the lives entwined in his reckless pursuit of desire, haunted him like restless spirits. How could he shape a being of wisdom when he himself was so flawed, so fallible? And there was Metis, the one who had slipped between his fingers, a goddess of wisdom, now confined within the belly of his own making. I felt her presence, a mixture of defiance and resignation, writhing in the shadows, a tempest battling against the confines of fate. She was the very embodiment of thought, the flickering flame of intellect brimming with the promise of greatness. Yet here she was, caught in a web of Zeus's own design, a prisoner of love and power, twisted by the very hands that had once cradled her. I remember, Metis whispered softly, the laughter we shared, the light that we forged together. But what is laughter without freedom? What is love without truth? Her words sliced through the tension, and I felt the pang of sorrow for the choices they made, choices that would echo through time like stones cast into a still pond, rippling outward, altering destinies. The clock ticked in the background, each second a hammering heartbeat, each minute an inevitable sigh. As the moment stretched, the air thickened, suffocating, impenetrable. I could taste the bitter tang of fear mingling with hope. Could it be possible? Could wisdom arise from this tumult? Would Athena, the goddess of strategy and warfare, be born from such chaos? And then, like a bolt of lightning cleaving the sky, it happened. With a roar that shook the very foundations of Olympus, Zeus unleashed his power, a force so primal and raw it felt like the earth itself had opened beneath my feet. In that instant, Metis screamed, not in despair but in a feral cry of joy and defiance. She surrendered to the storm, a tempest of love, agony, and fierce determination, her essence melding with his, creating something utterly, irrevocably new. I felt the air shift, a palpable charge igniting the space around me. I could see it, shimmering on the edge of reality, a figure taking shape within the chaos, crafted from the depths of heartache and brilliance. Athena emerged, not from the womb of flesh but from the union of thought and power, a being radiating an aura of strength and wisdom that made my bones tremble. She was born in a cacophony of light and shadow, her first cry a battle cry that rang through the heavens, an echo of all the fears, the hopes, the shattered dreams that led to her creation. In that moment, I saw her, fierce and unyielding, but also achingly human, with the weight of the world resting heavily on her shoulders. She was both warrior and sage, poised between the realms of conflict and peace, a living paradox. As she opened her eyes, the cosmos shifted, stars aligning in a new constellation that spoke of destiny, challenges, and an uncertain future. I felt their connection, an unbreakable bond between mother and daughter, a legacy forged in the crucible of sacrifice. But shadows loomed, lurking at the edges of her brilliance, shadows of doubt and fear that threatened to swallow her whole. Would she rise above her lineage, or would she be consumed by the very power that birthed her? Zeus, trembling with awe and uncertainty, reached toward her, the essence of a father wrestling with the knowledge that greatness can come at a cost. "My daughter," he murmured, voice thick with emotion, "you are the culmination of wisdom and might. But remember, with such power comes an endless weight." "No, father," Athena replied, her voice steady, yet laced with the tremor of unspoken fears. "It is not the weight of power that burdens me, but the fear of failing to wield it justly." I could see her fire, the heart of a warrior tempered by the mind of a sage. It was a fragile light flickering against the encroaching darkness, a beacon in the tempest. And suddenly, I was thrust back into the chaos, the storm outside the chamber raging against the walls of Olympus. The world quaked, and I could see it, a distant battle brewing, gods and mortals intertwined in a dance of destruction. The birth of Athena was not just an event, it was a declaration, a promise that wisdom would rise from the ashes of chaos. The heavens would tremble, and the earth would quake, and through it all, one truth remained: in the shadows of greatness lies the ever-looming specter of sacrifice. I felt the intensity of the moment intensify, rising like the swell of an ocean tide. I could not look away. I was ensnared, caught in the tumult of creation, the heart of Olympus beating with a desperate rhythm. Would she lead us to glory, or were we destined to repeat the mistakes of the past? The answer lingered, a whisper in the storm, echoing in the chasms of time, leaving me breathless and yearning for more. The thunder cracked through the night, a roar, guttural roar that shook the earth beneath my feet. I stood in the shadows, the air heavy with the scent of rain-soaked soil and the promise of something unimaginable. Lightning sliced through the black sky, illuminating the figures that danced in the distance, their bodies twisted in a violent ballet, a storm of chaos and creation. The heartbeat of the world thrummed in my ears, a reminder of the fragile thread of existence teetering on the edge of oblivion. I remember the first time I saw her, Alizia, a woman born of starlight and sorrow, eyes reflecting the cosmos, cradling dreams like fragile glass. She was a flame in the darkness, a whisper of hope amidst the shadows of despair. She stood on the precipice of a decision, her hands trembling, caught between the urgency of the moment and the weight of her choices. I could see it then, the conflict twisting her features into a mask of anguish, the very essence of humanity hung in the balance. "Do I dare?" she murmured, her voice barely a whisper, as if speaking might summon the gods themselves. The wind seemed to pause, holding its breath, waiting for her response, for the universe to unfold in spirals of dreams and nightmares. Beside her, Theron, a man forged in the fires of his own regret, watched with a heart heavy with both love and fear. His hands were calloused from labor, but his soul was tender, haunted by the ghosts of decisions made and unmade. He had wanted to be a creator, too. "Alysia, you have to decide," he said, desperation lacing his words, "or we will lose everything." The tremor in his voice echoed the thunder above, merging their fates in a symphony of chaos. The sky seemed to echo his sentiment, dark clouds swirling with the unspoken tension, the promise of destruction. In that moment, I felt the clash of their emotions, a tempest that could either birth a new dawn for humanity or plunge them into eternal darkness. Zeus, with his eyes like storms and a heart of thunder, was watching. Watching and waiting. Humanity, he had once mused, his voice booming like a crashing wave. What a fragile thing, teetering between greatness and ruin. Each word struck like a hammer on the anvil of fate, forging destinies in the fires of Olympus. He knew their hearts would dance on the edge of a blade, and he reveled in the chaos it brought. The storm raged on, lightning illuminating the world in flashes as if the gods themselves were painting a canvas of despair and hope. Alysia turned to Theron, her expression raw, a mix of longing and fear. "What if I fail?" she asked, her voice a tremor, a flicker of doubt that cut through the night. "What if I am not enough?" In her eyes, I saw the weight of ages, a longing for connection, for understanding, for something more than survival. It was the very essence of humanity, the yearning to create, to love, to be seen. It sent a chill down my spine, a reminder of the fragile nature of existence. And yet, Theron stepped closer, the space between them crackling with unspoken words. "You are enough, Alysia. You have always been enough." The resolve in his voice ignited something in her, flickers of light breaking through the darkness that threatened to swallow them whole. But just as hope began to bloom, the clouds above roiled, a clash of titans. Zeus's presence loomed larger, invisible yet palpable. He didn't create out of whimsy, his actions were deliberate, a cosmic game, each move calculated, each moment ripe with consequence. He relished the chaos, the heart-wrenching decisions that shaped mortals. As the storm intensified, Alysia closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of rain and earth filling her lungs, a primal connection to existence itself. "If I create, will I be alone?" she whispered, vulnerability spilling from her lips like a confession, raw and unfiltered. "No," Theron replied, voice steady, as if anchoring her to reality, to the breath of life. "You will create with love. We will create together." And in that moment, they were united, not just in flesh and blood, but in spirit, a bond that transcended the chaos around them. I could feel it, the energy swirling, a force so potent it threatened to burst forth, to break the chains of despair binding humanity to the earth. Then, the skies opened up, rain cascading down with the fury of 1,000 lost souls, each drop a reminder of the sacrifices made, the choices left unmade. Alysia opened her eyes, reflecting the storm within, fierce and unyielding. "I will create," she declared, voice rising above the thunder, a battle cry that resonated through the night. The ground beneath us trembled, the very fabric of existence swaying, and I felt the universe hold its breath. Time seemed to warp, twisting and bending, memories rushing forth like ghosts eager to be acknowledged. When Alysia stepped forward, hands outstretched, the very air shimmered with potential, the world caught in the exhale before the plunge. And then, Zeus unleashed his fury, a bolt of pure lightning striking the earth, illuminating the figures before me, frozen in a tableau of choice and consequence. They stood on the brink, shadows dancing around them, the pulse of the universe thrumming with every heartbeat. I could feel the weight of their choices, the swirling emotions that bound them together in this moment of creation, of hope, of fear. The sky cracked again, a raw scream of thunder, and I knew that as they stood poised to create, the very essence of humanity would be shaped by their hands. In that breathless moment, I felt the world shift, the balance teetering on the edge of oblivion. And as the storm raged on, I could only hold on, heart racing, every pulse echoing the chaos, the creation, the undeniable truth of life itself. The air crackles with tension, each breath laden with the weight of unspoken fears. I stand at the precipice of chaos, the distant glow of fire flickering like a heartbeat against the night sky, a heartbeat that reverberates through me, steady yet wild, a reminder of the power I unleashed. The flames dance, serpentine and seductive, casting shadows that twist and contort into nightmarish shapes. It feels as though the very essence of creation and destruction is swirling around me, whispering secrets I can neither grasp nor ignore. Lucia is there, her voice rising above the crackle of the fire, desperation threading through her words. You can't just throw it all away, Marcus. We had a plan. Her hands tremble, framing her face, her eyes bright and fierce yet underlyingly sorrowful. She stands on the knife's edge of fear and fury, a warrior trapped in a war of her own making. I can see it in the glimmer of her irises, the shimmering spectre of dreams deferred, of futures that now lie fracturing like glass beneath the weight of our choices. I remember when we first spoke about fire, curled under the stars like two children in a world that felt infinite. Fire is life, I had said, my voice dripping with an eagerness to conquer the universe. It opens doors. It brings warmth. It creates. But those words feel like ashes now, scattered into the wind, and I can't help but wonder if I was ever right. I glance toward the inferno, the flames licking at the sky, and feel the pang of guilt swell within me, a gnawing beast with claws of regret. And then there's Elias, caught in the crosshairs of our chaos, skin glistening with sweat, eyes wide with horror. Stop! Just stop, both of you. His voice cuts through the tension like a knife, but it's a fragile sound, trembling at the edges. He's the peacemaker, the one who always believed that love could conquer all. But love feels so distant now, like a fading echo in this landscape of fire and ruin. I can see the betrayal in his eyes, I can feel it gnawing at his soul. He trusted me. He believed in the dream. I remember the first time I saw a flame, the way it flickered to life, drawing me in, promising warmth. But promises burn, too. The words tumble out, raw and jagged, the memory sears itself into my mind. The first flicker of flame ignited something in me, a rebellion, a yearning for more than this dull existence. But rebellion often comes with a price, and the cost hangs heavy in the air tonight. Marcus, you think you're a god, Lucia snaps, her voice strained like a taut wire on the verge of snapping. But you're not. You're just a man, a fool playing with fire. Her words hit me like a slap, igniting the smoldering embers of my pride. I want to scream, to tell her it was never about power, never about godhood. It was about liberation. But liberation is a double-edged sword, isn't it? With every swing, there's blood. With every flicker, destruction. The fire roars in response, hungry and chaotic, a living beast that sees no distinction between creation and annihilation. It licks at the sky, the heat wrapping around me like a suffocating shroud. I can feel it tugging at my heart, urging me to embrace its wildness, its beauty, despite the cost. But at what cost? I look into those wild flames and see my reflection, and it's a face I barely recognize. Elias steps forward, his hands raised as if to shield us from the truth. You need to see what you're doing. This isn't just about us anymore. It's about everyone. His voice breaks, the weight of the world shattering against his spirit. The shadows seem to lean in closer, taunting, as if they know the truth, that I stand on the precipice of a decision that could engulf us all. Everyone. I hiss, the bitterness spilling from my lips. What do you think I was trying to do? I wanted to change everything. I wanted to bring life. But the desperation in my voice rings hollow, and I can feel the ground shifting beneath me, the very foundation of my beliefs crumbling like ashes in the wind. Lucia's breath catches, her eyes glisten with unshed tears. And at what cost, Marcus? At what cost? The question hangs in the air, heavy with the weight of our shared history, the dreams we wove together that now lay in tatters. I want to pull her into my arms, to shield her from this nightmare we've conjured, but the distance between us feels insurmountable, a chasm filled with doubt and despair. I remember, I whisper, but the memories play tricks on me, shifting like shadows in the flickering light. I remember when we thought we could change the world. But change comes like a thief in the night, stealing away the innocence of our intentions. The flames draw closer, wrapping around our voices, our words, smothering any hope of resolution. I can feel the heat on my skin, a warning, a beckoning, a reminder of the fragility of existence, of dreams ignited only to be consumed. Elias falls silent, his shoulders trembling, a shadow of the man I once knew, burdened by the weight of our choices. And Lucia, fierce yet fragile, stands amidst the chaos, a warrior without a battlefield, every heartbeat echoing the stakes we play for. The fire rages, each crackle a reminder of our hubris, each flicker a fleeting promise of what could have been. The world seems to pause, suspended in a moment of disbelief, as the flames reach higher, illuminating the darkness that lurks within us. I feel the pull of despair tightening around my chest, the weight of our actions threatening to crush the very essence of who we are. I want to scream, to fight against the tide of destruction we've set in motion. But the truth is, I stand here, a man who once dreamed of wielding fire, and it is now fire that wields me. And in this moment, as the chaos swirls around us, I realize that the consequences of our choices stretch beyond the flicker of the flames. They weave into the very fabric of our souls, a haunting melody that will echo long after the blaze has died down. It is a gift, yes, but also a curse, Prometheus's legacy entwined with our own. I glance at Lucia, at Elias, and for a heartbeat, I see the ghosts of our dreams reflected in their eyes. What have we done? I whisper, the words falling like ash between us, heavy and unyielding. The fire roars, a chilling reminder that we are not just witnesses to our fate, we are architects, and this is only the beginning. The clock struck midnight. A single, shattering sound, a glass jar tipping precariously off a shelf, scattering shards across a cold stone floor. Each fragment sliced at the silence, a cruel reminder that some things were never meant to be disturbed. In that moment, a chill crept through the air, settling like frost on skin, sending shivers down spines. Outside, the moon hung low, cloaked in shadows, as if aware of the calamity about to unfold within these ancient walls. I stood there, heart pounding, breath shallow, as the echoes of the crash faded into a suffocating stillness. I could hear my pulse thumping in my ears, a frantic drummer announcing the chaos that was about to erupt. And there, amongst the wreckage, lay Pandora's box. Beautiful yet ominous, its surface glimmered with an unnatural allure, a siren whispering promises of knowledge and disaster. I hesitated, my fingertips hovering over the jagged glass. "Don't touch it." Ilara's voice cut through the silence, sharp and urgent. She was aflame against the deepening night, hair wild and eyes wide, each breath laden with fear and determination. The storm within her mirrored the tempest brewing outside, hinting at a darkness she had battled before, a darkness that threatened to swallow us all whole. Why not? I shot back, my own fear igniting into defiance, anger bubbling just beneath the surface. What's the worst that could happen? It's just a box. My bravado felt fragile, a thin veneer cracking beneath the weight of our reality. Just a box, she scoffed, voice rising, that holds the essence of evil. Do you even understand what you're playing with? The words lingered between us, thick as fog, each one a reminder of the stakes we were gambling with. I glanced at the box again, feeling the pull of curiosity mixed with dread. It was far more than a simple container, it was a metaphor for the chaos spiraling through my life. A life riddled with mistakes, regrets, and unfulfilled dreams. I had always been drawn to the shadows, flirting with danger, and now I stood at the precipice, teetering on the edge of oblivion. Beside us, Thomas shifted uneasily, his gaze darting around the room as if it might swallow him whole. He was our grounding force, calm where Ilara and I were storm and fire, but even he felt the weight of the moment. "We should leave." "Let it be," he murmured, but his voice lacked conviction. I could see the uncertainty flickering behind his composed facade, the cracks in his armor widening. "Leave?" Just like that. My voice grew louder, defiant swelling. What if we're missing something? What if it holds the key to everything we've ever wanted? I could feel the desperation rising in me, an insatiable hunger for answers, for control over the chaotic world I had found myself trapped in. Or it could unleash a darkness we can't even comprehend. Ilara shot back, her eyes blazing. You can't just what? I yelled, feeling a swell of power surge through my veins, a need to break free from the chains of my indecision. Can't just confront the demons? Can't just take charge of our fate? The words tumbled out, raw and unfiltered, as if I were spilling my very soul onto the floor. Thomas stepped between us, his hands raised in a gesture of peace, but I could see the flicker of fear in his eyes. This isn't a game. You both don't know what you're dealing with, he warned, voice steady yet filled with an undercurrent of urgency. I felt the truth in his words, but the need for revelation was overpowering. As the three of us stood there, time stretched and warped, the air thickening with unspoken fears and hopes. I could almost hear the whispers of the past, the weight of history lingering like a ghost in the corners. Memories flashed, a childhood of laughter drowned by grief, dreams forged in the fires of desperation, and the ever-looming spectre of failure. And then, without warning, it happened. The box trembled as if caught in a storm, vibrating with an energy that pulsed like a heart. I was rooted to the spot, the world narrowing to a singular focus. Ilara's scream shattered the moment, an echo of terror that reverberated through the air, a clarion call for caution that fell on deaf ears. In that instant, I reached out, fingers brushing against its surface, a spark igniting between us. The noise crescendoed, a cacophony of chaos unleashed. Shadows twisted and danced, stretching out to consume the light, revealing the grotesque faces of our fears. The darkness seeped from the box, a malevolent force that clawed at our sanity, dragging us into a chasm of despair. I fought against the tide, heart racing as Ilara reached for me, her grip like iron, grounding me in a reality that felt increasingly fragile. We must seal it, she cried, voice strained, but the shadows laughed, a cruel symphony of despair. Thomas, pale and trembling, joined us, the three of us a fragile bulwark against the impending storm. Together, he urged, fear and resolve mixing in his voice. We can push it back. Together, what a hollow word, a desperate plea for unity in a moment where division threatened to tear us apart. With every heartbeat, I felt the weight of our choices closing in, thick as the darkness that enveloped us. The shadows twisted and warped, clawing at our souls, whispering promises of power, seducing us with visions of what could be. My mind reeled, caught in a web of temptation and dread. I wanted to scream, to push back against the tide, to shatter the illusion of control that had brought me here. But the box pulsed, a living entity that fed off our fears, our hopes, our very essence. And as its malevolence seeped deeper into our hearts, I realized the truth. Sometimes, the greatest evil lies not in the darkness itself, but in the choices we make when confronted by it. I could see Ilara wavering, the fire in her eyes flickering under the weight of despair, and Thomas, once so steady, now faltering under the pressure of the unknown. My pulse quickened, I could feel the darkness creeping in, a cold spectre haunting my every thought. But we were still here, still fighting, even as the shadows loomed larger, ready to swallow us whole. My heart raced, each beat a reminder that we were still alive, still breathing, still fighting against the swirling chaos that threatened to consume us. And in that moment, I could see the path forward, flawed, imperfect, yet filled with the promise of hope. Together, we would confront this darkness, not just as individuals but as a bond forged in the crucible of fear. The winds howled outside, a tempest raging against the walls, but inside, we stood united, three souls against the world, ready to face whatever horrors lay ahead. The box pulsated, the shadows danced, and in the suffocating darkness, we knew this was just the beginning. Rain pounded the earth like 1,000 drummers at war, each drop a fistful of fury from the heavens. The sky churned with violence, dark clouds roiling and twisting, pregnant with the weight of Zeus's rage. I stood at the edge of the crumbling world, the air thick with dread, my heart thundering in my chest. The ground trembled underfoot, as if the earth itself was shuddering in anticipation of the storm that would swallow us whole. I remember the day the skies turned black, Ilara whispered, her voice barely audible above the cacophony. Her eyes, usually so bright, mirrored the darkness above, reflecting a haunting blend of fear and resignation. There was a crack in her resolve, a fracture that widened with each passing moment. I reached for her, my fingers brushing against her trembling hand, but it felt like grasping smoke, fragile, fleeting. "We thought we could survive anything," I replied, the bitter taste of regret souring my tongue. "But how do you fight against a god?" The question hung heavy between us, a shroud of hopelessness cloaking our hearts. The floodwaters rose, lapping hungrily at our ankles, and I could hear the distant wails of those caught in its grasp, the echoes of lives extinguished. With every heartbeat, the memory of laughter and joy faded, replaced by the symphony of despair. My brother, Elias, had laughed like a god just days before, his voice ringing out against the backdrop of sunset. Now, all that remained was the haunting silence of the lost, the shadows of dreams drowned beneath the relentless tide. "Look!" Ilara pointed, her finger trembling as it indicated the horizon. A wall of water surged forward, a monstrous wave that seemed to embody Zeus's fury itself, a living testament to his wrath. It towered over us, a behemoth of swirling chaos, and I could see the faces of the damned etched within it, ghosts of the past, pleading for mercy. Elias had always been the brave one, charging headlong into danger, a firebrand in a world of shadows. "You can't save everyone," I had told him, desperate to keep him safe. "You can't be the hero every time." But my warnings had fallen on deaf ears, and now he was lost, swallowed by the tide of his own ambition. If only I had been more persuasive, if only I had been there to pull him back from the edge. I felt the weight of his absence like a stone in my gut, dragging me down into a darkness I couldn't escape. "Elias!" I screamed into the void, my voice splintering against the storm. It was a futile cry, swallowed by the howling winds, but it felt like a lifeline, a way to tether myself to the past. Ilara's grip tightened on my arm, desperation radiating from her touch. "We have to go," she urged, her eyes pleading, searching mine for the strength I was struggling to muster. "Where?" I choked out, looking around at the chaos. The world felt warped, the familiar now bizarre and twisted. The trees, once steadfast sentinels, buckled under the weight of the deluge. Homes crumbled like ash in the wind, the very fabric of our existence unraveling before our eyes. "The mountains!" Ilara shouted, her voice rising above the roar of nature's fury. "They'll give us shelter." I hesitated, the thought of climbing toward the heights filled with uncertainty. What if Zeus doesn't stop? What if he wants us all? Her expression flickered with a mix of fear and determination. "Then we fight back. We have to believe there's a chance." In that moment, her conviction ignited a spark within me. I remembered the stories, how mortals had defied the gods, how they had faced insurmountable odds. Together, I murmured, and the word felt like a lifeline, binding us, giving us purpose. We sprinted through the chaos, each step heavy with the weight of loss and longing, the flood nipping at our heels like a ravenous beast. I could hear the cries of others, the echo of despair rising like a chorus in the storm. Shadows flitted past us, the faces of the forgotten flickering in and out of view, haunting reminders of the price we paid for our hubris. "Keep moving," Ilara urged, her voice cutting through the noise like a beacon. But even as we ran, I could feel the past clawing at my mind. Memories of laughter entwined with the sharp sting of grief. I could almost hear Elias's voice, teasing me, telling me I was too cautious. "What's the point of living if you're afraid to feel?" he'd said, his eyes gleaming with mischief. And now, all I felt was loss, a void that threatened to consume me. The mountains loomed closer, jagged and imposing against the swirling darkness, a refuge from the storm. I pushed forward, every muscle screaming in protest, fear propelling me onward. And then, in the midst of the chaos, I saw him, a figure silhouetted against the waves, arms outstretched as if challenging the heavens. "Elias!" I cried, my heart pounding, hope flaring briefly before it dimmed. But it wasn't him. Just another ghost lost to the wrath of the gods. Time twisted, warped out of joint. Seconds stretched into lifetimes as we clawed our way toward salvation. I wanted to scream, to rage against the injustice of it all, but all that escaped my lips was a whisper, a prayer to the void. "Please." The mountains welcomed us, their rocky embrace both harsh and comforting. I felt Ilara's hand slip from mine, the distance between us stretching like a chasm. Panic surged, but in that moment, I saw her turn, saw the fierce determination etched into her features. Together, she shouted again, and I felt the world hold its breath. As I fought my way forward, the floodwaters surged higher, a relentless enemy that would not rest until it had claimed all. My heart raced, and I could only push onward, carrying the weight of the lost with me, their cries echoing in my soul. The storm howled like a wounded beast, but as long as I drew breath, I would fight, clinging to hope, even as the world crumbled around me, even as Zeus's wrath flooded my very being. The moon hung low, an eerie eye peering over the jagged skyline of the city, a witness to the chaos unfurling below. In the narrow alleys, shadows danced as if possessed, and the air crackled with a tension that whispered of betrayal and blood. I stood there, breathless, heart a drum in my chest, feeling the pulse of panic thrumming through my veins. Each heartbeat echoed the unspoken fears of a city on the brink, a world of forgotten heroes ready to rise from the ashes of despair. Mila crouched beside me, her fingers trembling as they tightened around the hilt of her dagger. The blade glinted, a sliver of promise in the darkness, yet I could see the doubt reflected in her wide eyes. "What if they find us?" she murmured, the tremor in her voice betraying her steel facade. I wanted to tell her that everything would be all right, that courage flowed like wine in our veins, intoxicating and warm. But the truth was a bitter pill, lodged deep in my throat. I remember the old tales, stories of gods and monsters, of destinies entwined with every breath. Yet here we were, mere mortals, stripped of glory, fighting for scraps of hope. I could hear the distant clash of steel, the desperate cries of those who had not been so fortunate as us. Every scream was a reminder that we were not heroes, we were survivors, clinging to shards of an unyielding past. Then came the footsteps, heavy and deliberate, the sound ricocheting off the cobblestones like a death knell. I glanced at Mila, and in that fleeting moment, I saw her courage falter, the weight of expectation crushing her spirit. She was just a girl, a warrior forged too soon in the fires of despair. "We have to move," I whispered, urgency clawing at my throat. But the very air around us felt thick with dread, the kind that wraps around your soul and squeezes until you can barely breathe. And then, out of the shadows stepped Kieran, a ghost from the past, his face carved with lines of sorrow and defiance. His presence filled the space, an electric charge igniting something deep within me. "We don't have time for fear," he said, his voice a low growl, resonating like thunder on the horizon. "They're coming for us, and we can't let them win." But I could see in his eyes the shadows of his own battles, the ghosts that haunted him. Kieran had once been a beacon, a promise of what might be, but now he was just a man, a shell filled with doubts and regrets. I thought of the dreams I had forsaken, the life I could have lived if war hadn't swept in like a thief in the night. I remember the laughter of children, the laughter of life, before the dust settled and the streets turned to graveyards. "We can't go back," I said, the words tasting bitter yet liberating. "We can't turn into them." But with every tick of the clock, every heartbeat that followed, I felt the weight of the world pressing down, squeezing tighter, suffocating hope. "Mila," Kieran turned to her, the authority in his voice both a comfort and a burden. "You've trained for this. You are more than what they say you are. Don't let them take that from you." Her eyes flickered, a spark igniting against the darkness that threatened to consume her. I watched as she nodded, determination written across her face like a battle standard raised in defiance. Then suddenly, the night fractured. A scream split the air, raw and visceral, and we were thrust into the chaos. Figures surged from the shadows, dark shapes with glinting eyes, and we were caught in the maelstrom of fear and fury. I could feel the adrenaline coursing through me, a fire-igniting desperation as I lunged forward, dagger in hand. Time warped, moments stretched into eternity as we fought back against the tide. Kieran's sword sliced through the darkness, a flash of silver and fury. Mila moved like a whisper, darting through the fray, her blade dancing with an elegance that belied her fear. And amid the chaos, my heart swelled with a fierce pride, a realization that we were not just fighting for ourselves but for each other, for the bonds that tethered our souls together. But then, in the cacophony, I felt a sharp pain, an icy grip around my ankle as the ground gave way beneath me. I fell, the world tilting, the sky a swirl of stars and darkness. I remember the weight of despair crashing over me, drowning me in its depths. I could hear Mila scream, a sound that tore through the night, echoing in my mind long after the moment passed. And just like that, the fight was no longer about survival, it was about redemption. About reclaiming the shards of what we once were. I clawed my way back to the surface, my hand stained with dirt and blood, and I was reminded of the dreams that lingered like ghosts at the periphery of my consciousness, haunting yet hopeful. As the night unfolded, I felt the storm within me rise to meet the chaos outside. I could taste the fire of courage igniting in my throat, a fierce flame that demanded to be unleashed. I was not merely a victim of circumstance, I was alive, and I was ready to fight. The battle raged on, an unending symphony of chaos and courage, and I knew that we were on the brink of something greater than ourselves. The air shimmered with the promise of change, the dawning of a new age where mortals could become legends, where hope could bloom amidst the ashes of despair. And in that moment, as the echoes of our struggle reverberated through the night, I realized that we were more than just pawns in a game played by gods, we were the architects of our own fate, the writers of our own story. With every breath, we were inching closer to a reckoning that would define us, a clash that would reshape the very fabric of our world. But as the dawn approached, shrouded in shadows and uncertainty, I knew that this was just the beginning. The rise of mortals was upon us, a herald of the unknown, and I would meet it head-on, heart ablaze with the fire of defiance and the power of dreams yet to be fulfilled. The air crackled with tension, thick and suffocating, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, bleeding crimson across the sky. He stood there, heart pounding, limbs taut with anticipation, surveying the monstrous silhouette of the Nemean lion. Its eyes, a whisper of the abyss, stared back at him, a promise of carnage laced with the scent of impending doom. The ground trembled beneath his feet, pulsing with the staccato rhythm of his heart. This was not just another foe, it was a harbinger of his own might and fragility, a mirror reflecting the chaos of his soul. Heracles, son of Zeus, champion of the gods, and a man riddled with the weight of flawed existence. In this moment, he was stripped bare, raw, and vulnerable, the laughter of the gods ringing in his ears like distant thunder. They watched, oh how they watched, from their lofty heights, a parade of divine amusement while he stood here, a gladiator in a cruel colosseum, poised on the edge of madness. Did they even care? Or was he merely a pawn in their grand game? And then there was Eurystheus, the king who had condemned him to these labors, cloaked in shadows and dripping with disdain. His breath came in quick bursts, anxiety fueling his twisted delight, eyes flitting like frightened birds toward the impending clash. He didn't see a hero, he saw a threat. "This is your punishment," he had said, voice cold as the steel blade that could end it all. 12 labors, Heracles, 12 chances to fail. Failure, what a hollow word. Yet here he was, confronted by the lion whose hide was impenetrable, a literal embodiment of his own battles. Each step forward felt like an echo back in time, memory swirling like autumn leaves, a chaotic dance of laughter turned to cries. I remember the weight of my childhood, the innocent snatched away by fate's cruel hand, laughter drowned in the silence of loss. I remember the faces of those I loved, the warmth of their smiles twisted now into specters of regret. Would they cheer him on, or would they weep for their fallen warrior? The lion lunged, muscles rippling under its golden fur, a visceral reminder that life was a fleeting candle flickering against the dark. In that instant, Heracles felt the rush of adrenaline, the electric surge of defiance. He roared back, voice of thunder clashing with the beast's howl. The air was alive, alive with the scent of iron and fear. He was a man, yet he felt like a god. There was no place for doubt here, no room for hesitation. But as he lunged, claws swiped through the air, slicing his skin, and blood pooled beneath him, warm against the chill of oncoming night. Pain blossomed, a flower of fire blooming within. He gasped, a raw sound that echoed off the jagged cliffs, the universe held its breath. Was this his fate? Was he destined to fall, to bleed out beneath the gaze of those who would never know his struggle? And then there was Megara, the ghost of his past, lingering like a haunting melody, a bittersweet reminder of love and loss. The weight of her absence crashed over him, a tidal wave of regret. I remember her laughter, the way it danced on the air, a symphony of hope in a world scarred by darkness. She had been the sun, illuminating his tortured existence. But shadows can consume even the brightest light. He had lost her, lost everything, and now he sought to reclaim not just his honor, but the fragments of his shattered heart. "Do it for me," her voice whispered through the chaos, an echo of a time when the world was whole. "Fight, Heracles!" But how could he fight when every blow felt like a wound to his soul? Each labor was a reminder of his failures, a cruel reflection of the man he had become. The lion lunged again, but this time, fear transformed into resolve. Heracles surged forward, balling his hands into fists, drawing strength from the very depths of his despair. Time slowed, each heartbeat thundered like a war drum. With a primal roar, he wrestled the beast, muscles straining, the weight of the world in his hands. The golden manet tangled in his fingers, and for a moment, it felt like a dance, a desperate tango between life and death. Eurystheus watched, breath caught in his throat, eyes wide with disbelief. "You cannot," he shrieked, half hopeful, half terrified. But Heracles was no longer the puppet, he was the storm. And as he wrestled the lion to the ground, the earth seemed to vibrate beneath him, the cries of gods mingling with the cries of men, an orchestra of despair and triumph. With one final effort, he choked the life out of the beast, the growls fading, replaced by the haunting silence of victory. He stood there, breathless, bloodied but alive, a warrior crowned not just by the gods but by the scars of his journey. He had faced the lion and emerged stronger, yet the ache in his heart remained, a reminder of the sacrifices made along the way. But the labors were not done. No, with each victory came another labor, another clash with fate. As the night thickened, dark clouds swirling overhead, he knew this was just the beginning. The shadows were gathering, and more challenges awaited. Would the gods grant him favor, or would they continue to revel in his suffering? And as he turned away from the lifeless body of the lion, the taste of blood on his lips, he felt the weight of the cosmos pressing down on him. Each task, each moment, a thread in the tapestry of his existence, woven with sweat, tears, and the echoes of those he had lost. He was Heracles, a name whispered in reverence and fear, but inside, he was just a man seeking redemption in a world that offered none. And in the distance, the shadows stirred, whispering secrets that danced just out of reach. The clock was ticking, the labors awaited, and somewhere, hidden in the folds of destiny, Megara's laughter lingered, urging him forward despite the darkness. With every step, he carried her memory, a flickering flame against the gathering night, a heart heavy with the weight of unfinished battles and the promise of divine favor yet unearned. Night hangs heavy over Troy, the air thick with the scent of smoke and blood. The sound of clashing swords and anguished cries fills your ears, an orchestra of chaos playing the most horrific symphony. I remember the moment when the earth trembled beneath my feet, when the skies above roiled with anger, and the gods themselves seemed to be at war. I remember them, Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite, each a spectre of fate, each a whisper of doom, each carrying the weight of their own desires. And here I am, caught in the web they've spun, the puppet in a divine play that feels like the bitter edge of a dagger pressed against my heart. Achilles stands before me, a titan cloaked in wrath. His eyes blaze like molten gold, reflecting a fury that has turned him into a demigod of vengeance. The rage within him is palpable, spilling out into the night like a river of fire. For every wound he inflicts, every life he steals, there's a piece of himself that shatters. I can see it, the turmoil beneath his armor, the conflict that gnaws at his soul. He's lost in a tempest of grief, he's avenging his beloved Patroclus, yet with every kill, he's burying his own humanity deeper beneath layers of blood and ash. Today, I will not stop, he growls, a promise twisted into a threat. I feel the tremor in his voice, the cracks in his armor, and a chill crawls up my spine. He's a man haunted. Haunted by love, haunted by loss. I watch as he charges into the fray, a force of nature, yet a child lost in a storm. I want to scream, to pull him back, but the screams of the dying drown out my voice. Then there's Hector, noble Hector, the heart of Troy, standing tall amidst the chaos, determined to defend his people, to shield them from the tempest that Achilles brings. His spirit shines, a beacon of hope wrapped in layers of doubt. The weight of his family's safety rests heavily on his shoulders, yet he knows, deep down, in the marrow of his bones, that the gods have already picked their favorites. Yet he fights, and his sword sings a melody of defiance against the backdrop of destruction. Each swing is a prayer, each thrust a testament to his love for his city, for his wife, Andromache, who waits for him, her heart stitched with fear, her dreams painted with shadows. I remember a time, he whispers to himself in the midst of battle, when laughter echoed in these streets. The memories spill out of him like blood from a wound, and I can see the ghosts of innocence hounding him, the laughter of children playing in the dust, the warmth of the sun before it turned to ash. And then there are the gods, their laughter echoing like thunder, dancing on the precipice of fate. They meddle, weaving their desires into the fabric of human lives. I shudder at their capriciousness. Zeus, aloof, indifferent, his thunderbolts a mere game of dice. Athena, fierce and cunning, whispering strategy into the ears of warriors, her eyes glinting with the thrill of manipulation. And Aphrodite, sultry and dangerous, the architect of this war, holding the apple of discord in her palm, smiling as if the tragedy below is merely a delightful play. Choose, their voices resonate in the air, teasing and tormenting, and in that moment, I feel the unbearable weight of choice, the burden of love, the sting of betrayal. It echoes in the heart of every warrior, every mother, every child. They're all caught in this divine maelstrom, and I'm one of them, lost in the tides of war, the tendrils of fate wrapping around my throat like a noose. My heart races as I witness the clash, the cacophony of battle reverberating through the night. I see the glint of steel, the flash of blood, and I can't breathe. The ground is soaked with sorrow, and each death is a pebble dropped into an abyss, creating ripples of despair, a darkness that stretches out endlessly. I feel a deep ache within me, a longing for peace that seems as distant as the stars themselves, those cold, indifferent witnesses to human folly. And yet, amidst the chaos, there's a moment, a suspended breath, when Hector and Achilles lock eyes across the field, the space between them crackling with electricity. Time slows. The world fades. They are no longer just warriors, they are the embodiment of grief, loss, and the tangled threads of destiny. I can see it in their eyes, the fear, the recognition, the understanding that this moment is all that remains. They are more than foes, they are mirrors reflecting the pain of the human condition, the futility of vengeance. I can almost hear the whisper of the universe, a soft reminder that our struggles, though monumental, are just a flicker in the vastness of time. I close my eyes and breathe deeply, feeling the weight of existence press against me. What are we if not echoes of the past, shadows of our decisions, ghosts of our dreams? I want to scream, to tell them to stop, to embrace instead of fight, but my voice is lost, buried beneath the roar of conflict. And then the moment shatters, the silence splits open like a wound, and the battle resumes, full force, chaos reigning supreme. I am drawn in again, feeling every thrust, every cry, every heartbeat. The ground is becoming a graveyard, and I am drowning in despair, my heart pounding like a war drum. I remember those fleeting smiles, the warmth of love, the simple joys of life before the gods unleashed their wrath. It was here, beneath this dark sky, that alliances were forged and broken, that hearts were shattered, and hope flickered like a candle in the wind. It's a dance of death, a tragic ballet of choices made and destinies rewritten, and I am but a witness, my soul entwined with their fates. As I watch Achilles and Hector prepare for their final encounter, I feel the weight of the universe pressing down. I am trembling, my heart racing, every fiber of my being screaming for mercy, for understanding, for a way to escape this eternal cycle of pain. I see the shadows closing in, and I know, deep down, that this is only the beginning. The clash of steel, the cries of the fallen, the laughter of the gods, it all swirls into a crescendo, and I am swept away, heart in hand, lost in the storm of their eternal waltz. The air crackled with tension, like the moment before a storm, and I could hear the distant clash of steel, a symphony of chaos echoing through the valley. Shadows danced across the horizon, warriors cloaked in the dark hues of impending doom. It was the hour when love and war became indistinguishable, entwined like lovers in a tormented embrace. I remember the prophecy whispered through trembling lips, Aphrodite herself will walk among us tonight. Her essence hung in the air, sweet yet suffocating, a heavy perfume of desperation and desire. I stood there, heart hammering, torn between two worlds. I was Lysander, a soldier trapped in a lover's silhouette, my sword heavy at my side, yet my heart was lighter than the quivering petals of the rose I had plucked that morning for her. Elara. Her name pulsed through my veins, a forbidden rhythm, an enchantment woven by the goddess of love herself. She was my muse, the flickering flame in a world turned to ash, and I knew that tonight, I would either win her heart or lose everything in the firestorm of battle. But as the war drums thudded, the air grew thick with dread. The sight of the enemy banners flapping in the wind, crimson against the twilight sky, made my stomach twist into knots. I could almost hear Elara's laughter, sweet and haunting, echoing in the recesses of my mind. I remember, I whispered, the way you dance beneath the stars, how your laughter cut through the darkness. Each memory was a blade, stabbing at my resolve, reminding me of the fragility of love in a world steeped in bloodshed. Across the field, I saw her, cloaked in shadows, a figure of ethereal beauty standing among the chaos. Elara had come to witness the horrors of love twisted by war. Her eyes, deep pools of longing, caught mine for just a fleeting moment, searing into my soul. Did she understand? Did she know that each heartbeat carried the weight of my promise, a vow I had made against the backdrop of clashing swords? I was not just a soldier, I was a lover, a man torn between duty and desire. My breath caught in my throat as I watched her, fear flickering across her face. I could see the way her lips trembled, as if caught between the yearning to scream and the need to remain silent. And then, a shout pierced the air, raising the specter of war like a ravenous beast. The enemy surged forward, an unstoppable tide of fury. The battle cry echoed, and with it came the raw, primal energy of combat. I felt the world shift beneath me, the ground trembling as if the very earth recoiled at the violence unfolding. The clamor of metal on metal rang out like a grotesque symphony, and I charged forward, heart racing, mind clouded by the intoxicating mix of adrenaline and dread. In the midst of chaos, my mind flickered back to whispers of Aphrodite, the goddess who thrived on the duality of love and war, her laughter a cruel reminder that beauty often bloomed in the darkest of places. Would she smile upon the bloodshed, or would she weep for the souls lost in the frenzy? I could almost see her, the golden strands of her hair dancing in the wind, beckoning me, tempting me, daring me to challenge the fate she had woven. In that moment, I felt her presence, a specter of passion and pain, reminding me that love was a battlefield in its own right. Then there was Callias, my childhood friend, a man forged in laughter and loyalty, who now stood beside me, sword drawn and spirit unyielding. For love, he roared, eyes ablaze with fervor. I saw the shadows in his gaze, the war-worn soul who fought not just for glory but for the love he had lost. His heart carried the weight of loss, a specter of a woman whose name had become a ghost beneath his breath. In him, I recognized a kindred spirit, two warriors caught in the same tempest, haunted by the specters of passion. I remember, he muttered, fists clenched so tight his knuckles turned white. I remember her laugh, her light, and I will not let it fade into the darkness. The tide of battle surged, and I felt the clash of swords vibrate through me, yet somewhere in the chaos, I found Elara's gaze again. It anchored me, pulling me through the maelstrom of fear and fury. I fought not just for survival but for the chance to return to her, to feel her warmth against the chill of endless night. But every swing of my sword, every cry of anguish, felt like a betrayal of love itself. How could I wield such brutality and call it honor? The battle raged on, and it seemed the shadows were growing deeper, time warping in the twisted dance of life and death. I remembered the way Elara's smile had lightened my darkest days, how her touch had turned the mundane into magic. Yet here I was, a puppet dancing to the tune of destruction, spinning in a cycle where love felt like a weapon and war like a lover's cruel jest. Then, an explosion rocked the ground, and I was thrown back, the world turning upside down. In that moment of disorientation, I reached out for her, for the glimmer of hope she represented. I could hear her voice sobbing somewhere in my mind, a haunting melody that echoed through the battlefield. Lysander! It was a cry of desperation, of longing, and in that instant, I realized that love and war were not merely opposites. They were intertwined, two sides of the same coin, a whirlwind of passion and pain. As I struggled to rise, the shadows around me grew darker, threatening to swallow everything whole. I was lost in the chaos, but the memories of Ilara ignited a fire within me. I was not just fighting for myself, I was fighting for her, for the chance to return to the warmth of her embrace. I could feel the presence of Aphrodite, a force that pulsed through the air, reminding me that amidst the carnage, love could still endure. The air was thick with the scent of blood, the cries of the fallen reverberating like a mournful melody. But in that cacophony, I found clarity. I would rise again, and with me, I would carry the essence of love, a beacon against the encroaching shadows. My heart surged with renewed purpose. I would face whatever darkness lay ahead, fueled by the belief that love, no matter how bruised, could conquer even the fiercest storm. With each heartbeat, I pressed forward, a soldier and a lover, caught in the dance of love and war, a cycle that spun endlessly, echoing through the corridors of time. I would fight for her. I would fight for us. And through the shadows, I would seek the light of Aphrodite, for her grace was the only thing strong enough to bridge the chasm between love and loss. And as I plunged back into the fray, I held on to the promise of her laughter, a song that would guide me home. The wind howled like a tortured soul, a feral lament that reverberated off the jagged cliffs of Ithaca. I stood there, alone, my heart pounding against my chest, a war drum echoing the chaos in my mind. The horizon swallowed the sun whole, the last fiery threads of day choking against the encroaching darkness. Shadows danced like specters, whispering secrets of betrayal and loss. I remember the taste of salt on my lips, a bitter reminder of the ocean that had clawed at my ships, my people. Odysseus, my father, the man I idolized and feared in equal measure, now faced the wrath of the gods. I could see it in his eyes, an ember of desperation flickering beneath the hardened facade, threatening to extinguish under the weight of Zeus's thunderous discontent. My heart twisted, a knife lodged deep within, as I recalled the stories of my father's glory. The cunning strategist, the hero who had illuminated the shadows of the Trojan War, now seemed but a ghost in the twilight, a man haunted by choices, by the cost of his ambition. "Is this what you fought for?" I whispered into the wind. "To lose everything." My mother's laughter echoed in my mind, a haunting melody that spiraled into silence. She had always warned me of the price of hubris, of the fickle nature of the gods. Yet here I was, yearning for his approval, his love, as if those things could anchor us in this tempest. But as I looked at him, standing defiantly against the roiling sky, I felt a crushing weight of inevitability. The storm was not merely weather, it was a reckoning. "Father," I called out, my voice a thread barely holding together the fabric of our unraveling family. He turned, his gaze piercing, as if he could see the very essence of my soul. I saw fear reflected back at me, but also something else, a spark of hope, an unyielding spirit that had survived battles, monsters, and even the fickle whims of fate. It surged through me, raw and visceral. I had never understood the depths of his struggles until now. To be a hero, to carry the favor of Zeus, it was a burden that eclipsed the glories of conquest. It gnawed at him, a relentless specter that shadowed every triumph. He could not escape the chains forged by his own decisions. I felt the weight of his choices, pressing down on us, on our lineage. "Why do you fight, father?" The question hung heavy in the air, an arrow poised to strike. I remember the way he clenched his jaw, the tension rippling through his body. "Is it for glory? For us? Or is it for yourself?" The truth clawed at him, and for an instant, I saw the man behind the hero. A father caught in a web of expectations and fears, struggling against the very gods who had once celebrated his name. He bore the scars of his journey, each mark a story, a testament to his endurance, but also to his folly. The wind screamed louder, a chorus of ghosts urging us to confront the inevitable. I could feel the earth trembling beneath our feet, the world teetering on the brink of chaos. The storm clouds swirled overhead, a tempest of anger and betrayal ready to unleash their fury. Zeus's favor was a double-edged sword, one that could carve paths to glory or cleave our fates apart. I remember, I began, but the words faltered, lost in the maelstrom of my emotions. So many memories rushed through me, colliding like waves against the shore, each one a fragmented piece of our lives. I remember the stories you told me, the lessons learned in the flickering light of our hearth. But those stories are blooded now, tainted with the sacrifices made. The menu lost, the bond severed, each name an echo, each face a ghost haunting the corners of my mind. My heart ached for them, for the lives that once thrived under the golden sun. Odysseus stepped forward, resolve igniting his gaze. We fight for our home, for the love that binds us. For every soul lost, for every promise made, he declared, and I felt the tremor of conviction in his voice, the raw passion that still ignited his spirit. He was both leader and father, a duality that was both beautiful and heartbreaking. But the shadows loomed larger, darker. I saw them in the corners of my vision, lurking just out of reach, a reminder that hope, too, can be a mirage. They whispered of regret and the choices still to come. I could not shake the feeling that this fight would cost us dearly. "Father," I pressed, my voice rising above the storm's roar. "What if this is a battle we cannot win? What if Zeus has already turned his back?" He faltered, and in that moment, I saw the uncertainty that plagued him. It was palpable, a crack in the armor of our hero. "Then we fight nonetheless. It is not the victory we seek, but the fight itself," he said, but his voice trembled, betraying the fear that twisted within him. With each heartbeat, the storm grew closer, a monstrous presence looming like a predatory beast, ready to pounce. The air thickened with anticipation, and I felt the electric pulse of fate tightening around us. The horizon turned from crimson to ash, the world caught in a haunting stillness before the storm unleashed its fury. And in that moment, my heart swelled with something akin to despair mixed with determination. I stood alongside the man who had once seemed invincible, now a flawed mortal like myself, tethered by love, burdened by choices. The gods watched, and for the first time, I understood the weight of their gaze. Each of us was a thread in this tapestry of fate, woven together in the shadows of glory and despair. As thunder cracked the sky, I drew closer to my father, ready to face whatever darkness awaited us. We were united, a fragile alliance against the storm. Together we would stand, even as the heavens unleashed their judgment, and our world spiraled toward a confrontation that would define us forever. And I knew, deep within, that this was only the beginning of the end, an echo of a destiny yet to unfold, a heartbeat resonating through the cosmos. The air crackled with anticipation, thick as the fog rolling through the ancient trees, whispering secrets only the Moirai could understand. In the heart of an abandoned village, time stood still, clocks had been silenced, but a pulse thrummed through the ground beneath. I could feel it. I could taste it. Fate was no mere concept, it was alive, breathing, wrapping its fingers around the necks of those who dared to defy its will. Elena stood in the ruins of her childhood home, a crumbling shell that echoed the laughter of days long past. She pressed her palm against the warped wood of a door frame, the splinters biting into her skin, but the pain was a distant thought. Her brother, Lucas, was missing, swallowed by shadows that danced on the periphery of her vision. Each heartbeat rattled like the chains of the damned, reminding her of the truth she had tried to ignore for too long. The Moirai, the fates, had spun their threads, and she was woven tightly within their design, a puppet on strings she could neither see nor sever. I remember the stories, she whispered to the void, her voice a fragile candle in a storm. The tales of the Moirai and the lives they snipped away like fragile silk. Her heart raced, matching the rhythm of her breath, a frantic drumroll for a performance yet to unfold. Outside, a raven cawed, a dark reminder of the harbingers of doom. Lucas, the wild spirit, the dreamer, had always chased the wind, always pushed against the world's constraints. He'd been her anchor, her protector, and yet now he was gone, lost in the web of fate spun by the fates who cradle time between their fingers like a child's fragile balloon. Did he defy them? Did he dare to tread where they forbade? A shiver coursed through her as she imagined him, reckless and unyielding, laughing at the face of destiny. But destiny, oh, how it reveled in cruelty. I was there, a ghost tethered to the memories of that night, watching through the eyes of the living. My heart ached for Elena, a sister caught in a whirlwind of despair. I had brushed against fate once, too, and the taste of it was bitter. I had seen how it twisted joy into agony, how it played with hearts like a child with dolls, pulling their strings until they snapped. "Find him!" The words ripped from her throat, raw and desperate, a scream that echoed against the stone walls. The village held its breath, shadows stretching toward her, wrapping around her like a lover's embrace turned sinister. The Moirai were watching. I could feel their eyes, ancient and unblinking. They hovered in the corners of her mind, whispering doubts and fears, filling her heart with icy dread. With each step, she waded deeper into the village, her breath quickening, pulse racing. The air thickened, and time twisted like smoke curling upward, fragile and fleeting. She passed the remnants of what once was a child's toy, a cracked doll with eyes that seemed to follow her every move, a reminder of innocence lost. How many lives had been touched by the Moirai's indifferent hands? In the distance, a figure emerged, cloaked in shadows, and my breath caught. It was Lucas, but not the Lucas she remembered. His eyes were hollow, reflecting a darkness that no amount of sunlight could penetrate. He staggered forward, as if pulled by invisible strings, a marionette caught in a grotesque dance. Elena, his voice was a broken whisper, a ghost of the comfort it had once brought her. She reached out, but he recoiled, pain etching deep lines across his face. "You shouldn't have come," he gasped, each syllable a weight that threatened to drag her down. Was it the Moirai's doing? Had they whispered lies into his ears, twisted his reality until he was unrecognizable? Desperation clawed at her throat. "I'm not leaving you." The words burst forth, a lifeline thrown into the abyss. But fate is a relentless beast, and it thrived on despair. Just as she stepped closer, the ground began to tremble, a low growl that resonated through the earth. The shadows thickened, coiling around Lucas like tendrils of smoke, pulling him into the depths of darkness. "Elena, please!" His eyes shone with fear, the kind that echoed through the ages, the fear of being lost to the uncaring void. And then I saw it, a flicker of light, a thread woven with hope, glimmering amidst the chaos. Was it a trick of the Moirai, or was it a chance? I held my breath, willing the scene to fold into itself, to stretch and expand until it enveloped them both. The tension snapped, and with it, the fragile connection between siblings, a bond that could withstand even the cruelest hand of fate. "Fight, Lucas! Fight for us!" Elena's voice pierced the fog, a beacon in the night. Tears streamed down her cheeks, each drop a testament to her love, a prayer whispered into the void. But the shadows laughed, deep and throaty, echoing the sound of 1,000 broken dreams. The Moirai were not kind, they were indifferent. And in their indifference lay an insatiable hunger. The clock ticked on, relentless, unforgiving. And then, silence. A moment stretched infinitely, filled with the weight of choices unmade, futures unwritten. What would she do, I wondered, as the shadows closed in around her? Would she join him in his fight against the fates, or would she let the threads unravel, let the tapestry of their lives fray and fall apart? Together, she whispered, more to herself than to him. "We can rewrite this. We can." But the Moirai watched, ever vigilant, their fingers twitching at the edges of fate. The air crackled again, thick with emotion and uncertainty. And just like that, the moment hung, the precipice of a decision, a choice that could shift the very fabric of destiny. The village sighed, a collective breath held tight, as the tension rippled through the darkness. I felt it, too, like a heartbeat, a pulse of possibility, fear, and hope. Would it be enough? I wished I could reach out, but I was merely an observer in this dance of shadows and light, in this intertwining of lives and fates. Elena stood at the edge of the abyss, and I could almost hear the Moirai's laughter, echoing through the ages, waiting for a moment of weakness, a slip of resolve. But for now, the choice remained hers, suspended in the air like a forgotten dream, a thread waiting to be spun anew. Time ticked away, and fate watched, breathless with anticipation. The moon hung like a silver coin tossed into an abyss, its light slicing through the darkness, illuminating the alleyway where shadows bled into each other like pain pouring from an open wound. I remember the moment the scream pierced the night, a raw, jagged sound that clawed at my insides, an echo of terror that unspooled the threads of calm woven just moments before. It was then I understood that justice and retribution were two sides of the same blade, each capable of cutting deep, each capable of killing something inside. "Help! Someone, please!" The voice was frantic, desperate. It belonged to Clara, her silhouette dancing at the edge of the shadows, a trembling leaf caught in the storm of a malevolent presence. My heart raced, thrumming against my ribcage like a caged bird, desperate to escape. I had known Clara since childhood, her laughter like the tinkling of wind chimes, her spirit as fierce as wildfire. But now, terror twisted her features, and I felt the ground beneath me shift, a tremor of foreboding that curled my stomach into knots. I darted forward, breathless. The world narrowed around my senses, sharp and electric. Every footstep echoed like a drum, the sound swallowed by the oppressive night. I remembered the warmth of Clara's smile, the way her eyes sparkled when she spoke of dreams, dreams now shattered like glass. A figure loomed behind her, cloaked in shadow, a spectre of retribution. "Run, Clara!" My voice cracked, desperation lacing my words. The figure moved closer, and I could almost taste the fear in the air, metallic and bitter. I was filled with a wild mix of fury and helplessness, a storm brewing within me, but my feet felt leaden, like they were anchored to the ground by some unseen force. "Why are you doing this?" Clara's voice trembled, a mere whisper in the cacophony of her heart pounding against her chest, matching the frantic beating of my own. The figure stepped into the moonlight, a face I recognized, twisted and grim, a ghost of the past that should have remained buried. It was Marcus, once a friend, now a harbinger of vengeance. His eyes glinted with madness, a reflection of the darkness that had consumed him. The air crackled with tension, the kind that steals the breath from your lungs. I remembered our shared laughter under the cherry blossoms, the way we had sworn loyalty to one another, a promise now marred by betrayal and blood. What had happened to that boy? The one who had cradled his dreams in the palms of his hands, only to let them slip through like grains of sand? I didn't forget, Marcus hissed, the words slithering from his lips like venom. "Justice is a ghost, and I'm its avenger. You all thought you could walk away. You thought wrong." His words cut deeper than any knife, serrated edges slicing through the fabric of my mind. I was trapped in this moment, suspended in time, the night stretching infinitely around us. I could hear the clock in the distance, each tick a reminder of fleeting seconds, moments that would never return. I remembered the way we used to race against time, believing we were invincible, unaware of the shadows that lurked just beyond the light. "Clara!" I shouted again, but she remained frozen, the weight of fear pinning her in place. The sight of her trembling, her eyes wide with terror, ignited a fire within me, raw, untamed, and desperate. I pushed through the haze of dread that enveloped us, fueled by a visceral need to protect her, to shield her from the monster Marcus had become. And then it happened. A flicker of movement, my chance. I lunged, adrenaline coursing through my veins, and in that moment, I was both savior and fool. The air thrummed with the potential for violence, every second stretching like taffy in a child's hand. I felt the rush of air as my fist connected with Marcus's jaw, a brief but glorious moment where justice and retribution collided. But it wasn't enough. He staggered, eyes ablaze with fury, and Clara's scream echoed again, a sound that could shatter the very stars. I turned to her, desperate to see her face, to etch her expression into my memory, and what I found was a tableau of heartbreak. The weight of her fear crushed me. How could I save her when I was barely saving myself? Marcus lunged forward, and the world erupted into chaos. Shadows danced, and time twisted, every heartbeat resounding like a war drum in my ears. I felt the cold bite of a blade against my skin, a harsh reminder that the line between justice and revenge is often stained with blood. I remembered the stories of old, the legends whispered around fires, the heroes who stood against darkness. But we weren't heroes. We were just souls fumbling in the dark. "Let her go!" I roared, the words tearing from my throat, a primal scream that echoed off the walls. I could see the darkness swirling in Marcus's eyes, a tempest of rage and sorrow, and in that moment, I realized he was a reflection of my own pain, a mirror shattering the illusion of righteousness. His laugh was a chilling sound, the kind that sends shivers racing down the spine. "Justice? You think you know justice? It wears many faces, and mine is vengeance." Each word dripped with venom, and I felt my resolve waver, the enormity of our entangled fates crashing down around us. Clara's presence anchored me, her spirit still flickering despite the horror, but I could see the fear creeping in like a thief in the night. I remembered her laughter, the sound of it a distant bell, a memory that felt like a dream I couldn't quite grasp. I wouldn't let it slip away. Together, I said, my voice steadying, resolve hardening. We face this. But deep down, I felt the weight of the cosmos pressing against my chest, an unbearable sense of inevitability swirling through me. As the night stretched on, and the shadows deepened, the lines of justice and retribution blurred, a haunting ballet of despair and fury entwined in an unending dance. The confrontation spiraled into chaos, a whirlwind of emotions that churned within me, a cacophony of fear, heartbreak, and a desperate need for redemption. I could feel the balance tipping, teetering on the edge of oblivion, and all I could do was hold on tight. The echo of Clara's scream still lingered in my mind, a chilling reminder that this was just the beginning, a prelude to the storm that was yet to come. In that moonlit alley, the weight of our choices loomed heavily, an undeniable truth hanging in the air like fog. Justice and retribution are not mere words, they are the very essence of our existence, and tonight, they would clash in a symphony of chaos, pulling us all into the depths of a night that promised no dawn. The air crackled with tension, like the moment before a storm breaks. Shadows twisted under the flickering light of Zeus's throne room, a cavernous space filled with echoes of power and betrayal. The throne loomed large, a stark reminder of his dominion, and yet, the weight pressing down on Zeus was suffocating. He stood there, his hands clenched, a tempest brewing inside him, a storm that threatened to unleash chaos not just among mortals, but among the gods themselves. I remember the silence that followed the outburst, how it clung to the air like the scent of ozone before lightning strikes. Hera, with her eyes flashing like shards of glass, stood before him, fury radiating from her. You think you can just toy with their fates, Zeus? You think they're mere pawns in your wretched game? Her voice trembled, a mixture of anger and heartbreak, as if she were trying to pierce through the heavy fog of arrogance that surrounded him. The tension was palpable, thick enough to choke on. I felt it in my bones, this fracture between them, two titans once bound by love, now standing on the precipice of war. Zeus's brow furrowed, a storm cloud gathering above his head. I do what I must, Hera, he said, his tone clipped, as if every word was a blow meant to push her away. I saw the flicker of vulnerability in his eyes, but he masked it with a bravado that felt more like a shield than a weapon. And then there was Poseidon, lurking in the shadows, an ocean of inner turmoil swirling around him. The god of the sea, his very essence tied to the tides that ebbed and flowed with his emotions. I could see him seething, his hands clenching and unclenching as if ready to unleash a tempest of his own. This isn't just about you, brother. You think your whims don't shatter the balance we've maintained for eons? His voice rumbled like the distant roar of waves crashing against cliffs, every syllable weighted with the threat of stormy seas. Hera's laughter cut through the tension, sharp and bitter, a jagged edge against the soft murmur of despair. Balance? What balance has ever existed in your realm, Zeus? You wield your power like a child with a hammer, smashing everything in sight. Her words hung in the air, a haunting melody that echoed truths long buried. Enough! Zeus bellowed, his voice like thunder, reverberating off the marble walls. But the sound brought no comfort, it was hollow, reverberating through the chasms of their shattered trust. I am the king of gods, and I will not be questioned. Yet in that moment, deep within the shadows where Poseidon glowered, a flicker of fear ignited, a fear that stretched across the cosmos and gripped their hearts. What if Zeus's reign was not as untouchable as it seemed? What if the tide turned, and he became the very storm he sought to command? I could feel the weight of their history pressing down, the laughter shared in moments of triumph, the secrets whispered in the darkness, the promises made beneath the stars. Now, all that remained were ghosts, specters of their pasts that haunted the air with every breath they took. Time unraveled itself, and I could sense the memories spiraling around them, the day Poseidon chose to plunge into the depths of the ocean, his throne of saltwater and fury, and the day Hera, radiant and fierce, swore to stand beside Zeus, believing in a future they could build together. But that future felt like a distant memory, a mirage shimmering on the horizon, obscured by clouds of looming strife. Do you remember the laughter? Poseidon's voice broke through the haze, a gentle question that felt like a ghost of a bygone era. When we reveled in the chaos, when our powers bound us as brothers, there was a vulnerability in his tone, a crack in the armor of resentment he wore like a second skin. Hera's gaze softened for a fleeting moment, the rage giving way to something deeper, grief for what once was, for the bonds that had frayed and splintered through power struggles and egos. "I remember," she whispered, a tremor in her voice. "I remember the joy, the dreams we shared." But joy felt like a distant star, flickering in the vast dark, almost out of reach. Zeus stood frozen, the weight of their collective memories crashing into him like waves against a stone shore. He could feel the shift, the tide turning against him, and for the first time, he questioned if he had truly been the master of the storm or merely its prisoner. In that moment, the air crackled with unspoken words, the tension tightening around them. They were gods, immortal, powerful, but even gods are bound by the chains of regret and sorrow. I watched as their histories intertwined, a web of choices that led them to this precipice, this brink between love and destruction. Then what now? Poseidon asked, his voice trembling, no longer the roar of the ocean but the gentle murmur of waves retreating. Will we fight each other until there's nothing left? Or will we forge a new path together? Zeus's heart thundered in his chest, a battle raging within him. The weight of the throne felt unbearable, and for a heartbeat, just one, he wanted to cast it aside, to step down from his pedestal and emerge as a brother, a husband, an equal. But could he relinquish the power that had become his identity? The question hung in the air, a ghost yet to be confronted. Each heartbeat echoed their uncertainty, each breath a reminder of their frailty amidst the grandeur. The storm was far from over, it was only beginning to swell, a dark premonition of what was yet to come. I felt the tension seep into my very being, the inevitability of their confrontation looming like a shadow over their hearts. With every word, every glance, the tide shifted, the currents of their relationship swirling in unpredictable patterns. They stood on the edge of emotional chaos, poised to either bridge the chasm or plunge into the depths of despair. The night deepened around them, the stars watching with bated breath, waiting for the moment that would change everything. Time unraveled, the clock ticking down, each second stretching into eternity. In that silence, anticipation hung heavy, a promise unfulfilled, a storm ready to break. The changing tide was upon them, and nothing would ever be the same again. The wind howled like the ghosts of fallen soldiers, echoing through the hollow shells of shattered buildings, remnants of a city that once thrived. I stood there, alone, staring at the crumbling walls, each crack a testament to the violence that had etched its fury into the very bones of this place. I could almost hear the whispers of the past, the cries of those who had lost everything, and the laughter of children who would never return to swing on rusty swings. Time felt warped here, it was an endless loop of sorrow and the faintest glimmer of hope, tripping over itself, struggling to breathe through the weight of memory. I remember the day the war ended, the silence that followed, a vacuum so startling it made my heart race. Everyone expected joy, a liberation we could hold on to, but instead, it descended like a heavy fog, suffocating and thick. I remember the weight of it, as if the very air conspired to crush us. Then there was Lena, fierce and fragile, a woman who had once held the world in her hands but had lost so much that the world was now just a shadow of what it used to be. She stood beside me, her eyes blazing with a fire that fought against despair, but I could see the cracks. They were there, like spider webs glistening under the moonlight, delicate but threatening to break under the slightest pressure. "What do we do now?" she asked, her voice trembling, a twig snapping in the deafening quiet. I wanted to say something profound, something that would wrap around her like a warm blanket, but the truth was, I didn't know. All I could do was hold her gaze, searching for answers in the depths of her sorrow. Her fear mirrored my own. How do you build a life from the ashes of destruction? Then there was Malik, a man of few words but profound thoughts. He wandered like a ghost through this forsaken landscape, haunted by the specters of his past, friends who never made it back, family reduced to echoes. He carried his grief like an old war medal, a heavy ornament that clinked and clattered with every step. "They say time heals all wounds," he murmured, each word a prayer that hung in the air, heavy with disbelief. But what if time is just an illusion, a cruel trick to keep us moving while the pain remains? I remember how his voice cracked, a sound that shattered the silence, slicing through the fog like a knife. It was both a question and a confession, and I wanted to reach out, to pull him back from that dark abyss where the light seemed to fade. I wanted to tell him that we could face this together, but the words got caught in my throat, constricting like a noose. Lena stepped closer, her presence grounding me, reminding me of what we had left. "We can't stay here, trapped in this endless loop of grief," she said, her voice steady despite the quiver in her lips. "We owe it to ourselves to find a way to heal." And in that moment, something shifted. The air crackled with the possibility of change, of something profound and terrifying. The shadows that clung to us felt less oppressive, like they were merely waiting for us to act, to make a choice. I didn't know how to reconcile the past, the memories that tormented us while we stood on the precipice of a new beginning, but I felt the weight of hope nudging at my core. I remember the laughter that sliced through the tension one afternoon, a group of children playing in the rubble, their giggles echoing against the hollowed walls. It was both beautiful and heartbreaking, a juxtaposition of joy amidst despair. As I watched them, I felt a flicker of something, life, perhaps. The resilience of the human spirit, even in the most broken of places. But then, the laughter faded. In its place, a heavy silence settled like a blanket of dread. I turned to see a figure approaching, silhouetted against the sun, a soldier, but not one of our own. My heart raced, a wild drumbeat echoing in my ears, panic clawing at the edges of my mind. "Please, don't shoot," I thought, a prayer slipping from my lips, though I knew it would do little to change the course of fate. The soldier's eyes burned with intensity, a storm of emotion swirling within. It was a face that had seen too much, tormented by the very legacy of destruction we were trying to escape. Are you here to fight?" Malik asked, voice shaking like a leaf in a tempest. The soldier shook his head, and the gesture sent ripples of uncertainty through us. "I'm here to remember," he said, voice low and broken, as if each word was a shard of glass he was struggling to articulate. "To remember those we lost, those who never got to say goodbye." I felt the air shift again, the walls of our world bending under the weight of shared grief. This was a moment of reckoning, a confrontation with the ghosts that bound us all together. Here we stood, victims, survivors, and perpetrators, intermingled in a tangled web of suffering and redemption. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the battlefield of our emotions, I realized that peace wasn't a destination, it was a journey through the wreckage of our hearts. It was about picking up the pieces and learning to weave them into something beautiful, a tapestry of resilience and love forged in the cold fires of loss. I remember the feeling, raw, aching, yet somehow liberating. Each heartbeat was a reminder that we were still alive, still capable of forging bonds that transcended the pain of yesterday. It was a promise that whispered in the twilight, urging us to step forward, hand in hand. And just like that, with the ghosts watching closely, we took our first step toward reconciliation, not knowing where it would lead, but willing to embrace the uncertainty. Time stretched before us, a vast cosmos filled with possibilities, and we were ready to face it, together. The air crackled, heavy with expectation, as the flickering shadows danced across the stone walls of the ancient temple. A candle sputtered, its flame a desperate heartbeat against the pressing darkness. I stood, heart racing, watching as two women faced the oracle. The weight of prophecy hung like a noose, taut and unforgiving. There was no turning back now. This was the moment when futures intertwined, hope and despair coiling together like serpents. Myra's hands trembled, not from fear but from the sheer weight of her choices. I could see it in her eyes, a storm brewing, a maelstrom of doubt and desperation. She was here to save her brother, a boy caught in the throes of a fever that no healer could touch. Tears glistened as they fell, leaving trails on her dirt-smeared cheeks. "What is the price?" she whispered, her voice cracking, raw with anguish. Beside her, Asher stood resolute, but I could see the cracks in her armor. Asher, the keeper of secrets, the one who had sought the oracle's vision for herself but now felt the crushing weight of her own hubris. She had sought foresight, weapons of knowledge to wield against the dark she felt creeping ever closer, but now, as she stood next to Myra, those ambitions seemed insipid, the echoes of her past choices ringing hollow. "We can't afford to turn back, Myra," she blurted out, urgency lacing her words. We need to know if he lives. The oracle, cloaked in shadows, seemed to breathe in their desperation, then exhaled a whisper that twisted like smoke through the air. The truth will shatter you. Are you prepared for what you may lose? Each word struck like a hammer, each syllable digging deeper into their souls. I felt the pulse of time slow, stretching like a rubber band, and all around us, the world fell away. I remember the night when my own dreams had turned into nightmares, the feeling of being utterly powerless against a fate that seemed preordained. The clock in my mind ticked steadily, the echoes of its hands dancing through time, taunting me with every choice that could lead to ruin. Myra stepped forward, defiance igniting her spirit. Tell me. Her voice rang out, pure and fierce, yet beneath it lay a tremor of fear that sent shivers down my spine. I could sense the ghosts of her past clinging to her, memories of laughter and warmth overshadowed by the specter of loss, the pallor of her brother's face, the gasps that punctuated his illness, the helplessness that turned her heart to stone. Asher, however, hesitated. The oracle's question lingered in her mind, a dark specter whispering of losses yet to come. What if, she began, her thoughts swirling like autumn leaves caught in a tempest. What if the truth is worse than we can bear? I watched as the shadows deepened within her, a haunting realization creeping through her veins like ice. She had come seeking answers, but the oracle's words loomed over her, threatening to unravel everything she thought she knew. Would her life be a tapestry of triumph or a canvas of torment? The oracle's eyes, dark as the abyss, burned with an ancient knowledge that transcended time. The threads of fate are taut. The answer you seek will come at a price steeped in sorrow. The room seemed to contract around us, each breath heavy with the weight of destiny. Silence enveloped us, thick and suffocating, punctuated only by the sound of Myra's trembling breaths and the distant drip of water, echoing through the temple. In that moment, I remembered my own crossroads, the night I chose to betray my own heart for the sake of others, the day I lost everything in a single act of defiance. The anguish felt like shards of glass embedded in my soul, the clarity of that pain echoed through the temple, wrapping around Myra and Asher, binding them in their collective fear. Myra's voice cut through the silence, fierce and unyielding. Tell me the truth, she demanded again, a primal scream that shattered the stillness. I can bear it. I will bear it. The oracle leaned forward, shrouded in layers of prophecy and fate, revealing a glimpse into the vast unknown, a tapestry of futures unwoven. The boy lives, but he will be lost to you, a shadow of himself, a fragment of the light you once knew. A gasp escaped Asher's lips, a sound filled with raw agony as she turned away, the weight of her own fears crashing over her like a tidal wave. I could see the cracks in her facade deepen, the realization of her ambitions now tinged with dread. She had sought to control fate but had instead become its puppet. The universe laughed in the distance, a mocking, cosmic cackle that taunted us all. Myra collapsed to her knees, the earth beneath her seeming to absorb her pain. No. I won't accept that. The desperation twisted her features, and I felt my heart twist in response, the crushing sorrow palpable in the air around us. The candle flickered violently, casting erratic shadows that gripped the walls like claws, threatening to consume us all. In that moment, the world spun faster than my mind could grasp. Memories of laughter, hope, and warmth slipped through my fingers like sand. I knew then that the oracle had not just revealed a prophecy, it had laid bare their souls, exposing their very essence to the cold winds of fate. Asher, her voice barely above a whisper, turned back to the oracle. What must we sacrifice? Each word was a stone thrown into a silent pond, rippling through the air, and echoing off the walls of despair. What price would they pay to rewrite fate, to claw back the light from the abyss? The oracle's eyes glinted, as if reflecting the stars in the void. You must let go of what you hold dear, for love and sacrifice are two sides of the same coin. And in that haunting moment, I knew it was not just Myra's brother at stake but the very essence of who they were. The temple's walls pulsated with the echoes of their fears, their hearts pounding in tandem with the inexorable march of time. The darkness whispered softly, wrapping around them like a shroud, and I felt the weight of their struggles deep in my bones. The cosmos shifted, the earth trembled, and as the shadows danced, they were left standing on the precipice of their own making, a dizzying abyss of choices stretching before them. The air shimmered with tension, the world narrowing down to this single moment, this fragile breath. How far would they go to wrestle with destiny, to challenge the suffocating grip of fate? The question hung heavy, and the answer lay somewhere in the shadows, waiting. Thunder cracked the sky, a shattering scream that echoed through the narrow streets of Athens. I stood there, heart pounding, watching the villagers scramble, their faces twisted in fear, mouths agape as if begging for mercy from an unseen deity. The scent of smoke hung heavy in the air, mingling with the salty tang of sweat. Zeus was angry, this I felt in my bones. But it was not the god alone who held the darkness, it was us, the mortals, entangled in the web of our own making. I remember the whispers, like shadows flitting through the marketplace. Sacrifice, they said. He demands it. Their voices dripped with a mixture of reverence and dread. I could see them gathering, faces pale and ashen, eyes wide like deer caught in the headlights of fate. They were preparing to offer up their fears, their hopes, and perhaps, their very souls, to a god who thrived on the worship of mortals. I was swept into the chaos, an unwilling participant in this macabre dance. Among them was Theo, a man with a heart too tender for this brutal world. He clutched his daughter's hand, her small fingers gripping his like a lifeline. Daphne, he whispered, and I felt the agony in that name. Her bright eyes, the color of summer skies, searched his face for reassurance, but all he could offer was a grimace that spoke of despair. They had come from a place of laughter, where the sun warmed their backs and the scent of fresh bread filled their home. Now they stood before the altar, a crude stone slab, the very embodiment of desperation. And then there was Althea, fierce and unyielding, a woman who'd once laughed in the face of the gods. But now, her defiance was a fragile thing, a candle flickering in the wind. She had lost so much, her husband to battle, her peace to grief. I will not bow, she had sworn, but now she was lost in the crowd, her voice a whisper against the tide of submission. Fear gnawed at her stomach, a dark beast that threatened to drag her under. She was torn between her love for her child and a fierce need for rebellion. Would she sacrifice her spirit for the god's favor, or would she fight for the remnants of her soul? The sun dipped, a crimson coin sliding beneath the horizon, a final act of defiance before the night swallowed it whole. The whispers grew louder, urgency thrumming in the air. Bring forth the offering. The priests, cloaked in the colors of despair, raised their hands, eyes glazed, entranced by the power that coursed around them. The air crackled, heavy with anticipation, as if the breath of the gods filled their lungs. I felt it too, the weight of their expectations pressing down, a yoke that bound us to our fate. Theo's grip on Daphne tightened, we cannot, but the words faded, drowned by the cacophony of despair. I saw the flicker of movement in the shadows, a figure cloaked in dark, the silhouette of a young girl with wild hair. It was Leda, the one who danced in the moonlight and dared to laugh at the thunder. She was the spark of rebellion, but even the fiercest flame could be snuffed out. We have to do something, she urged, voice trembling like the fragile leaves clinging to branches in a storm. But what could one girl do against the wrath of a god? I watched as the villagers, once vibrant and full of life, transformed into mere shadows of themselves, offering their hopes, their dreams to Zeus, who sat high atop Olympus, reveling in their submission. The air grew thick with desperation, and the drums of sacrifice echoed ominously. "Do you hear it?" I asked, though it was a question born from sheer terror. The heartbeat of the city, a frantic rhythm pulsing beneath our feet. I felt it. We were all caught in the grip of something far greater, something that demanded our souls, our very essence. And as the first dagger glinted in the fading light, a collective sigh escaped the crowd, a grim acceptance of our fate. Althea's eyes locked onto mine, her silent plea piercing through the chaos. For our children, she mouthed, and I felt the weight of that promise. Sacrifice is not merely the spilling of blood, it is the shredding of hope, the severing of ties that bind us to life. And yet, somehow, in that moment, we were united, a tapestry of fear woven together by a shared defiance. The ground trembled beneath us, the shadows lengthened, and an unsettling silence enveloped the gathering. Zeus was in his temple, perched upon his throne of clouds, watching, waiting, his laughter echoing like thunder in our ears. I could almost see him, a silhouette against the brilliance of the stars, eternal and indifferent. We were but pawns in his celestial game, mere mortals dancing to the whims of a capricious god. Then it hit me, like a cold wave crashing over me. This wasn't just about offerings or altars, it was about the very essence of who we were. Every sacrifice beckoned forth whispers of dreams unfulfilled, each cut of the blade murmured tales of love lost, hopes dashed against the unforgiving rocks of fate. We were tethered to something beyond ourselves, caught in a cycle of worship and despair. "Help us," I whispered, my breath trembling in the dark. But the gods were silent, their indifference like a heavy shroud draped over our spirits. We faced the abyss together, knowing that the moment of reckoning was upon us. The air crackled with energy, fear, love, despair, rebellion, all intertwined. As the priests raised their arms, the crowd fell hushed, the tension so thick it felt like a tangible force, binding us to this moment. I could feel the heartbeat of the city, the pulse of lives intertwined, and deep within, I knew, this was only the beginning. The sacrifice was not just blood, it was our very existence, laid bare before the cosmos. And with every heartbeat, I realized something darker loomed, waiting just beyond the veil of our understanding, an ancient power that would not rest until it consumed us all. And so, with the dagger poised, the air thick with the scent of desperation, the first drop of blood fell like a tear in the dark, a promise of things to come, a reminder that we were never truly alone, not as long as we worshipped the storm. The air crackled with a tension that hung heavier than the midnight sky, a thick cloak of anticipation draping over the city like a shroud. I stood in the shadows, my heart pounding against my ribcage, a wild drum echoing the chaos surrounding me. The faint flicker of torchlight danced across the cobblestones, illuminating faces twisted in ecstasy and dread. The Olympian festivals had begun, a cacophony of chaos and reverence, where laughter mingled with blood, and hope clashed against despair. I remember the scent of the earth, damp and rich, as if it had been waiting centuries to be stirred up by this night. The festival was a celebration of divine power, a tribute to gods who cared little for the mortals below. I could feel the vibrations of the crowd, a living entity thrumming with excitement, and in the heart of it all stood Lysander and Elara, two souls caught in a tempest of their own making. Lysander, tall and broad-shouldered, held a wooden staff that seemed to pulse with an energy all its own. His eyes, dark pools of desperation, searched the crowd, not for glory, but for Elara. I could sense the storm within him, a raging sea of emotion that threatened to consume him whole. He was haunted by dreams of power, a longing for something greater than himself, yet terrified of the cost. "It's all a game," he had told me once, voice heavy with bitterness. "But I'm tired of being a pawn." And there was Elara, a tempest herself, her fiery red hair a beacon against the darkness. She moved like a whisper through the throngs, her heart pounding to the rhythm of desperation. She was caught between her duty to her father, a high priest demanding sacrificial offerings, and her desire to break free from the chains of expectation. Her laughter felt like a distant echo, a haunting reminder of the joy she once embodied. I remember, she had said, glancing at the stars, when I believed in magic. But now it feels like a curse. The Olympian festivals were a stage for divine folly, and tonight, the stakes were higher than ever. The offerings were set, the flames licking at the sky as gods watched with dispassionate eyes from their celestial thrones. Are we nothing but playthings? I wondered, feeling the weight of their judgment pressing down upon us. The laughter of the crowd turned hollow, a reflection of our own fears, as if the very gods mocked our desires. The drums began to beat, a primal rhythm that thrummed through the earth and into our veins. My heart quickened, each pulse aligned with the cacophony of the festival. The air shimmered with an energy that was almost electric, and in that moment, I felt the world shift. Time warped, stretching, and compressing like a breath held too long. Memories flooded back to me in moments of laughter, of pain, of fleeting joy, each one a ghost whispering in my ear, reminding me of what was lost. "Lysander!" Elara cried, her voice breaking through the noise, cutting through the gloom like a knife. She reached for him, desperation etched on her face. "You can't do this. You can't sacrifice everything for a chance at power." Her words were a plea, a desperate attempt to pull him back from the precipice he teetered upon. but Lysander's gaze was fixed upon the altar, where offerings lay like offerings to hungry gods. I have to, Ilara. I can't remain a shadow. This is the only way. His voice was raw, a mixture of fear and determination. I wanted to scream, to shake him awake from this delusion, but the energy of the festival pulled us all into its chaotic embrace. The crowd surged, a tide of bodies pressing forward, hungry for the spectacle, for the divine favor that seemed just out of reach. The shadows deepened, cloaking us in a veil of uncertainty. I could feel the pulse of the festival, a heartbeat that resonated with the desires of the mortals gathered, yet it was intertwined with something darker, something ancient that whispered promises of power at a terrible cost. The drums grew louder, an insistent chant that echoed within us, drowning out reason. Look, someone shouted, pointing toward the altar. The flames flickered dangerously, and for a moment, I saw something in the fire, a reflection of our fears, our hopes twisted into grotesque shapes. The air thickened as if the gods themselves were weaving their power into the fabric of the night, and I felt an electric charge in the atmosphere, a warning that reverberated through my very bones. Lysander! Ilara's voice rose above the din, desperate and pained. Please! Don't do this. She reached for him, her fingers brushing against the staff, and in that moment, the world held its breath. The tension snapped like a taut string, a moment suspended in time where everything seemed possible and nothing would ever be the same again. But Lysander's resolve hardened, his grip on the staff tightening. I will be more than what they expect. I refuse to be a mere sacrifice. The rage in his voice pierced through the chaos, igniting something deep within the crowd, a feverish yearning for power and recognition. As he stepped toward the altar, the flames roared higher, a hungry beast demanding sacrifice. I felt the ground tremble beneath us, a warning of the chaos that was about to erupt. And then, with a cry that echoed through the night, he lifted the staff, the very embodiment of his dreams and nightmares, ready to claim his desperate wish. In that heartbeat, everything froze, a moment where time stood still, where the world held its breath, and I knew, deep in my bones, that nothing would ever return to the way it was. The weight of the festival bore down upon us, and the gods watched with indifferent eyes, hunger gleaming in the shadows. The festival pulsed, alive with an energy that crackled and sang of divine power, but beneath it all lay a darkness that whispered of ruin. I could see it now, the twisted shadows creeping forward, the specters of our desires entwined with our fears. We were puppets, dancing on strings woven of our own making, and as Lysander raised the staff, I felt the air grow thick with an impending storm. And just as the world threatened to unravel, the city echoed with the heartbeat of the night, the very essence of the Olympian festivals, a celebration teetering on the brink of chaos, where joy and despair intermingled like fire and water. I was left standing in the shadows, breathless and wide-eyed, the pulse of the festival vibrating through me, a haunting reminder that we were all players in a grander scheme, with destinies entwined like the stars above. The night sky loomed above, thick with the scent of rain and the weight of unshed tears. It was a night that felt like it held its breath, waiting for something, anything, to crack the stillness. A flicker of lightning carved the heavens, illuminating the figure of a woman standing at the edge of the world, heart racing, pulse pounding against her ribs like a trapped bird. Lyra's fingers gripped the hilt of a dagger so tightly that her knuckles ached. The air was electric, crackling with the tension of 1,000 unsaid words, 1,000 prayers unanswered. I can't do this, she whispered, the words barely escaping her lips, drowned by the distant rumble of thunder. It echoed her doubts, her fears. She had watched her brother die at the hands of gods who wielded power like a child does a toy, carelessly, without thought of the destruction they could cause. And now here she stood, trembling on the precipice of rebellion, staring into the abyss of the divine. Lyra! A voice sliced through the darkness, sharp and urgent. It was Kale, her partner in this reckless endeavor, his eyes burning with a fierce resolve that both terrified and inspired her. You have to believe we can change this. We have to fight back. He was her anchor, yet even his courage felt like a fragile thread, fraying under the weight of their audacious plan. They were mortals, mere specks in the grand scheme of the cosmos, yet here they were, ready to challenge the very fabric of divinity. The air thickened with the ghosts of dreams deferred, the cries of those who had fallen silent. I remember the stories, Lyra choked, memories flooding her mind, tales of heroes who rose against tyranny, only to be crushed under the heel of gods who didn't care for their plight. I remember the blood, the cries. What if we're just another footnote in their history? Then we go down fighting. Kale's voice surged with intensity, and it struck her like a lightning bolt. We're not just shadows, Lyra. We're the storm. But even as he spoke the words, doubt stabbed at her heart. She could see the faces of those they'd lost, each one a haunting echo of her failure to protect them. The gods had painted their lives in colors of despair, and she feared that their revolt would only smear more paint across the canvas of her existence. Time stretched like a taut string, ready to snap. Lyra's attention flickered to the city of Eldoria, its towering spires silhouetted against the dark mosaic of clouds. It was a city steeped in suffering, its people shackled by the whims of vengeful deities who feasted on their misery. Every prayer that drifted from the mouths of the desperate was a whisper in the wind, never reaching the ears of the indifferent. But then something shifted within her. The memory of her brother's laughter, of stolen moments of joy amid the agony, ignited a flicker of defiance. We can't let them win, Kale. We owe it to them to try. As they turned to face the city, a shadow passed overhead, and both Lyra and Kale knew they were being watched. The gods were always watching. Their presence loomed like a shroud, suffocating and inescapable. Lyra's heart raced, not with fear, but with an exhilarating rush of adrenaline, a realization that they were no longer simply players in a game they didn't understand. They were making their own moves now, every heartbeat resonating with a challenge to the divine. Yet beneath that resolve lay an undercurrent of fear, a quiet desperation that clawed at her throat. She remembered the countless nights spent in silence, grappling with the thought that they were mere mortals. What did they know of power? What did they know of rebellion? Each step they took felt like a plunge into the unknown, a leap from the safety of solid ground into an abyss that could swallow them whole. Lyra! The urgency in Kale's voice brought her back to the moment. We have to move. Now. And then there was noise, a cacophony that shattered the stillness, an army of shadows cascading down from the heavens. They were the divine warriors, their armor glinting like stars, eyes burning with the fury of 1,000 storms. Run! Kale shouted, and they broke from their spot, hearts pounding as they raced through the alleys of Eldoria. It felt as though the city itself was collapsing in on them, buildings leaning in, eavesdropping on their desperate flight. With every stride, Lyra felt the weight of the world pressing down upon her, an unbearable burden. The past clung to her like a ghost, whispering what could have beens into her ear. She stumbled over cobblestones slick with rain, the echoes of laughter from the past mingling with the cries of the present. Keep moving. Kale's voice pierced through the fog of despair, urging her on. And then she saw it, the temple of the gods, towering and foreboding, a monument to their arrogance. It radiated light, but not warmth, only a chilling reminder of their omnipotence. With her heart in her throat, Lyra felt the pull toward the altar, an irresistible lure that promised both doom and destiny. Together, Kale breathed, gripping her hand tightly. Whatever happens, we face it together. They reached the base of the temple, breathless, hearts racing. Panic surged like a tidal wave, but in that moment, Lyra felt something shift within her, a seed of hope, a flicker of strength. She looked up, determination igniting her spirit like a flame against the darkness. We will not be silenced, she whispered, the vow echoing between them, intertwining their fates. As they stepped forward, the celestial warriors encroached, shadows twisting and rippling like a living nightmare. The gods had come to collect their due, anger boiling like a storm ready to break. And yet, in that fierce moment, Lyra and Kale stood resolute, ready to challenge the very essence of divine authority, hearts pounding with the raw power of rebellion. All around them, the world vibrated with intensity, every heartbeat a pulse of defiance. The air crackled, thick with anticipation, as two mortals dared to rise against gods, the very heavens trembling beneath the weight of their resolve. And in that charged silence, as time hung suspended, the real battle began. Lightning crackled across the sky, a harbinger of chaos, as I stood drenched in the rain, breathless and terrified. My heart raced like the wings of a restless dove, fluttering in a cage of dread. The village lay behind me, swallowed by shadows, its whispers carried on the wind, my neighbors, my friends, all caught up in a tale woven by the fickle hands of fate. I could still hear their cries, the way they echoed through the night, punctuated by the silence that followed. They had looked to me, desperate for answers, but answers were ghosts tonight, elusive and mocking. In the distance loomed the silhouette of Mount Olympus, its peak shrouded in clouds, an ethereal fortress that felt both majestic and ominous. They said Zeus resided there, a god with a heart of thunder and a temper as tempestuous as the storms he commanded. In that moment, I felt the weight of his gaze as if he were watching, waiting to see how this would unfold. Fate was a cruel mistress, and I was merely a pawn in her game. Elia stood beside me, her hands trembling, fingers entwined like restless vines. She was fierce, fiery, the kind of woman who could ignite a room with laughter and defiance. But tonight, shadows dulled her sparkle, and fear etched lines across her brow. "What do we do?" she whispered, her voice barely above the storm's rage, yet filled with an urgency that cut through the noise. We were bound by our choices, tangled in a web spun from desperation and courage. "I don't know," I confessed, the truth clenching around my throat. "But we can't let them take her." My mind raced back to the girl, the innocent, the one we both loved fiercely. Sophia. Her laughter used to spill like sunlight, illuminating even the darkest corners of our existence. But now, darkness had come for her, a shadow born of rumors and disbelief, and we stood on the precipice of something terrible. Time felt warped, each tick of the clock stretching into eternity, mocking our urgency. I remembered the stories, the ancient tales whispered by firelight, the heroic deeds of Zeus, god of thunder and lightning, a protector of the weak. But those tales had cracked, revealing a more sinister reality. Gods were fickle, their mercy as fleeting as the wind. My heart knotted as I thought of the sacrifices made to appease him, the blood on the altar. Would we become just another tale, another line in the annals of history, forgotten and mourned by no one? Elia shifted, her shoulders squared, the fire within her reigniting with fierce resolve. "We need to confront them," she declared, her voice now a battle cry. "If we stand together, we can face whatever they throw at us." The determination in her eyes ignited a spark, and I felt a surge of hope, fragile yet potent. We were flawed, both of us, scarred by the choices we had made, the paths we had taken, but together we were a force, a storm ready to unleash its fury. As we made our way down the cobblestone streets, memories clung to us like cobwebs. I could recall the laughter of children, the scent of blooming wildflowers, the warmth of the sun on my skin. But those days felt like a distant dream, fading into the fog of uncertainty. Shadows danced around us, twisting and turning, whispering secrets of betrayal, of fear, of what awaited us at the village square. The square itself stood as a stark reminder of our fate, a stage for the gods to watch, a place where our lives could change in an instant, where the fabric of our existence could be torn asunder. A gathering of villagers waited, their faces pale and drawn, eyes glistening with fear and desperation. And there, at the center, stood the high priest, an imposing figure draped in robes that seemed to ripple like smoke. His voice boomed through the air, reverberating in my bones. "Tonight, we call upon Zeus to judge us." His words dripped with the weight of ancient tradition, but each syllable felt like a dagger. "We must offer a sacrifice to quell his wrath." The crowd gasped, a collective breath held tight in the throat of their despair. My heart thundered in my chest, a drumbeat of rebellion. "No!" I shouted, my voice cutting through the fear like a knife. Heads turned, and for a heartbeat, silence enveloped us, thick and suffocating. All eyes fell upon me, some filled with hope, others with disdain. I was that kid again, the outsider, the dreamer, the one who dared to speak when others would stay silent. "Zeus doesn't demand blood," I cried, stepping forward into the unsettling firelight. "He demands our courage, our unity. Sacrifice a life, and we lose our humanity." My voice, trembling yet fierce, pierced the air, igniting a flicker of rebellion in the hearts of those who stood around me. I could feel Elia's presence beside me, a steady force, ready to rise or fall with me. But the high priest's eyes burned with indignation, an inferno of fury that threatened to swallow us whole. "You speak treason," he snarled, his voice dripping with disdain. "Do you dare defy the will of the gods?" A heartbeat passed where time stood still. I could feel the storm rumbling in the distance, a reminder that Zeus was always listening, always watching. But if he could conjure storms, then surely we could summon our courage. I remembered Sophia's laughter, the way it echoed like a sweet melody in my soul. I remembered my own fear, raw and visceral, but intertwined with an unyielding hope. "No. We can't let fear silence our voices," I implored, my heart pounding. "We can be the change. We can defy the darkness together." The words tumbled from my lips, spilling into the air, igniting sparks in the faces around me, igniting a fire that had long been dormant. And then it happened, something shifted in the crowd. A stir, a wave of energy, like the first rush of wind before a storm breaks. People began to murmur, a soft chorus rising to challenge the tyrant's decree. Hope blossomed amidst the shadows, fragile yet persistent, as their voices joined mine, merging into a single, resounding cry. But just as fear began to give way to courage, a bolt of lightning struck, illuminating the sky with a blinding flash. The air crackled with tension, and all eyes turned toward Mount Olympus, the godly realm that had held its breath, poised on the edge of power. Within that moment, we teetered on the brink of everything we feared, everything we desired. And deep down, I knew we were not just challenging the high priest or the villagers' beliefs. We were challenging the very essence of what it meant to be human, our fears, our hopes, our capacity for love and sacrifice. "Together," I whispered to Elia, my voice steadying. "We'll face whatever comes. Together." The storm raged around us, a backdrop to our defiance, as the fabric of reality seemed to stretch and tear, revealing the truth beneath the myths, a truth wrapped in shadows and illuminated by the flicker of our unyielding spirits. The gods may have shaped civilization, but tonight, we would reclaim our story. I could feel it in the air, a pulse, a rhythm that resonated deep within, a heartbeat that echoed the thunder shattered the night, a promise that the next chapter would be ours to write. Thunder rumbled ominously above the crumbling ruins, the clouds swirling like chaotic ghosts, as if the gods themselves were in a stirring debate about humanity's worthiness. The scent of rain hung thick in the air, a visceral reminder that nature weeps for lost souls. Amidst this tempest, a figure stood, a man named Callum, his heart pounding like a war drum against the backdrop of an ancient temple, once a shrine to Zeus, now a monument to forgotten dreams, the echoes of worship long silenced. He looked up, wishing for a sign, a flicker of hope, but the heavens remained indifferent. I remember feeling that same desperation years ago when I first unearthed the tale of Zeus. My fingers trembled over the pages, the weight of his legacy pressed down on me like the very sky above. Mythology once felt like a game of charades. Gods and heroes danced in stories, their deeds echoing through marble halls. Yet, standing there that stormy evening, I felt the raw truth of it wash over me, the intensity seeping into my bones. The stories were not just stories, they were a reflection of us, our fears, our desires, our relentless pursuit for meaning. But Callum wasn't alone. Beside him stood Layla, her eyes fiercely bright, wounded but defiant. An artist whose brush captured the shadows of the world, she had come to seek inspiration, to grasp the essence of creation itself. "Art is born from chaos," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the roar of thunder. I could see the doubt flickering behind her confidence, a haunting fear that her creations were mere whispers against the cacophony of life. "I remember," she said, her hands trembling as she clutched a canvas, "the first time I painted Zeus, his power, his light. But now it feels like a lie." Pain radiated from her, and I felt the urge to reach out, to comfort her, but the storm held us in its grasp, a cruel reminder of our own insignificance. The tempest raged on, thundering against the stones of the temple, each strike resonating like a heartbeat, a reminder of Zeus' divine anger, his unpredictability. Callum's fists clenched, fingers digging into his palms, blood rushing through him like the torrents above. He'd once believed he could bring forth the spirit of the god, to channel strength and wisdom through his words, but now dread twisted in his gut. What if the stories had been mere fabrications, worn threads of comfort in an unforgiving world? His mind raced, memories flooding back, his childhood, filled with tales of glory and heroism, now rippling with doubt. "Look at us," he said, voice cracking. What have we become? Just shadows in a story that doesn't belong to us. We're trying to paint gods with colors that bleed into nothing. The spark in Layla's eyes dimmed, and the air thickened with unspoken fears. I remember stepping back, feeling the weight of their despair like a tidal wave crashing down. The temple felt alive, its stones pulsing with the energy of a forgotten world. Each crack in the marble whispered truths buried in history, the worshippers who had knelt, the sacrifices made, the moments of sheer ecstasy and crushing sorrow that had forged a connection between mortals and deities. But had that connection withered, or was it merely transformed, twisting into the art that now filled galleries, distant echoes of a forgotten hymn? Layla stepped forward, the storm raging behind her as she thrust her canvas into the storm's embrace. I won't run from it. I will paint Zeus as he is, chaotic, mercurial, flawed. Her voice was like a flame igniting the darkness. He is not just a god, he is a reflection of us all. We are the storm and the calm. We are the chaos and the order. Thunder answered her, a guttural roar, as if Zeus himself was acknowledging her challenge. I could feel the air crackling with electricity, a current that intertwined their fates, their artistry intertwined with the legacy of gods long past. Callum watched her, wrestling with his own demons. What if we fail? What if no one sees us? What if, his breath hitched, what if we're just foolish? Then we're foolish together, she shot back, defiant fire in her voice. But we must create. What is art if not a rebellion against oblivion? The storm surged, mirroring their escalating emotions, each flash of lightning illuminating their faces, revealing vulnerabilities, scars hidden beneath layers of armor. I remember the moment when the storm reached its crescendo, the air vibrating with anticipation, electric and alive. Callum and Layla stood on the precipice of creation and destruction, love and fear intermingling in a tempest of raw emotion. The world had forgotten the gods, swept them into the shadows, but their legacy pulsed beneath our very skin, a heartbeat of life that yearned to be expressed. Let the world see us. Callum shouted against the howl of the wind, his voice a rallying cry that echoed through the ruin. Let them feel this tempest of emotion, this aching truth. We are not mere shadows, we are the storms that shape the land. We are art. And for a heartbeat, a fleeting moment suspended in time, I felt it, a surge of hope, a sweet taste of defiance. The legacy of Zeus was not just an echo of the past, it breathed life into the present, igniting fires of creativity, of passion, of heartbreak. The gods had left their mark on us, and it was a mark we could reclaim. In that whirlwind of emotion, I sensed the threads of history weaving back together, a tapestry of humanity, flawed yet beautiful. The storm raged, and we stood in its eye, heartbeat syncing with the thunder, a reminder that we are alive, that we matter. But even as the moment glowed with possibility, shadows lingered at the edges, whispering of doubts yet to surface, of fears yet to confront. The journey had only just begun, and the ghosts of our lineage haunted the spaces we dared to fill with our paint and our words. So we stood, daring the storm to consume us, seeking to etch our stories into the annals of time. The legacy of Zeus, pulsing through our veins, waiting to be transformed into something new, a restless energy that bound us to the past, yet propelled us into the unknown. The storm howled, and we were ready to answer. The thunder cracked overhead, a violent shudder that split the night in two. Rain fell like shards of glass, cold and shimmering, each drop a reminder of a promise unkept. I stood in the heart of the city, drenched, the streets slick and gleaming under the flickering streetlights, casting fractured shadows that danced like ghosts. They whispered secrets of gods long forgotten. Zeus, his name hung in the air, heavy with longing, betrayal, and power. He was both the storm and the calm, a paradox wrapped in myth, and yet here I was, in this storm, searching for him through the chaos. Beneath the crashing sky, Emmeline was crouched against the old stone wall, her breath quickening with every echo of thunder. She gripped a tattered book to her chest, its pages yellowed and worn, an artifact of hope. "You don't understand," she gasped, her voice laced with frantic urgency. "He's still here. The myths never left." Her eyes, wild and stormy, held me captive, pulling me deeper into a vortex of emotion that felt both intoxicating and terrifying. "I remember the stories," I said, my own voice trembling, as if the very act of recalling them might summon him. The tales of his wrath, of the sky cracking open, of lives changed with a flick of his finger. I could feel the weight of my words hanging in the air, the memories threading through the storm like silver lightning. But they're just stories, Emmeline. No. They're warnings, she cried, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. He's a part of us, our fears, our desires. The gods live in our hearts, in our choices. Every heartbeat, every breath, we're dancing on the edge of his choice. In the distance, a figure emerged from the shadows, soaked and pale, his long hair plastered against his face. Jacob! He stumbled towards us, eyes wide with a manic fire. We have to go. They're coming. His words cut through the tension, a raw, visceral urgency that sent chills down my spine. The shadows behind him writhed, dark shapes hungry for something, anything. I looked back at Emmeline, whose fear was a tangible thing, a palpable force that thrummed in the air. Is this really happening? I whispered, doubting my own sanity, the world spinning like a cyclone. We're just people. What can we do against a god? Exactly, she said, her voice a whisper yet booming like a war drum. We're just people. But he was just a god. And gods bleed too. Her eyes dared me to confront the truth buried deep within my own soul. My heart raced, echoing against the chaos around us. The storm intensified, as if echoing the turmoil within. I felt it in my bones. The story of Zeus was not just ancient history, it was alive, breathing, lurking in the corners of our lives, waiting to pounce. He's not a fairy tale, I murmured, but a nightmare. I couldn't shake the feeling that the world around us was shifting, boundaries bending. Reality was splintering like the thunderous sky, leaving a chasm of fear where hope once resided. I remembered fragments of dreams where he loomed overhead, his gaze piercing, mingling with my own insecurities. Was I enough? Did I matter in this chaotic web of existence? In that moment, the shadows seemed to whisper sweet nothings, taunting me with visions of power, of grandeur, of a life where I commanded storms. But the cost, oh, the cost was steep. I could see it etched on Emmeline's face, her belief a fragile glass, ready to shatter. And then, Jacob, the one who wore madness like a badge, broke through the tension, his voice low and fierce. We're all vessels, you know. Vessels for the chaos, the creation, the destruction. Gods don't dwell on Olympus, they walk among us. I felt my insides twist, fighting against the realization. The shadows pulsed, the city breathed with dark intention. Are we even fighting against him? I whispered, panic tightening my throat. Or are we fighting against ourselves? With every heartbeat, the storm unleashed its fury, rain turning to a torrent that enveloped us. Jacob's eyes were wild with fervor, a mad spark igniting something dormant within me. You think Zeus cares about the mortal's pain? He screamed into the tempest, each word a declaration, a defiance. He revels in it. In our chaos. In our failure. And I felt it then, that familiar pull, that lurching gut feeling of inevitability. The air thickened, charged with electricity and despair. Every shadow seemed to shift closer, eager to ensnare us in its tendrils. The night was alive, a coiled serpent ready to strike. The truth hit like a bolt from the blue. We were not just pawns in a grand game, we were the players, and the game was rigged. I glanced at Emmeline, her face illuminated by flickers of lightning, and saw her resolve begin to crack, her faith trembling against the formidable tide of uncertainty. What do we do? I shouted, desperation clawing at my throat. Fight, she cried, the word a war cry laced with fear and hope. Fight against the darkness. Fight against the myth. Reclaim what he stole. The storm roared in response, and I felt something inside me shift, a flicker of defiance igniting against the weight of fate. We were standing on the precipice, trembling together, hearts intertwined in that moment of truth. But the shadows were relentless, and as I glanced back at the approaching figures, the realization hit me like a physical blow. In our quest for justice, for understanding, we had unwittingly conjured him, Zeus, the embodiment of our fears and the chaos of this world. The weight of the past loomed large, and I could feel the ghost of his laughter echoing in the storm, mocking our resolve. Together, Jacob murmured, stepping closer. No matter what happens, we stand together. And then I saw it, a flicker of light amid the darkness, a chance, a sliver of hope wrapped tightly in despair. The lines between myth and reality blurred as we prepared to confront the very essence of our existence, the storm swirling around us like a living entity, a reflection of the battle raging within our souls. The thunder crashed one last time, a chilling reminder of what was at stake. I took a deep breath, inhaling the scent of impending doom, and felt the electricity in the air, echoing the heartbeat of the universe. This was just the beginning, but the end was lurking, waiting for us to make our move. And so we stood, lost in the storm, on the edge of a confrontation that would shake the very foundations of our world, and perhaps, in that chaos, find our salvation.